Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei was son of Zeus and loved the dragon goddess of the night movie. Before we start, please go support IsseiOmniversalCaos for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken character's gender, but of course Issei is a male. Prologue. The great battle could be seen. The supernatural leaders fought against a Chaos brigade to save Office from Kuoh. On the battlefield stood Issei Hyoudou, a 14-year-old boy despised for having no power or anything, but in reality, he did have power, a power unknown to some. His life was a living hell because of Rias Gremory and Sona Sitri, who changed his life, and that of his younger sister, Izumi Hyoudou, who was 7 years old at the time, while Issei was 9. His other siblings, Ryu and Issei, were 12, the oldest, but upon learning of their great power, they became arrogant. Issei fought against every rogue demon that tried to stop him from reaching Office. They were all led by Shalba, or rather a clone of him, since the original died at the hands of Issei. He had no one he could be with, much less many others, just like a certain dark-haired lowly, whose identity you will soon find out. Issei wanted to save Office so that they wouldn't take away her power and create something worse than what they were trying to prevent. Issei ran with all his might but received a cut on his back, and it was a rather deep cut. Issei fell to the ground bleeding, but that did not stop him. He stopped a demon's blade and took his spear only to kill him and the one who made the cut on his back. I arrive right where Office is locked in an anti-magic cage, so I destroy it. Issei. Don't worry, I'll get you out of here, ugh. He saw 2 spears stuck in his abdomen and near his heart. He slowly turned his head and saw Kuoh Shalba. Kuoh. Well, you know, I never meant to hurt you, but you chose when you're human, and you achieved what few humans have, defeating enemies and surpassing their limits, something your brothers don't do. Issei. They're not my brothers, I only have a few that I consider my brothers, and the main one is Izumi. Kuoh. Well, I'm sorry all this is happening to you, but I'll just say that if you can't resist, good luck seeing your sister again, Issei. Shalba retreated but was killed by Thor with his hammer, who, seeing Issei in very serious condition, went to see him. Thor. Issei. Calm down Thor. This pain is nothing compared to what I've had to go through these past years. Thor. Don't worry, I'll bring you the Phoenix Tears. Issei. It's pointless, even if you use the Phoenix Tear, the wounds won't heal. They used a very strong magic that neither tears nor the ones I have stuck in me right now can heal. Thor. Don't worry, I'll find help. Issei. Don't worry Thor. Help the others go, run. Thor obeyed and went to fight. Issei was still standing. He put his hand to where the wound was to stop the bleeding, but with more spears stuck in him he had no choice. He broke the tip of the spear that came out of his abdomen and the one in the back, as well as the one near his arm, leaving the other part still inside to stop even more bleeding. I took Office out of the cage and ran as fast as I could. Countless explosions were heard throughout the fighting, and he saw how the Chaos brigade fell before the army and power of the Alliance. Issei fell to the ground vomiting blood. Black veins began to appear in a cut on his hand. The black veins began to spread more and more until they reached his face and below his eyes. Hers is a metal poison to him, since Rizevam was not so stupid as not to know how dangerous Issei would be in the future, since he, upon discovering that he was the one who defeated Gabriel, Loki, Diodora, Razor, knew then that he would be a danger to his future plans. Issei took a transparent tube from his pocket, which was an antidote to awaken Office and restore her power to 100%. He opened Office's lips a little and placed the tube there. Little by little more drops fell into Office's mouth, who instinctively saw the liquid and slowly began to regain consciousness and her power. Issei fell to the ground but still managed to stand up as best he could, but because of how weak he was, and because he had many wounds on his legs from bites, cuts or burns, he knelt down. The leaders arrived where Office was, having finally defeated Shalba's troops, but they brought a Ryu with a large wound in his heart, and it was Samuel's blood, since Kuoh's spear was bathed in Samuel's blood. Sirzechs. You can help him. Office. I only have the power to reach Great Red and be able to rebuild a new body, only one person. Thor. Please save Issei, I'm asking you, Office. Sirzechs. Please save Ryu, he can't die that easily. Office. Okay, let's go. She creates a dimensional rift and everyone crosses through it. Issei briefly saw Issei, but due to her arrogance, pride, and selfishness, she ignored him and left. Thor wanted to go, but his father ordered him not to approach him because he thought he would pick up Issei's supposedly useless and cowardly traits. No one noticed Issei. It was as if he didn't exist. Everyone left and Issei stayed there on the ground. Issei. Haha, after what I did for her, she decided to help someone who only thinks about having sex with each of them, so is this how I'm going to die? I'm so pathetic. Issei falls to the ground, his vision gradually becoming blurry. Issei. But how bad can it be? Ani-chan, come quick. Here I come, Wani-chan. Issei. I'll be able to be with her with my friends, maybe I'll be able to see them. Wani-chan, I don't like it when they hit you because of me. Don't worry Ani-chan, even if they hit me I will always love you. Issei. Wani-chan sniff forgive me if I had been stronger that time. You. Wani-chan. Please hold on. Please don't go. I don't want to be alone. Don't leave me alone, not like grandpa. Please don't abandon me. Calm down Ani-chan it wasn't your fault it was mine for trusting you don't cry, I don't like it when you cry I always like seeing that smile of yours. Wani-chan, wait, I'll go get help. There's no point, Ani-chan I feel like I don't have much longer to go and I can join grandpa. No. Please don't leave me. Please, if you leave I'll never forgive you. I beg you, don't leave me alone. Issei. If only I had been born with sacred gear, you would still be alive and we would be happy siblings for life. You won't be alone, Ani-chan I'll always be watching over you wherever you are, no matter what situation you're in, I'll always protect you because you are and always will be my Ani-chan. Sniff, and you will always be my sniff my Wani-chan. I love you Ani-chan never forget that. Wani-chan it's not funny open your eyes Wani-chan please wake up. Please wake up no why. We swore to always be together I'm sorry I'm so sorry please wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Don't leave me I can't go on without you. Issei. I'm strong, Wani-chan, just like I promised you, but I only did it for you and for. Issei. Darling. Issei. Lilith. There was a loli running around crying, just like Office, because she was none other than Office Ouroboros' sister Lilith Ouroboros, Office's twin sister, being stronger than her sister, has a friendly relationship with Issei since she met him and helped him with his feelings, just like she did with Office, but she never thanked her, instead despising her. Issei. I didn't want to see anyone else suffer Lilith, now your sister is safe. Lilith arrived where Issei was and upon seeing his condition, she covered her mouth with both hands trying to stifle a scream, but she couldn't and her tears flowed in waterfalls. Lilith. Issei. Issei. Lilith are you okay? That makes me happy. Lilith. Wait, maybe I can build you a new body and then. Issei. Leave him alone, Lilith my life is already running out. Even if you give me a new body, my soul is already broken, I simply don't want to keep suffering because of them Lilith. Don't worry, the dragons are on your side, as are the other factions, but please don't leave me alone. Don't leave me alone, Wani-chan. When Issei saw how Lilith, who was going to be his partner since they had started a relationship and were going to start a new life, was crying, Issei touched Lilith's soft cheek with his hand and she, feeling the touch of her beloved, touched his hand. Issei. I'll always be with you wherever you are, but I want to be with her I want to be with Wani-chan and apologize for being weak. Lilith. That's not true, you're not weak, you're strong you're stronger than anyone. Issei smiled upon hearing those words, but he could no longer endure it. His heart began to slow its beats and his breaths were a little weak. Issei. Lilith take me to our favorite place, please. Lilith knew which favorite place she was talking about. Lilith, yes darling. I create a magic circle beneath the two of them and they disappear without a trace. How Japan. In the hills of Kuoh where the view was splendid where you could see the sunset as well as being able to see the city from above. Many people went to that place to do spinning or to run or to propose marriage. The magic circle appears and out of it comes Lilith and Issei in his final moments. Lilith helps Issei to lean against a tree. Issei opened his eyes and gazed at the sunset, listening to the waves of the sea, feeling the breeze hitting his face, he could hear the birds singing and smell the flowers of that beautiful place. Issei. This view is very beautiful. Lilith smiled with tears in her eyes and decided to lean against Issei's side. Issei. You know I thought at that moment that they would notice me or feel a little bit of concern for me, but they've made it clear to me that they only care about the power of humans, they're only interested in sacred gears, because if that weren't the case they would have saved me. Lilith. I know but there are some who do care about you, darling. Issei, thank you Lilith. Play this music, just listen to the music and ignore the images. It's the only song that I thought was excellent for this part. Issei. I spent several years training practicing so that at least they would notice me, but I no longer care how they see me, I don't care how they treated me, because still harboring some hatred for them, I can't despise them for what they did to me, because I can finally reunite with her. Lilith. Sniff sniff I beg you, darling she placed her face on Issei's left shoulder, don't leave me alone please you are the person who won my heart, the one who helped me understand feelings, please don't abandon me. Issei. Look at me, my little dragon Lilith looks at him with tears still in her eyes. Issei approaches her and kisses her forehead. I will always be with you in the best and worst moments of your life, no matter what happens to me after death, because I will still eagerly wait wherever I am to see your smile and those beautiful eyes that I love so much about you. Lilith buried her face in his chest, crying. Issei could feel his brother's aura growing, and it meant something Office had revived him. Issei. You know, seeing this sunset reminds me of the time you and I met. Hi, I'm Issei, and what's your name? My name is Lilith Ouroboros, the dragon goddess of the night. Wow, what a great name, and it's a pleasure to meet a dragon god. Aren't you afraid of me? Fear? Why should I be afraid of meeting a powerful and beautiful being? Ibaka. Sorry, I couldn't resist, but you are cute. Ergato. Issei. Remembering those beautiful moments makes me feel happy. Edo Issei-san. What's wrong, Lilith? Why are you still with them even though you know what they're doing to you? Well, it's because this is where the person who was important to me was, and I promised her that no matter what they do to me, I have to be here and take care of her treasure, which is hidden in her room, and she told me to open it when I turned 16. Why don't we both escape together to dragon territory or another dimension, so they can't hurt you anymore? Never mind, Lilith, this is where my sister died, and this is where I will die someday too. Issei. Lilith, I want to tell you something. Lilith turns to look at his face. Issei takes her hands. No matter what happens after I leave, I only ask that you don't seek revenge against those who despised me. I wouldn't want you to stain your hands with blood just because of me. I want you to be happy. Lilith. Baka, how do you think I'll be happy if you leave? Sniff sniff sniff, I won't accept it, sniff, please stay with me. Issei. It's too late, Lilith. My life is coming to an end. I know I'll be able to reunite with One-E-chan and my grandparents in the afterlife, so I can apologize to her. I only ask that you remain strong and that your heart continues to burn brightly. No matter what happens, I know you'll become stronger, and when I see how strong you've become, that will make me happy. Keep your pride and your head held high. Lilith. I don't want you to leave me alone. Issei. You won't be alone, remember that you have the others who were by my side. Don't cry, come on, show me that smile that I love so much. Lilith. Agreed. Lilith managed a weak smile through her tears. Issei smiled, and as he looked at her, everything became blurry, but when he could finally see clearly for a moment, he saw his sister Izumi Hyoudou standing in front of him in white clothes, her hair tied up, decorated with beautiful red and pink flowers. Imagine her with the description I gave you of her clothing. Issei. One-E-chan, did I do it right? Did I do the right thing? Lilith. Issei, Izumi is gone. Please stay. Sniff sniff please. Issei. Don't cry anymore. I'll always take care of you wherever you are, Lilith. Izumi gazed at Issei with her beautiful hazel eyes until she finally decided to speak. Izumi. Of course you did excellently, Oni-chan, you became very strong just as you promised. Behind Izumi appears her grandfather Juzo Hyoudou. Juzo? It's time to go, Issei. We're all waiting for you. Issei. Grandfather forgive me. Juzo, seeing how he suffered because of him, dying and leaving him alone with a great pain in his heart, looked at him sadly, but someone passed by his side. He had black or dark brown hair and blue eyes. The girl approached Issei, who was telling Lilith to be strong and not to cry anymore for her loss, because it's okay to cry. When Issei turned around, he saw his first friend Elena Yukimoto. Issei. Elena. Elena. Calm down, Issei-chan, come on, everyone is waiting for you to start your welcome party. Issei. Elena, forgive me if I had been strong that time. Elena. Elena. Shoo, it wasn't your fault and you know it, it's time to go, Issei, we're all waiting for you. Lilith. Issei, please stay. Issei. My little dragon date, don't cry, we'll see each other again, darling, that's a promise. Elena extends her hand to Issei. Elena. Come on, Issei, it's time to go. Issei also extends his hand to take Elena's. Issei. Let's go. Issei touched Elena's hand and his spiritual body finally left his physical body. His real body remained there, leaning against a tree with Lilith, who was crying her eyes out. But she felt something touch her head and, as if by a miracle, she saw Issei in white clothing. He was stroking her head and placing a flower in her hair. He puts his forehead to hers and says a few words to me. Don't cry, like I promised, I'll always be with you, my little dragon. I'll be waiting here so we can all be happy. Issei gets up and starts walking until he sees Izumi again. Issei runs to Izumi, but they stop until they fall to their knees. She just smiles and with her hands lifts Issei's head so that he can see her. Izumi. Don't worry, Oni-chan, it's all over now, you can rest now. Issei just started crying and with all the desire he had, he hugged Izumi tightly around her abdomen. Issei. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry for not being able to protect you. I'm sorry for not being there for you when you needed me most. Izumi only maintained a smile in her eyes, but it was a smile of happiness and sadness. I couldn't keep a single promise. Forgive me. Please forgive me. Please. Izumi. I'm glad you decided to come back after all these years. I'm glad you're the Oni-chan I fell in love with and watched grow up. Izumi closed her eyes, but tears streamed down her face and she gave a sweet smile. Welcome back, my husband. Izumi kissed Issei on the lips and he reciprocated, but they separated and stood up, but Issei hugged her again. He looks ahead and sees a person he didn't expect to see. The god. Below him. It's time for you to go home, my child, everyone is waiting for you. Issei just ran and hugged him, but Issei turned into a child, just like Elena and Izumi. Issei stops hugging Elohim and runs down the hill, looking down at thousands of people who were important to him and died, but at last he could reunite with them and be happy. While on that side, the sunlight began to illuminate the whole place until finally everything was illuminated like a radiance. In the real world. Lilith, sensing that Issei's soul had left this world and touching the same flower he had left for her in her hair, couldn't control herself and hugged Issei's body, crying inconsolably as if she had lost something precious, but for her, he was the most precious thing. From Issei's chest, as well as from his head, began to release sparkles that started flying in a single direction, but as they advanced the sparkles increased more and more. The large number of lights began to pass over the city. The citizens saw that light coming from the hill, but they all heard something coming from that light. I'm going to catch you, Oni-chan. I love you, Oni-chan. And I love you too, Oni-chan. Please promise me that you will be strong no matter what happens. I promise, Oni-chan. I love you, Lilith-chan, you will always be my night dragon. We're finally together, Oni-chan. Yes, forever and ever. Upon hearing those words, everyone felt a great pain in their hearts and unconsciously began to cry. At the Hyoudou mansion, they heard those words and were surprised, especially the Hyoudou parents who recognized those voices and ran out to see the large amount of sparkles that were beginning to disappear little by little. Miki. Izumi daughter. Guru. Issei. All the leaders who were there saw that glow, and especially Office, who felt her sister's aura on the hill from where that glow came. In the realm of Hades. Hades was doing his job of sending people either to hell or to the Elysian fields. But suddenly a small amount of sparkles reached him in person. Hades stood up scared that the person he loved so much like a brother was dead. He saw in Issei's readings that he had died. Hades clenched his fists with so much anger and sadness that he fell to his knees on the ground. Hades began to remember the moments he had with Issei. Hades, why are you always alone here? Well, it's my job to send sinful people to hell, and those who have done incredible things and saved countless people should go to the Elysian fields, which is a place for people who are considered heroes. Wow, and she never had a friend. No, never. Okay then, I'll be your friend. Huh? But. It doesn't matter how his brothers see me, even if I'm just a weak human. I don't like seeing people alone, so like I said, I'll be his friend from now on. Hades, remembering that moment, couldn't control himself and smiled, but he seemed to move while leaning forward, but in reality, he wasn't moving for no reason. It was because he was crying. Hades, considered one of the strongest deities, was crying for his friend. Hades. Issei, forgive me for not helping you alone. I asked that you rest in peace. You earned it. On Olympus. Zeus and his brothers and daughters were discussing what to do about the Chaos Brigade, since their powers were great enough to destroy their armies and prevent them from releasing the beast of the apocalypse, but their conversation was interrupted by large amounts of magic particles that entered through a window. The gods rose and rushed to the particles hoping it wasn't a dream, but this is reality. Everyone felt they couldn't find Issei's aura anywhere, and that only meant one thing. Zeus. Issei is dead. Zeus fell to his knees and began to cry, remembering the time he arrived on Olympus. Hello, Zeus-sama. Hey Issei, what brings you here? Nothing. Isn't your brother right? Yes, I'm trying hard to get them to notice me, but it seems they're only interested in the power of the dragons they have. You know, even if it's true, we're not interested in the power of dragons, because what matters to us is the well-being of our citizens. Wow, you know I see you as if you were my father. And I see you as my son Issei, the son I've watched grow so much. Zeus. Issei. Zeus, in his anger towards the demons, angels, fallen angels, yokai and Asgard, struck the ground where he stood very hard, again and again, until he broke the ground, crying. Zeus. Issei. Son. My son. His brothers ran to their older brother and hugged him, crying too, since they considered Issei to be their nephew. His daughters saw Issei as their younger brother and even trained him to become stronger than before and surpass his limits to make Izumi proud. Zeus calmed down and, still with the pain in his heart, he simply said. Zeus. Have a good trip, son. Your adventures end here. Have more adventures with your sister. See you soon. In the land of the dragons it was the same, and among the vampires it was the same. Elmenhold loved Issei very much, and now that he died, she didn't know what to do. With Lilith. She was still crying on Issei's chest, but she pulled away due to a strange glow. However, it wasn't a strange glow. Instead, the 2 pawn pieces fell from Issei's chest to the ground. Now everything was clear. Issei had died, that boy who wanted to achieve peace, something no one has been able to bring yet. Lilith simply took the pawn pieces and placed them on her chest, crying more and more, but she knew that the blame did not lie with the Chaos Brigade, but with Rias, Sona, Ryu, and Issei, because they were responsible for the hell that Issei went through, and especially his sister for not helping him. Lilith. Rest in peace. Issei, the boy who almost found peace. Chapter 1. Moments before, with the dragons sealed inside their carriers. Greg. Ah, I can't stand this arrogant idiot anymore. Albion. Calm down, Drake. You know very well that I also want to leave Valerie's body. She broke Issei's heart that day. Hello, Valerie-chan. What do you want, you useless thing? I meant to say that I love you. Ahahaha, do you think I, a demon descended from Lucifer, would be with a useless human like you? No, Ryu is more of a man than you. He'll give me the children I so desperately want. Albion. She no longer deserves to be my bear. Tiamat. Well, I spoke with Tannin so that on the day of the party, the whole truth about these arrogant people, and especially my holder, will be revealed. Vitra. It's better that Sona and her entourage no longer deserve Issei's heart, not after what they did. Aichu, why did we become friends with Issei? I felt sorry for Haruko. I didn't do it because I love him, but simply out of pity to see him alone. But he's useless, he's not as strong as his brothers, and he has no magic or anything. Momo is right, and besides, she gets in the way during battles. It's better that he leaves the academy so he can do a good deed to the world, or better yet, that he dies like his dear little sister. Vitra. They no longer deserve Issei's forgiveness. They say he has no magic when the Sitri has sacred gear pieces, and they only have the pieces that give them those powers. Fafnir. Well, it doesn't matter anymore. We must worry about Issei. Remember, they left him on the battlefield. We have to do something before. Everyone felt Issei's aura disappear. Bryag. Please tell me it's not what I think it is. Albion. Issei's aura disappeared, that means that he. Vitra. If the. Tiamat. He's dead. Issei died, and it's Office's fault for not saving him. Greg. Oh Issei, I just hope you can reunite with your sister and the others who waited so long for you. Rest well, my friend. No, Drake-sama, don't do anything. Let them live their lives without me. It doesn't matter what they say or how they treat me. I can't hate them because, despite everything they did to me, I don't feel any resentment. Let them live with those stolen achievements. Later everyone will realize their mistake. But Issei, if we don't say anything, something else might happen, so let me do the right thing, and I'll turn you into a pure dragon. I don't care if I was born a human, I will die a reincarnated human. I don't care if I die today, tomorrow, or another day. I just want to be at peace so I can be with them again. Greg. You always had that smile, remembering what Issei's smile was like, but tears began to fall from Drake's eyes. You became someone very special to me and my brothers, Issei, you became my friend, now you must be laughing and playing with them. See you soon, Issei. The dragons. Have a good trip, Issei, the boy who wanted to achieve peace. In the territory of the dragon's underworld. Tannin watched the dragons with his arms crossed, but in reality he was waiting for someone important to him. Tannin. Where are you, Issei? You're taking a long time. Tannin-sensei, can you train me? I want to become stronger to fulfill a promise I made to my sister. I like your attitude, brat. Get in, I'll take you to the dragons so they can help you. Then I'll teach you how to dodge and be faster than before. You know sensei, you're really funny when I see that smile. What do you think about us being friends? The friends? I don't know, Issei. You know they treat you badly because you're not as strong as your brothers. I don't like how they treat you. Even though you're human, I know there's something hidden deep down inside you. Do you really think I have something inside me? Even as a human, you can achieve something, and if you manage to become stronger, that power will come to light, and you will be the strongest being that exists in the supernatural and human world. I love you sensei like my brother. Tannin. I just hope everything went well. But he sees something moving in the sky. Tannin. What is that? But suddenly he sees that what was moving was nothing more than large quantities of sparkles heading towards his territory. Tannin had a bad feeling about it, so he went to where the other dragons were and waited for the glow to subside. When the glow subsided, it began to spread throughout the place. Tannin saw one approach him and even managed to touch it, but the moment he touched it, what he didn't want to happen, happened. Tannin. Issei, no, he is dead. Dragon. Issei died because of Office. She didn't save him, she didn't take him to Great Red Sama, she let him die, just like the leaders did. They let him die, they are responsible for his death. Tannin. Why? Why did you have to do this? I don't want her to suffer, I have to go, sensei. But it's their job to take care of office, not you. You already did enough with Kuoh and the others, but now they will have to face other enemies who know that you are a threat to them and their organization. It doesn't matter, sensei, I promise I'll come back. Does Issei promise? I promise. Tannin. You promised. Tannin, a former dragon king, was crying. He had lost the person he considered his brother and friend. Now he had nothing left, everything. Everything he loved was gone forever. Dragon 3. It doesn't matter if Issei-sama died. At least he did what he promised. He wanted peace, and he almost achieved it. This is just the beginning of the Chaos Brigade's downfall, but now it won't be their leaders or their armies that finish them off. We will do it as revenge, and let them feel our fury. Some dragons were crying over Issei's death because he played with the child dragons and trained with the other adult dragons. He didn't see them as magical creatures, but as people, or so he believed. Some were crying, others were playing at avenging his death by destroying the Chaos Brigade and unmasking Ryu once and for all of his charade of being the strongest Sekiryuutei that existed in the present and future. But Lilith. She was still crying for the death of her beloved, still in that place, on the hell of Kuoh. It was already getting dark. Lilith. I love you, Issei. I love you, darling, be happy with them, sniff. Take care of them as you did with us. She gets up but sees the pawn pieces and, furious to know who owned them, she squeezes them a little. When she opens her hand, she sees the pieces are slightly broken because she applied a lot of force. Lilith opens a dimensional rift and leaves. 10 minutes later. A large group of people, both police officers and civilians, were climbing the hill to search for a child who had gone missing a few minutes earlier. The officers searched everywhere until they found the boy inside a hole, as he said he saw something. Officer? Tell me, kid, what did you see? Child. I saw one come out of a crack in the air and it was carrying someone in its arms. Almost no one believes the boy, but someone does. Officer 3. Tell me where you saw them. The boy started walking to take them to the place where he saw them, but someone else went ahead. Officer 6. Come here, I found something. They all ran to where the officer was, and it turned out he was on the other side of where they had climbed up, and what he found was Issei still dead, leaning against the tree, still maintaining that bloody smile. Everyone couldn't believe what they were seeing because it wasn't normal. There wasn't a wild animal in the forest. The officers searched Issei, and what one of them saw shocked him so much that he went to tell his companions. Officer 2. He's dead, everyone is shocked, but wanted to know the reason. He has countless bruises, cuts all over his body, some are perhaps from years ago, and others are recent. He also has 2 pieces of metal stuck in him, one in his abdomen and the other near his heart. Officer 4. It can't be who could have done this. Do they know the boy's name? Officer 2. As far as we know, his name is Hyoudou Issei, and he is 14 years old. 20 minutes later. More officers could be seen searching the area where Issei's body was, looking for a list or something. They continued searching for clues until one of them found something that could help. He saw blood coming from a single direction, so he followed it until he reached the point where the path began, but there was nothing there anymore. He saw pieces of metal on the ground, as well as a rose that was not dead despite being cut. Helicopters were scouring the area as there might be a killer who murdered Issei, and they were searching everywhere. The medics arrived and placed Issei's body on a stretcher to carefully lower it. There was still a news helicopter up above. Today, starting at 6:40 p.m., a group of officers and civilians searched the hill where many people come to see the sunset and the city view. But when the officers finished their search for a missing 9-year-old boy named Jack, they found the body of a 14-year-old boy named Hyoudou Issei. In the Hyoudou mansion. Everyone who heard that name went to watch TV to find out if what they heard was real. Hyoudou Issei, a 14-year-old boy whose goal was to be happy with his family and for everyone to love him, even though he wasn't like his brothers Ryu and Issei Hyoudou. But it wasn't so. We read his story, and what you're about to hear will shock you. At the age of 7, Hyoudou Issei began to be beaten by his own family. His parents would beat him for no reason. Neighbors would hear the little boy's screams and rush to protect him. Despite the screams and pleas the little boy made to his parents to stop, they wouldn't listen. They had left Issei with countless bruises and injuries by the age of 7, including 3 broken ribs. His brothers also participated in the torture of the little boy by lying to all his friends that their brother was a pervert. His younger sister, Izumi Hyoudou, died protecting her brother, but his family only laughed at the death of their own daughter and sister when all they were doing was harming the little boy. Issei lost all hope of being happy and now, from the age of 14, he studied at Kuoh Academy where he suffered beatings and insults from all the students and teachers because of the lies of his siblings who only wanted to see him suffer. But now Hyoudou Issei, a happy and cheerful boy, was found dead on the hill. The family and everyone were shocked. The brothers were extremely nervous because if she was saying that, the truth about everything they were doing would be revealed and they would be seen as cowards and weak. Here we find a letter from Issei to all his family and friends that he had. Hello, my name is Hyoudou Issei. If you're reading this, it means I'm dead. As you may know, I'm known as the supposed perverted beast of Kuoh. But the truth is that I was never a pervert. Everything my brothers said was false. I would never do such things as rape my sister or steal the underwear of the girls at the academy while they are getting dressed. All of that was invented by Ryu and Issei who just wanted to see me suffer. But that doesn't matter anymore. I just want to tell the Hyoudou family that I am no longer your son. No, during this time I was with you I realized that I would never be part of your family. Every insult, every blow made me understand that I was never like your son, but like a nuisance and a parasite. They laughed at the death of Izumi, my little sister whom I loved with all my heart. They felt not a trace of sadness, but happiness. I got rid of the surname Hyoudou, which should only be borne by my children who are the pride of the family. You were only interested in that, the pride of always being seen that way. You didn't want to be known as a disgrace. You only desired pride. But despite everything they did to me, I still loved them, I loved them very much, I couldn't hate them, on the contrary, I always loved them with the hope that one day they could love me. I can only tell them to let go of that pride and stop being arrogant because it will only lead them down a bad path. For my friends. Be happy, never give up, fulfill your dreams of being singers, teachers, and having a family something I dreamed of, but not with my friends, but with my sister. I know it's unhealthy to have a family with your own sister, but I'm not like other families who love each other and are like that. Izumi and I fell in love and when she died, she told me she would always wait for me. Now that I might die, I can be with her and be happy with her and the other people who took risks for me. I will ask you, Mitsuda, Motohama, Aika, Yudi, Rachel, Melissa and Aimi, not to cry too much for me, be strong, be happy, and if destiny calls you I will be watching you from up here, until the time comes, I will wait for you, so that we can all be happy here. With love and affection. Issei. Thank you so much for your friendship and the love you gave me, thank you so much. This is the letter Issei wrote for his friends and family, and I'll just say this to the Hyoudou family. You are terrible parents who don't even deserve to be called parents. You are the worst. We'll just say a few words to this boy. May he be happy and may he be reunited with his sister, whom he loved and cherished with all his heart. Rest in peace, Issei, the boy who only wanted the love of a family. The broadcast ends, Hyoudou's parents were crying and decided to go to where their son's body was. Near the hill. In the street there was an ambulance with its door open, waiting to take Issei's body inside. There were many people gathered with faces of sadness and pain, some with admiration because he still loved his family, despite all the harm they had done to him. But behind all those people came running Issei's friends, Mitsuda, Motohama, Aika, Yudi Rachel, Melissa and Aimi, running in civilian clothes. They passed by people in pain, some of them in tears because of what they heard on TV. When they arrived almost at the center they saw that they could not pass because the officers were preventing all civilians from passing. Officer. Back. But Mitsuda and Motohama ignored them and, despite their pain, tried to push past the officers to reach their friend's body on the stretcher. Mitsuda. Let us go. Let us go. Issei. He's our friend. Motohama. Let me go. Let me go. The officers release them, and the other girls enter as well and bend down to contemplate with great sorrow the body of their dead friend and secret love. Mitsuda. No Issei my friend. Aika. Idiot, why are you leaving us alone? Sniff. Aimi. I know you're alive, please open your eyes please Issei. Issei, open your eyes, please, don't leave us alone. You swore we'd always be together. Please. Rachel. Issei sniff Issei please open your eyes you promised me we would be a family and that someday we would be reunited with them please. All the civilians were crying at the sight of the pain they felt for their friend. But behind them all appear the unwanted ones. The entire Hyoudou family arrived at the place. The civilians gradually saw faces of hatred and contempt towards them. What are they doing here? Because of him, he is dead and his friends are crying. It's better if they leave. When they arrived right near Issei's body, they saw his friends crying and hugging their best friend's body. Miki Hyoudou bent down and took his dead son's hand. Miki. I'm so sorry, son I had no idea you were suffering forgive me. Biru also bowed down and began to cry. Mitsuda. Stop crying. The parents stopped the visitors and saw Mitsuda with a great fury that was directed at them, you're crying for my friend when he was crying for everything they did to him. my friend is dead and it's all your fault. Motohama. Get out of here. Go away. The parents knew they shouldn't be there and had no choice but to stop, but Ryu defends them. Ryu. Don't talk to my parents like that, and if that useless guy died, it was his fault, not ours. Ryu turns around, but Mitsuda puts his hand on Ryu's shoulder, and Ryu turns around, but receives a blow to the nose from Mitsuda. Ryu touches his nose and it starts to bleed. He gets up but is hit again. Mitsuda. Mitsuda began to beat him severely so that he would feel what his friend had to suffer. The officers arrest him, but he knew it wasn't his fault, it was Ryu's. There was a lot of blood coming out of her nose, her sister Issei helped her to her feet, and the whole family left because everyone was yelling things like bad parents, get out die. Issei's body was put into the ambulance and it left so that it would be ready for his burial on the day it was scheduled. Everyone left, but they prepared letters for Lara Issei. Others who felt her pain created balloons that float with a beautiful light inside. They all had pictures of Issei. Each photo had words like have a good trip, Issei rest in peace, and be happy with your sister thank you for being my friend, Issei you did so much, so rest. Lilith. Well, she was at the research club, she could see through the window all the balloons floating and glowing in the dark night. She was there to leave the pawn pieces. Lilith. I just hope you suffer because my darling is dead because of you. She leaves the pieces on the table and leaves through the dimensional rift to appear in another part of the world, far from Kuoh, where she could see the lights of the candles on a small but large island. She takes her 130-meter dragon form, being larger than Great Red and Trahexa. Lilith. Sleep forever, Issei. Lilith roars to the sky, her roars sounding like cries of pain. Issei could see them all from the Elysian fields, and he just cried because of the pain they all felt for him. Issei. Don't worry, I know we'll all be together here soon where we'll be happy. Chapter 2. After Lilith took her dragon form, she just stayed there on that small island, which only saw the stars. She began to stare intently at one until she began to remember the moments she had with the younger brunette. Flashback. I love Lilith-chan, flying feels amazing. Rayar. Issei at that moment was above Lilith's head, flying through the beautiful night. Lilith showed him her dragon form for the first time in 5,000 years, a form she had never displayed again. Now, after so many thousands of years, she was able to feel someone's love, and that love was for little Issei, or rather, for little Issei, since at that time he was 13 years old. There were only 4 days left until her birthday, and she and her friends were the only ones who knew about it because her family didn't care about her birthday, since to them he was nothing except to their children. Within minutes she was already on the same island where she was. Issei. You know, Lilith I like you a lot. Upon hearing those words, Lilith's heart beat very fast and her cheeks turned slightly red. Issei. I started liking you when you began to understand people's feelings and emotions, but you know I don't just like you Elena Melissa, Yudi, Rachel, and Imi like me as much as you do that's why I'm telling you. Lilith puts a finger to Issei's lips as if to stop him from talking. Lilith. SHH, I like you too. I don't mind if I have to share your love. You'll still be the boy I fell in love with from the moment I met you. Issei was happy, but the reason he told her how he felt was for a reason. Issei. If you're wondering why I told you how I feel about you I have cancer, Lilith. Lilith barely heard that and felt little hope of being able to be happy with the boy she loves. Issei. A few weeks ago I started feeling sick. I vomited blood and I was crying blood too. I went to the Sitri clan hospital and they told me I had cancer. Even though I'm a demon, I had cancer. This cancer started during one of the punishments Rias and her entourage gave me. She launched a destruction attack, but a tiny bit of her power entered my bloodstream and began to slowly kill me from the inside. I only have 3 years to live. I just want to enjoy this time with the people I love and cherish with all my heart, like you, Lilith. Lilith hugged him tightly because she didn't want to lose him, she didn't want to lose that boy she loved so much. Issei. But don't worry, I'll be happy with you and the others for the rest of my life, since I don't want to leave without first making everyone safe from the Chaos Brigade and Trahexa. Lilith. Don't worry, I'll find a way to help you. Issei. There is no solution or medicine capable of stopping the destructive power that consumes me from within. There are only 2 years and 6 months left until I leave and can be with Izumi and the others, but at least I want to maybe leave some descendants. Lilith turned as red as a tomato and lunged at the chestnut-haired man because of what he said. Lilith. Baka, 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 baka. She hit him in the chest multiple times, but he just laughed. End of flashback. Remembering that only made her smile and tears well up in her eyes, those beautiful blue eyes, but who was to blame for her death? Rias, her brothers, or Rizevim? She didn't know who was to blame, but for her it was Rias, since nothing would be happening if she had never arrived at her house from the beginning, just because of the power of the dragons that Issei's brothers had. She created a spell to show him an alternate world to his own where everything was different. At the end, she drinks a blue liquid which shows her an illusion of what would have happened if none of that was happening. She saw Issei and his brothers happy. His parents didn't beat him for getting bad grades, but only told him that it was just the beginning and that he shouldn't push himself too hard. Rias didn't arrive like Sona. Izumi would be fine, she would die. On the contrary, she would awaken a power that made Lilith tremble, since it was a power of a being that humiliated the three dragon gods together. She would kill that demon and angel whose purpose was to kill her because she was a danger to their plans. After that, she would begin to train, and her parents were proud that their daughter had great power. The brothers also awakened their power, but when it was the youngest's turn, nothing came out. Even so, they told him that they would become stronger to protect the weak and also to protect their family. The two dragon-bearing brothers would manage to reach the balance breaker within 30 minutes or an hour. Everything would remain the same until Rainer arrives to kill Issei for being a danger, and that's what she would do. She would kill him, and Sona would appear and turn him into her pawn by consuming 3 mutated pieces, which is equivalent to 8 pawn pieces in 1 or 3, equivalent to 24 pawn pieces. Then he met another girl who would fall in love with him. She was the same size as Kaneko, a loli with slightly long silver hair and blue eyes. Being 13 years old, her name was Hyoudou, and she was the second most beautiful pet of the school, even more so than Kaneko. The two gradually got to know each other, eventually becoming so close that she revealed she was from the Nekomata race, but possessed immense dragon power within her. Everything continued as in the anime until the final battle against the beast of the apocalypse. Her siblings shattered all limits of their power, surpassing the previous wielders of their dragons and becoming the most powerful dragon wielders of all. Izumi took the form of a giant black dragon, the heir to a great malevolent dragon of immense apocalyptic power called Baphomet. Hyoudou was the descendant of a gigantic dragon god, the fifth, the dragon god of light. Elena was the descendant of King Ghidorah, the king of terror. They assumed dragon forms to fight Tyrant, but he was stronger than them, having stolen the power of the strongest ancient dragon gods, whose remains were buried underground. Rizevim was clever and stole every power they possessed to give to Tyrant. Issei awakened his power, the greatest power of all, the power capable of destroying the world and the universe. He took the form of a great dragon, 170 meters tall, and fought Tyrant until he finally defeated him. He took the power he had stolen and became the new dragon god of the apocalypse and life. He married all the girls. Momo, Ruruko, Tomo, Ria, Yura, Kaneko, Zenobia, Irina, Ravel, Lefe, Yasaka, Kunu, Elmenhold, Serafal, Office, Valerie, Izumi, Lilith, Elena, Aimi, Ika, Yudi, Rachel, Melissa. They were all happy and had many children, a blend of dragon and demon offspring, creating new beings of great power, though not as powerful as their father. The vision ends and Lilith is crying because in another alternate life, he must be living happily with her and the other girls, but in this one he is dead and nothing is happening. Lilith. I hope that Lilith in that life is happy with Issei. I could have had the same luck as her if they had never ruined his life. But a magic circle interrupted his thoughts. Lilith-sama, the troops are ready for the attack. The dragons, the vampires, the Olympians, the dead on Hades' side are ready. Lilith. Thank you, Tannin, I'm on my way. Okay. The circle of communication disappears and Lilith returns to her human form. She sees something written on a rock. Lilith x Issei, our love is eternal and invincible. Lilith simply touched the rock and smiled, tears welling in her eyes as she recalled the good times she had shared with that chestnut-haired boy. Lilith. Don't worry, I'm going to bring about your death, Issei. I hope you can witness our victory, my love. Lilith crosses the dimensional rift and leaves to go somewhere. And the seal of the dragon of the apocalypse 666. The entire army of Rizevim was there. There were around 100 million enemies, among them evil dragons, fallen angels, yokai, renegade demons, the faction of heroes, and Rizevim himself, the winged Euclid and Krum Kruich, the strongest evil dragon in existence. On the other side, on a great hill where everything was flat, was the army of the good dragons and the evil ones who did not agree to destroy the world and the factions, but rather wanted to see them suffer for ending their hero who wanted to achieve peace. You already know who he is. There were undead from Hades, and there were a great number of them, at most 30 million, 20 million dragons and evil ones, 40 million vampires and 30 million soldiers of Zeus, his brothers and children. All of them with the symbol of a dragon breathing fire either on their armor on the back, shoulder or chest. All of them were Issei's allies and had earned his trust, but they knew that the alliance didn't know about this because they were celebrating the victory that Ryu and Issei supposedly won. None of them were scared or anything. On the contrary, they were eager to kill the Chaos Brigade once and for all. In the sky, Lilith appears slowly descending as the rift disappears. As she descends, she can see how Issei is breaking the dragon's seal to bring the apocalypse to the world. She brought with her 10 glass bottles, but each one contained a sphere of some colors and others mixed together, like in one. 1 red. 2 blue. 3 green. 4 black. 5 purple. 6 yellow. 7 brown. 8 red and black. 9 gold with blue. 10 green with purple. Each sphere was from the power she absorbed from the remains of the 10 most powerful dragon gods that existed. Among them one survived so that she could bring order to the supernatural, the one who became the sister of a dragon goddess who did nothing about it, who only wanted to recover her home. Lilith touched the ground and everyone bowed down. Lilith. Everyone here shouldn't bow to me but to him, Issei, that person who sought to achieve peace to bring happiness to people and create a new world where no one has to suffer anymore. But it wasn't so. Our hero, our brother, friend, rival, secret love, died on the battlefield for the Chaos Brigade to rescue Office Ouroboros, the dragon goddess of infinity, but what did he get in return? Only the Alliance turned their backs on him. My sister didn't Office let our hero die just for the supposed hero Hyoudou. Now he must be watching us from up there. He must be watching us with a smile, just like the others who gave their lives for us, but we won't let his death be in vain. We won't allow the Chaos Brigade to destroy this world. We will show them who we are. We will show them our anger, our bloodlust, and our vengeance. Come with me. My brothers. My sisters. Let's show the Chaos Brigade that they cannot take what belongs to us. This is our world and Issei's world. Tannin. For Issei. Everyone. For Issei. Lilith saw all the soldiers shouting with excitement and fury the name of their hero to take revenge against the Chaos Brigade. Lilith turns to look at the enemy army. Issei had already finished reciting a spell that could break the seal, so only a few minutes remained before Sirzechs would be freed from its prison. Lilith raised her hand and created a dark blue and black sphere, launching it at some soldiers. The sphere traveled at great speed, emitting a bright light, and all the enemies turned to see what it was. What's that? It comes here like this. Everyone take cover. The sphere falls to earth, killing 900 soldiers. Issei saw this with anger, so he decided to see who did it, and upon seeing the hill, he was greatly surprised to see the person he loved, Issei, who simply smiled. Issei. Well, look who we have here, boys, the famous dragon goddess of the night, Lilith Ouroboros. Have you finished crying over that weak human yet? Ha 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 ha. All the soldiers began to laugh maniacally, further increasing Lilith's hatred for the soldiers who would now be known as the Black Alliance, since that alliance was formed by Issei. You know, ever since I saw that kid fight, I realized he was a danger to my future plans. Every victory he had increased my thirst to kill him, and that's why I created that poison especially for him, because he was a risk. Lilith. Maybe for you, but not for others. And if you said he was a danger to your plans, it must be because you were afraid of him, she said mockingly, making Issei angry. Although Lilith was right, he was afraid of Issei. Since he was a human, you were afraid of him. I could see it at first glance with that face that only reflected fear. Are you afraid of a reincarnated human? Issei. Shut up. I, a descendant of the original Lucifer, would never fear a human. Lilith. I don't believe you because in your voice I only hear words when you try to hide your fear with your pride and arrogance. Issei. You better shut up, you silly dragon, because without your beloved you are nothing. Lilith. That's not true, because even though I love him so much, my strength only increased with his love. Issei. Well, if you say so, I don't mind, but if you want, I can take you to him thanks to him. Behind him, the seal vanished, revealing a great dragon 110 meters tall. When he emerged, he roared very loudly, and the enemies just screamed with excitement at seeing the dragon of the apocalypse free. Sirzechs. Wow, Lilith, so many years have passed since I last saw you. Lilith. It has been millennia since we last met, Sirzechs, but this time you will see my power at its fullest. Sirzechs. Ha 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 ha, what will you do? You stopped training, you don't like fighting, which is why you are weak. You will always be weak for that reason. You are the last of the 11 celestial dragon gods who are above the 3 gods like me. You didn't train because you were with that weak human who died pathetically. Lilith. Shut up, he was never weak, he was strong, he was stronger than Issei. Even though you were in the seal, you could always see what was happening. Sirzechs. Ha ha ha, you are clever, Lilith, but it's a shame I have to finish you off. But don't worry, I'll take you to where he is. Lilith. No, I won't let you do that or any of them. He showed the jars where the colored spheres were. Sirzechs. You have them, you have the power of the 10 celestial dragon gods, haha, if you give them to me, I can bring him back to you and let them live so you can be happy. Isn't that your dream, to have a family with the person you love? Lilith. Yes. That is my dream, but he would be upset by accepting a deal like yours. I won't allow you to destroy this world, none of us will allow it. I dropped the jars to the ground, the sound of shattering glass was heard, and from the shards emerged the spheres of sleeping power. These rose and became tiny particles, like millions of tiny spheres, like small marbles. All of them headed towards the army of the Black Alliance, where all the soldiers felt the increase in their power, ready to give victory to the world. The others, which were a little larger, remained there until a great giant serpent, about 600 meters long, swallowed the black and red sphere. But it wasn't just any serpent. It was the serpent of the world, Jormungandr, who ate it, but it only made its eyes and power increase, and it looked at Tyrant with anger. Other mythological creatures appeared and ate the spheres, such as Fenrir, Tannin, Leviathan, among others, which increased their power and size. All the troops of the Black Alliance also appeared. Each enemy became nervous since they were superior to them and obviously frightened. The last blue and black sphere was above Lilith. Lilith. It's time to show them my power, the love I felt for him, I will show it to them at this moment. The sphere entered Lilith's chest. She began to float and 2 dragon wings sprouted from her back. She began to undergo a new transformation, one whose power she felt with a sudden jolt. Now she was the true dragon goddess of eternal night, Lilith Ouroboros. In this way he intimidated his enemies with his immense power, but he wanted to kill the dragon of the apocalypse. Tyrant. No matter how strong you've become, you won't be able to destroy me. Rizevim. Attack. All the enemies ran to where the others were, but Lilith inside the dragon was in a dark place where she could see everything, and she just screamed. Lilith. Attack. But outside there was a roar signaling an attack. All the soldiers of the Black Alliance began to run and others to fly to defeat everyone. Lilith spread her wings and began to fly above her army. Hades brought with him Samel in his dragon form to eliminate the enemy dragons. Tyrant also flew so he could fight Lilith and prove to her that he was superior to her. Lilith rose into the sky only about 500 meters, and she opened her mouth to spit out a powerful blue and black fire that went in the direction of the Cow's brigade. When the fire began to descend rapidly, everything turned black. Underworld Gremory clan 8:40 p.m. In the Gremory clan, a great celebration was taking place to celebrate the victory of defeating Shalba and saving Office, but also because their hero Ryu had already become a dragon god. Inside the Gremory mansion there were many guests, among them high-class demons, the council elders, the seraphim, the cadres and moes of the underworld. Everyone was dancing and laughing, happy and content. There were ice statues of Ryu in his balance breaker, but also Issei. The Hyoudou family was also there, because even though Issei died, they now had to take good care of his children Ryu and Issei, who were the pride of their family. Ryu wore an arrogant smile on his face, for without Issei, he now had the factions at his feet, including the Gremory and Sitri girls, as well as others who bore the mark of the Welsh dragon on their arms, stomach, buttocks, chest, abdomen, or leg. All of them surrendered themselves body and soul to their supposed hero. When the dance ended, everyone applauded. Sirzechs went to the stage where he took a glass and tapped it 3 times with a spoon for everyone to see. Sirzechs. Thank you all for coming to this party in honor of the victory we had a couple of days ago, and all thanks to our hero Ryu Hyoudou, the strongest Sekiryuutei in history. They all shouted the name of their hero with excitement. Sirzechs. Thanks to him we are achieving peace, with his power now being a dragon god he will now be known as the Red Dragon God Emperor, as a reward for his great victories, and this one he will be betrothed to the daughters of Zeus, Valerie Teeps as well as Ilmenhold, Seraphol, Office, Valerie, all of them will be the future wives of Ryu, my brother-in-law and brother. Everyone was shouting and applauding. The mansion door opened slightly, and a lowly with black hair with blue streaks or parts enters, wearing clothes unlike any other, and behind her is a black and blue ring. This lowly started going around to the guests. Sirzechs. And now applaud our strongest hero, Ryu Hyoudou. But someone spoke. You mean weakest hero? Sirzechs got annoyed and asked who said that until everyone saw only one person being the lowly, almost like Office. Sirzechs recognized her quickly by her aura. Sirzechs. Lilith. Everyone was impressed to see such a powerful deity here in the underworld. Lilith. Yes, it is I, Lilith Ouroboros, the dragon goddess of eternal night, and I would like to come to the stage to say a few words to our hero and pillar of the factions. End of part 1. Lilith data. Lilith's complete form with the power of the Death Dragon. This form of Lilith is almost the size of Asia, has great power, and her dragon form can kill Tyrant or even entire armies and planets. Lilith belongs to the realm of the 11 celestial dragon gods who are above the dragon gods and other deities. There are celestial dragon gods different from others with powers beyond. One, the Crimson Eclipse dragon god, is number 11, being a little weaker than my others, but still able to kill Tyrant. Dragon god of time, this dragon has the ability to control time, can travel to the past or future, it is number 7 being stronger than 8, 9 and 10. 3 Lightning dragon god, this dragon is number 6, he can control lightning and storms, he can even create large hurricanes of categories 10 and 12 being devastating. 4 Purgatory dragon god. This dragon is in the top 3, being stronger than the rest. He controls the souls of purgatory to further increase his power. 5 Void dragon god, is in the top 4, controls the power of the void, can create black holes or portals to other worlds, and can even destroy around 40 worlds. 6 Dragon god of death, in this top it is number 5. 7 Golden dragon god, belongs to the top 8, being a bit weak. 8 Dragon god of eternal night, in this top is none other than Lilith, being the number 1 being the most powerful of all. She pretends to be weak so as not to scare the other dragons, she controls all the powers of each dragon, she is able to increase and decrease her size, she is considered the dragon of the apocalypse, or destroyer, the dragon capable of disappearing half the universe. 9 Dragon god of the dead, this dragon is in the top 2, it can revive the dead as dead walkers. 10 Dragon god of creation, this dragon is in the top 10, it can create new worlds and life. 11 Fire dragon god, this dragon is in the top 9 and can control any type of flame, even those of Drake. The dragon that is above all these dragons is Helios, the supreme dragon god. Father of Lilith and every celestial dragon god. The reason for the death of the celestial dragon gods is because where there is good there will be evil. The celestial dragon gods separated their evil sides, being very strong, creating the evil celestial dragon gods. Some died and others did not, but 4 other more powerful dragons appeared that came from another dimension full of dark magic. These dragons were none other than Ghidorah, who ended up with 4 celestial dragon gods and 2 evil ones. King Ghidorah, the king of terror, slayer of titans and devourer of gods, killed 5 evil dragon gods and 3 good celestial gods. Bahamut, the evil dragon god of the Antiverse, a universe where only darkness exists, was born from that darkness with the greatest power. The ability to travel to other dimensions. He destroyed 3 celestial dragon gods and the rest of the evil ones as well, killing them and taking their powers, just as the other 2 took the powers of those dragons. The last and most dangerous of all, the one who can destroy all the universes, the one who killed the evil side of Helios and himself as well. Zero, the most powerful evil celestial dragon god in the universe, the terror and destruction to many universes being feared by each universe, he had destroyed entire civilizations as well as different worlds. The 4 of them let Lilith live because, by taking the power of the dragon that can see the future and the past, they left her some of the power of her brothers and parents. They let her live so that she could see that there are other stronger beings, and that very soon other beings would arrive who only want to destroy the multiverses. These 4 dragons fought against a dragon stronger than the 4 of them, but with a fusion they managed to kill it, or at least that's what they thought, since they only left it very weak and without any power. The name of this dragon is Encaligan. Lilith feared the 4 dragons and Encaligan, but will she discover the reason they left her alone to live? She, the last of the 11 celestial dragon gods, will have to live alone for all eternity. But since meeting Issei everything changed, and now everything would change forever. Part 2. In the Gremory mansion, everything was silent as the appearance of Office's sister, Lilith Ouroboros, the last celestial dragon goddess of the 11, the dragon goddess of eternal night, was walking through the crowd to go to the stage. Upon seeing her, Ryu simply smiled lustfully at Lilith's new appearance. Ryu. Haha, I just need her to make her mine, I can't wait to hear her moans begging me for more and more, how are you, you sluts? Behind all the guests, some hooded figures silently killed all the soldiers just in case something happened. There were about 20 of them and others higher up on the roof. Lilith had barely arrived on stage when Sirzechs came down so that she could speak without interruption. Lilith. Yes, I am grateful because the hero of the Ryu faction saved my sister Office from the hands of Shalba and Kuoh. For that reason, I have come to give you this, showing a flask containing a blue and black sphere. This sphere carries the power of the celestial dragon god Helios, my father. For that reason, I want to give it to you, Sekiryuutei. Ryu was more than happy, since with this power all his dreams would come true, but Drake was just waiting for the moment to leave his body, since he knew that something was wrong, because Lilith wasn't stupid enough to give her own father's legendary power to a fraud and an arrogant man. Lilith opened the jar and let the sphere go to Ryu. He just closed his eyes waiting for the power, but nothing happened. He opened his eyes, and the sphere was a few centimeters away from him and stopped. Ryu was puzzled by this, and watched as the sphere returned to the jar. Lilith. My father's power only chooses beings who have a pure heart, without resentment or arrogance, and if I don't accept you, it must be because you have those 3 points I described. Gabriel. That's impossible, Ryu-kun has the purest heart, he would never be arrogant, he said, defending his fiancée. Lilith. If that's the case, tell me, didn't Issei have a pure heart when he met him? Gabriel barely heard that name and just made a face of hatred. Gabriel. That snot-nosed kid had the most disgusting heart I've ever seen. Father should be disappointed if he saw that heart. If he ever dies, his sins will be paid for by father's sword. Lilith. If you only knew that my darling is dead and it's all his fault, well then, tell us, Ryu, what strategy did you use to defeat Gabriel? Ryu was somewhat nervous at the thought that she just wanted to unmask his true face. Ryu. Well, there's no need to go into details. After all, Gabriel was defeated very easily because he wasn't able to face a being as strong as me, the Sekiryuutei. I was able to defeat him with just one hit from my dragon shoot. Valerie. It's true, my little dragon is very powerful, that's why I made the right choice in choosing a strong dragon, not a weak human like that pervert. Ryu. It's true, I am the strongest being, I was able to defeat Shalba Yakao alone hahaha. But out of nowhere, an aura of death was felt in the atmosphere, and the cause was Lilith. Lilith. Liar. Lilith raised her hand abruptly and blue lightning bolts shot out from the ground, shattering the floor and hitting Ryu, who crashed into the wall receiving the powerful electric shock. The guest stepped aside, screaming in terror. Sirzechs' soldiers appeared and surrounded Lilith, but she did the same thing again, and 10 rays pulverized the guards, their souls being absorbed by the blue sphere. Lilith. You only lie and it's time to show your true self. She gently raised her hand, blue lightning bolts erupted from the ground, enveloping Ryu to prevent his escape. Valerie, seeing her little dragon in danger, went to help him, but Lilith gave her a powerful shock and restrained her with a lightning whip, slamming her against the wall and floor multiple times until she was in a bad state. Black chains enveloped Valerie. The others tried to go and help, but the lightning prevented them. Lilith placed Ryu in front of her with a serious and cold look towards him. Sirzechs approached, unleashing his power to try to intimidate Lilith. Lilith. You know that won't work against my fake Lucifer. Sirzechs. Why are you doing this, Lilith? Office. Sisters, what are you doing? Lilith. I'm going to show you all, I'll show you here and now who the real hero was, and I'll show you the true nature of this human pig, Drake please. Drake. If Lilith Sama. Ryu. Damn it, Drog. What are you doing? Drake. What I should have done when he left. He told me not to say anything, but my patience ran out. I wish your brother had been my host and was still alive, but instead he fell to a sick, arrogant, stupid, deceitful, perverted, and disgusting host who only steals the achievements of others to keep what should have been his and ruins his life. Rias. Leave Ryu alone, if you're talking about that useless guy he's probably rotting in purgatory right now. Lilith brought her lightning bolts close to Rias, but Rias wrapped them around her hands and legs to prevent her escape. In front of Rias, other lightning bolts emerged and began to deliver a massive shock. Sirzechs tried to go and help his sister, but he was stopped by the hooded figures, revealing Zeus, his brothers, Tannin, Hades, Artemis, Thor, Athena, Aphrodite, Apollo, and his siblings. From behind the concrete barriers, their soldiers and dragons emerged. Outside the mansion was a storm, the work of Lilith, since she is also known as the Dragon of Storms. Lilith. Here is the truth about your pathetic hero. Drake began to show Ryu's memories, just as Tiamat was doing the same with Issei, who was crying because she didn't want this to happen, but it was inevitable. The recording was being broadcast across the sky, Gregory, Asgard, and Hyoudou. In Ryu's memories, they could see how he planned to make Issei's life impossible just to get his parents' attention, so he lied to his parents, saying that he hit him. His parents began to believe Ryu and Issei more than the words of their other son and daughter. Time passed and Ryu lied to the school, saying that Issei was a pervert who stole girls' underwear and cheated on assignments. Gradually, Issei's trust with his friends was lost, eventually leading to him hitting Izumi and his sister. Then Rias and Sona arrived, telling their parents and siblings that their children had powers. Ryu, as you know, possessed Dryag, and Issei possessed Tiamat, but the other two had nothing. Their siblings became arrogant and used their power to torture them. Rias invited her entourage to take revenge on Issei and Izumi, even going so far as to try to kill them. However, they used Phoenix tears to heal them and continue making them suffer even more than before. Years passed, and everything remained the same until the siblings did something unforgivable that horrified everyone. Ryu and Issei, fed up with having weak siblings, sought out and sent rogue angels and demons to kill them once and for all. This was when Issei was 11 years old and Izumi was only 10. Everyone watched as Izumi died killing those hired by the brothers and as Issei screamed for help until he saw his beloved sister die in his arms. The parents believed that someone else killed Izumi, but now they knew that they had sent their own children to kill them because they could no longer stand them. They looked at their children with tears in their eyes, hoping that what they saw was fake, but Ryu just looked away, just as Issei just lowered her head with tears in her eyes, meaning that what they saw was real and they did that. After that, no one went to comfort Issei. Instead, they mocked how he was suffering. They entered the academy and lied to everyone about Issei. All the kendo girls hit Issei with their wooden swords, the boys threw rocks at Issei making him bleed, and the third years also beat him up. Sona became his friend only out of pity, just like her entourage. Now Vitra also showed the memories of its holder, who joined in the beatings and humiliations to see Issei suffer, and there were even times when he paid the students to beat Issei just for fun. Rainer arrived and killed Issei, confusing everyone since he was a simple human without power, or perhaps that's what they thought, because Lilith knew what Issei's power was, and that of his sister. Then he sees how Rias reincarnates him in her pawn, so that he can be beaten like a punching bag. Kiba throws slashes at him, and Kaneko just beats him mercilessly for being a pervert, and Akeno, being a masochist and sadist, only does it for the pleasure of seeing him suffer. Rias, well, she does it to practice her power without caring about the damage she does to the boy. Ria's parents cover their mouths as they see how their daughter does such atrocities to him. Razor arrived and they saw how Ryu stole Issei's strategy to defeat him. The same thing happened with Gabriel. He waited for Issei to weaken him, since Issei practiced magic enough to give a fight for a short time to a being of that power like Gabriel. They saw how Ryu shot his dragon shot at Gabriel, leaving him out of combat, and now they understood why Ryu didn't want to say the details of how he defeated him. Because it was Issei who did it. The same thing happened with Loki, Diodora, Kuoh, Marius until the battle against Shalba to save office. All the victories, strategies, dates, gifts, songs, letters, everything was stolen by Ryu, and their true hero was none other than Ryu. Now everything made sense. The children of each clan cried, knowing that the true hero, the op-eyed dragon, was a fraud and weakling. They threw away the action figures and all kinds of accessories related to Ryu. The parents were just angry at being deceived by arrogant people who sent their own brothers to kill, simply because they couldn't stand them anymore. Each of Ryu's girls was devastated. Gabriel used his power and saw that Ryu's heart was filled only with lust, arrogance, and perversity. Gabriel just started crying because he believed in someone other than someone who could change everything and have a family. Rias cried in pain after learning the truth. Each girl felt disgusted by having Welsh dragon brand clothing on her body. The leaders were upset at having been deceived by liars and murderers. Dryag stopped reproducing Ryu's memories, Tiamat also stopped doing so, as did Vitra. Lilith. Now you have seen the true faces of your heroes. You don't know how pleased I am to have done this. Now those responsible for this will receive their punishment. An elder from the council spoke. Elder 1. He's lying, Ryu is not a liar. Elder 2. You'd better shut your mouth, dragon, you insulted the Sekiryuutei. Elder 5. And if it's true that they sent those weak humans to kill, they did well, since they are just a nuisance and shouldn't exist in this world, like that weak and useless Issei. The spike of blue fire pierced the head of one of the elders, and they turned to see that the one responsible was Lilith, who had her cold gaze directed at them. Lilith. Never insult my darling again, you pathetic worthless demons. Now burn in my flames of emptiness. Lilith stomps her foot hard on the ground, and blue flames erupt from it, burning the council elders who screamed for help and mercy, but their cries ceased, and only ashes remained. Their souls were absorbed by the power of Helios. Lilith snapped her fingers and the chains, fire and lightning disappeared, Ryu fell to the ground, but received a kick from Lilith. Valerie fell to the ground crying, remembering a certain chestnut-haired man with whom she had made a promise to marry and start a family, just like Irina. In the room, only the cries of the girls and their parents could be heard. Lilith. It's funny everyone sees her there crying when he cried for more than 7 years, suffered, shed countless drops of blood, carried that dream of bringing peace to the world to have a happy life with me and other girls he loved, but what did he receive for his efforts? Nothing but humiliation, contempt, pain, and everyone turned their backs on him for believing in arrogant and stupid people. Everyone will regret what they did, including the girls and their parents. Lilith. Valerie, you made a promise to him when he protected you from 2 children when you were just a girl. You promised to marry him, but when you returned and found out he was a normal human, you just pushed him aside and rejected him in the worst way. Irina, you did the same, but it seems your promise was just empty words. Irina wept inconsolably because it was true. Lilith. Let me remind you of the words you said to him. We were children, we didn't know what we were doing. I only love Ryu, not some pathetic human like you. Those were your words, and you know what I love about you. Seeing you suffer and cry like the pathetic creature you are and always will be. Michael. Shut your mouth, Lilith. Lilith got angry and created a sword with a black handle and all the metal of the sword blew. There were 2 swords. Only the swords, not the girl. With a swift movement that no one saw, he cut Michael's eye and also cut his chest and back. Lilith returned to the stage and planted the swords in the ground. Lilith. You can't silence me now, you're talking to someone who killed your father, you idiot. Michael and all the angels were in shock. Yes, just as you heard, I ended his existence, but he thanked me because he could finally see the kind of children he has. They're only interested in the power of the heavenly dragons. They believe the words of their so-called pillars more than the words of others. You stupid dove who reads hearts, you're a fool. You lost a person who could have given you everything. You lost the opportunity and used it for something else. If your father were here, he wouldn't see you as an angel anymore, but as a demon looking for Hex. You just say he deserves to die so his sins can be paid for, but what sins did Issei have? He never had any, but you did, just like all your siblings. Office approached her sister. Office? Sister? Lilith simply approached her and slapped her hard, knocking her to the ground. Office tried to get up, but the edge of Lilith's sword wouldn't allow it. Even though she was weak, she couldn't defeat her. Not even Great Red could defeat Lilith, since he had been humiliated by her, as she was a celestial dragon goddess for nothing. Lilith. Don't ever call me sister again. You've lost the right to call me that. I could kill you, but he wouldn't want that. Issei wouldn't want me to get my hands dirty with blood. I'd just like to see you suffer the consequences you brought upon yourselves. Lilith returns to the stage. Where is our hero? We want our hero. Please tell us where he is. Where is Issei-sama? Lilith. She just clenched her fists in anger and with her great pain, she unleashed a shockwave of power and pressure. Lilith. Now you want to know about him when you were just ignoring him. Don't be hypocrites. And if you want to know where he is, well, here's your answer. Everyone listens attentively to hear the good news, including the leaders, parents, and girls. Issei is dead. Now everyone couldn't believe what they heard. Issei, their hero, their true hero, was dead. Lilith. And those responsible for her death were the Chaos Brigade and Rias Gremory. Everyone turns to look at Rias, who didn't know why she was being blamed. Lilith. Issei had cancer. At Sitri hospital, they told him he had cancer, all because of you. You punished him with your pieces, you threw a power of destruction into one of his wounds, and a tiny bit of your power entered him and slowly killed him from the inside, all because of you. Now Rias was devastated. He died not only because of the Chaos Brigade, but also because of her. Now they understood why he coughed blood, breathed as if he were losing his breath, cried blood, or touched his heart very hard. It was all due to his destructive power that did its work from within. Lilith. And let me tell you something, the Chaos Brigade intends to release Trihexa from its seal. Everyone was scared because without their hero they were nothing against the dragon of the apocalypse. Sirzechs. Prepare all troops and get ready for battle. Azazel. Do the same quickly. There's no need to make such a fuss, Lucifer. They turn around to see who spoke and are greatly surprised to see Valerie and Elmenhold behind Lilith. Sirzechs. What are you talking about? Should we go and arrest Rias? Lilith. There's no need, stupid demon, and he wasn't able to do anything against us. She pulls out from a very small dimensional rift the head of the faction's greatest enemy. That's right, she held it in her hand, extending it for everyone to see, the head of Rias Livian Lucifer, the son of the original Lucifer. His eyes were looking behind his skull, his mouth was open, blood dripping from it, as were his eyes. His face showed only despair and pain. Lilith. It was nothing against me and my soldiers, just like that dragon who only died like that stupid demon. He takes the eye of Trihexa and its power from another dimensional rift in a flask. The sphere was very red, like blood or darker. Everyone was shocked to learn that their greatest enemy and the dragon of the apocalypse were dead at the hands of Lilith. Lilith. While you were enjoying your victories, we took care of the rest. You did nothing, you didn't even contribute anything to the alliance, and that's why I, along with the Olympian faction, the vampires, the dragons, and Hades, are breaking all alliances, forever. Not everyone agreed with that and that they would lose prestige if another enemy appeared. Sirzechs. You can't do that, Lilith. Give us the power of Trihexa and we'll find a way to bring Issei back. Lilith was annoyed. Lilith. Why do you think I would agree to give you the power of the dragon for your own benefit, just like the alliance? No, I will never allow that. Issei must rest. He has done enough for you. Now you take responsibility for what you have done. The dragons will leave demon territory and go somewhere far away from you, and I will take Dryag, Albion, Vitra, Tiamat, and Fafnir with us. They no longer deserve to be in the bodies of those arrogant beings. Issei, Ryu, Saji, Valerie, and Asia couldn't believe what Lilith said about her taking away their friends and dragons. Valerie. I won't allow it. I won't let Albion go. Albion. You're nobody to give me orders and make decisions, I've already chosen. I warned you that you were wrong to choose that pig over there. Goodbye forever, Valerie Lucifer, it wasn't a pleasure to have met you. When Albion left Valerie's body, she began to cry inconsolably. She had lost everything. Her love, her friend, and her pride. Issei. Tiamat, please don't leave. Tiamat. I'm sorry, Brad, but you caused this. I told you it was wrong to do this, but you didn't listen to our warnings. Now suffer the consequences of what you've done all these years to Issei. He should be happy now with Izumi and the others who always waited for him so they could be happy. Tiamat left Issei's body and she fell to her knees crying, screaming on the ground, "Forgive me, Ani-chan. Forgive me for hurting you. Forgive me." Asia said nothing and Fafnir left her body. She knew she couldn't do anything and that it was also her fault. She used Fafnir's power to torture him countless times. Ryu. Damn it, Drag, don't you even think about abandoning me. Ryag. You're nobody, you idiot. Be grateful Lilith-sama didn't kill you because you were hurting her future husband. Now she has nothing because of you. You shouldn't have been my host. Your brother should have been. He proved to be stronger than everyone here. As a reincarnated human, he accomplished so much, something neither you nor these hypocritical leaders and their lackeys could do. Issei, my best friend, died on the battlefield, sacrificing himself in a way you could never do. He earned my respect, just like Albion and the others. He won Lilith-sama's heart. He could have become a pure dragon to survive, but he refused because he wanted to die human, so he could be with Izumi. So, take responsibility for what you did, you wretch. Goodbye forever, Ryu Hyoudou. Thus all the sealed dragons left the bodies of their hosts, going alongside their leader. A dimensional rift appears, and out of it comes Great Red in his human form, being a redeed. Red. What the hell is going on here? Lilith. Something that doesn't interest you, Red, so get lost if you don't want to die by my swords. Red, upon seeing Lilith's swords, was frightened, for those swords were very powerful, more powerful than the original Excalibur. Anyone who wielded them would possess unimaginable power, but these swords only chose beings of great power and strength, and there were only a few who could wield them, such as Hades, Thor, Zeus, Poseidon, Lilith, and Issei. Only they could wield them. No one else could, because they absorbed a bit of your life energy and power. Lilith. We are withdrawing, and as I said, our alliance is now broken. Goodbye forever, faction leaders. Lilith uses her wife to cut through the air where a blue rift appears, which she decides to enter, as do her followers, the dragons. The rift disappeared, leaving a deep silence that was broken by the cries of the girls, the children, and the parents. Believing in Ryu, they had lost Issei. Sirzechs, like any Siskin, didn't want to see his sister cry, so he looked at Valerie and realized that she had a sacred gear, a power capable of bringing someone back from the dead. If she revived Issei, everything would be different and his sister would be happy again. Sirzechs. Valerie. Valerie looks at him with seriousness and hatred. Please bring Issei back, I beg you. Valerie sees him with more hatred because she knew he was only doing it so that everything would go back to the way it was before, but they caused this by hurting a boy who was only looking for peace and love. Valerie. No. That was all he said. Azazel. Why not? You know we need Issei too. Valerie. So he can become your slave again, so he can break his back and bleed himself to protect those who never thanked him. No, he's done enough. He worked so hard just to be seen, he risked his life countless times saving people from rogue demons. He did the work your sister didn't. Because of him, 1,200 innocent people, including children, died in Kuoh because of the rogue demons who were on the loose, while your sister and Sona, along with their servants, were having hex with that pig over there pointing at Ryu, who was struggling to his feet. I don't know, and it's better this way. You'll never know where he is. I won't bring him back. He'll be wherever he is. Goodbye forever. Gasper, you're forbidden from entering vampire territory. You're no longer welcome for using your power on someone innocent like Issei, and your parents took away your surname, Vladimir. Gasper fell to the ground crying because he had already lost his family, and it was true, he used his power to hurt Issei, causing him to have nightmares. Valerie and the others left the Gremory mansion, leaving everyone inside. Sirzechs went to hug his sister. The girls were crying and looking at his mark with disgust and repulsion for giving their first time to a disgusting worm who only thought about having hex with them. All the guests left, but not before insulting the leaders for believing in a liar. Liars. They don't deserve to be leaders. Death to Ryu. Because of him, we ask for our true hero and pillar. But they were also to blame for everything. The children threw away everything about Ryu, they burned it all. The Op-Eye Dragon program was destroyed because upon seeing Ryu's true face, they decided to destroy it. The days passed and the news of Issei's death and the lies of the Hyoudou brothers spread throughout Kuoh as well as the academy. Now all the students and teachers were filled with regret. The academy was almost silent, like an abandoned place. When students passed by Issei's classroom, they stopped because they remembered that little brown-haired boy who only wanted to have friends after the death of his sister and Elena. They remembered Issei every time they saw his empty chair, which was covered in insults like pervert, die, disgusting, all sorts of insults directed at him. Now, they decided to repaint Issei's chair and replace it with a new one, white and brown. But when they finished, they just cried uncontrollably for believing in two brothers who were murderers and liars. The girls from the kendo club regretted hitting Issei and his friends when the real perverts were other third-year students. Murayama stared at her wooden sword, still stained with the chestnut-haired boy's blood. She remembered when he confessed to her. "I like you a lot, Murayama. Would you be my girlfriend?" "Haha, you think I'd be with a pervert like you? No way, it would disgust me. Your brother is more of a man than you. You're just a lost cause. You'll never be happy with anyone because no one will ever love you." From that day on, she broke Issei from within, but someone else repaired the damage caused by Murayama and other girls. These were Aika, Yudi, Rachel, Melissa and Aimi, as well as Hiragi and other girls. But like Hiragi and others who were of the supernatural, they died eagerly awaiting their beloved so they could be together for eternity. Murayama had many dreams and nightmares where she could see Issei happy with the girls who did love him. After all, she was wrong that no one would be with him when there were others who did love him very much and suffered to see him sad and broken. I could see Issei with those girls and some children who had almost the same characteristics as their mothers, just like Issei. I could see Issei and Lilith together, Lilith with her swollen belly, and that was because she was pregnant. He always heard a voice telling him. "You have lost what could have made you happy, Murayama. You lost a person who tried so hard to win your love, but you just pushed him aside and believed in someone else. Don't blame those girls, blame yourself. Now suffer the consequences. He must be happy with others now." She could see Issei and she tried to go and hug him, but he only responded to her. "We could both be happy together, Murayama, but don't worry, be happy with someone else. From now on we'll be nothing more than strangers. See you soon, Murayama." Murayama cried every day, her parents comforted her, but the result remained the same. The neighbors looked down on the Hyoudou family with hatred. They raised two arrogant people who only thought of themselves and not others. But what happened to Lilith? She was in another place, a place that is separate from the supernatural and the human, a world that she created especially for herself, her friends and her beloved Issei. It was a beautiful place, with some floating mountains held by very thick vines, birds flying through the green trees, and beautiful lagoons and rivers. She was sitting there on a cliff where she could see a great waterfall, and that place where she was her and Issei's favorite place, where they always went to eat and sleep for a while. "Lilith. How much I miss you, darling. Well, who would have thought my daughter would fall in love with a human with a great hidden power?" Lilith recognizes the voice and turns around quickly, seeing a man with black hair and blue streaks, brown eyes. This man was wearing an outfit almost identical to Lilith's, only black. This man had a smile on his face as he looked at Lilith. "Lilith. Oh Tusan. Helios. If it's me, my little princess of the night, who else could it be?" Lilith got up. "Lilith. Father." She ran crying, hugging her father, because when he died she suffered and stopped feeling emotions after that, but someone helped her recover them, and that someone was her chestnut-haired boy. "Lilith. Father," she cried non-stop, "I missed you so much." Helios. "Me too, my little one. I'm so proud that you fell in love with the person who filled your heart. You don't know how happy it made me when I saw you in Alma. I could see how happy you were. Your love for that boy was greater than any other love, greater than your mother's and mine. You don't know how sad it made me when he died and left a pain in your heart, my love. If I had my body, I could bring him back, but I know Issei wouldn't like that." Lilith. "Did you know him?" Helios. "Of course, I always visited him in his dreams, he told me all the adventures he had with you and his love for you." Lilith. "He didn't tell me any of this." Helios. "I asked him to keep it a secret that he was talking to me, love." Lilith. "But why, Tusan?" Helios. "My dear, you see, I didn't ask to let him tell anyone that I was talking to him because someone could, because of the conversation with you. If he told you, the Alliance could use Issei to give them the location of the powers of the 10 celestial dragon gods, including mine." Lilith. "I see." Helios strokes Lilith's head. Helios. "Don't be like that, on the contrary, you should be somewhat happy because he left you two special gifts." Lilith. "What kind of gifts?" Oka-san. Two voices, like those of two little girls, were heard behind Helios. Lilith turns her head and sees two very pretty girls who surpassed the beauty of Kuoh, Office, Ravel or any other. The first one was almost like Lilith before she transitioned to that new form. The second one was different. She had white hair with black parts and brown streaks, one eye was hazel and the other blue. The two girls see Lilith happily and run until they jump and fall to the ground with her, saying Oka-san over and over again, but they are happy. Part 3. Lilith was still on the ground and on top of her were two girls of about 8 or 9 years of age, hugging her affectionately. Lilith was puzzled until she remembered. Flashback. They were both in the same place, in the place where she was right now. All of Issei's friends were there laughing and swimming, but the couple were hugging, watching the beautiful sunset. Issei. It's beautiful being here, isn't it, Lilith-chan? Lilith. Yes darling, burying her head in Issei's chest and enjoying the caresses in her hair, but you won't be able to enjoy this view any longer. Issei. Don't get like that, you did the best you could to find a cure, but don't worry, I'm going to enjoy the time I have left with you. Lilith smiled at that. Issei. By the way, she looks at him, if we had children, what would you want them to be? Lilith. Pervert, do you want to have children right now? She asked, blushing. Issei. What? No, I don't just want to know what you'd like them to be like, if we're going to have children in the future, I just want to know. Lilith. Oh well, I would like them to be girls, I would like one to look almost like me, violet eyes, black hair, and we would name her Luciana, the other I wish to be the same, but with white hair with some black parts and brown streaks like your color, one blue eye and the other hazel, I would wish that darling. Lilith would put her head back on Issei's chest and fall asleep, but the brunette looked at her with a tender smile and decided to close his eyes to communicate with Helios. Issei was watching the unstoppable Helios in his 140-meter tall dragon form. Helios shape. Issei. Well Helios, I want to ask you 2 favors. Helios. What kind of favors Issei? Issei. I want you to create 2 girls like my daughters and Lilith's. Helios was surprised that the chestnut-haired man who was almost his daughter's boyfriend wanted to have children at such a young age. Helios. Are you trying to make me a grandfather or what, you brat? I almost died of shock. Issei. But you're dead. Helios. Don't remind me. Issei. Okay, can you do it? Helios. Of course I will, so that my daughter is happy, just tell me how you want the girls. End of flashback. Lilith. You're such an idiot, you never told me this, but I know you didn't do it to ruin my gift, thanks darling. Oka-san, are you alright? I ask, said the white-haired girl with those beautiful eyes that conveyed innocence and love. Lilith. Of course, my child, I think I'll call you Alba and you, my child, referring to the latter, I'll call you Lumina. Both. We love the names, thank you Oka-san. Lilith. I promise you, darling, that I will take care of them as you took care of me. But since they couldn't see people's souls, there was Issei in white clothing watching Lilith and her daughters. Issei. I know you'll do well, my little dragon. We'll see each other here until the time comes. Thus Issei disappears from there, leaving the 4 of them in that place. Kingdom of Hades. Hades. So you mean you can reincarnate Issei? He asked Elohim hopefully. Elohim? Yes, that's right. Hades. Then let's not waste any time, we need to create a new body, and he was stopped by what Elohim said. Elohim. I'm going to reincarnate him, but not in this world. Hades was in shock. Hades? Why? I asked sadly. Elohim. Sighs, you see, Hades, he's already done so much here. Now it's time for the factions to do their part. You know what I see when I come to this place? I see him. Entering the Elysian fields, seeing Issei playing with Izumi, Elena, and other girls who were Issei's future partners, every time I see him, I'm filled with pride at how much he accomplished as a human. He managed to defeat enemies his brothers couldn't. Despite everything he endured, he never had hatred in his heart. On the contrary, he had a pure heart, the purest I've ever seen. It was like a radiant sun to see him smile without showing hatred to all those who hurt him. For that reason, I want to give him the opportunity to live in another world. Hades. But I can't accept it. He's my friend, almost my brother. I can't let you do that. So let him stay here. He turns around, but Elohim speaks to him. Elo. If he stays here, the leaders might come here by force and take away the happiness he desired. You don't know how much he dreamed of getting here, how many nights he cried for not being with his sister, the only one who was with him until she died. Hades. But we will be able to protect him. Elohim. Hades will not work. Hades. Of course it will work. I won't let you take him to another world. Hades was raising his power, but Elohim did something that no one else did except Issei, he hugged Hades from behind. Hades. I can't let you do that. I suffered too. I just want him here. Elohim. Listen, Hades. I know how much you care about Issei, but we cannot allow his love and happiness to be taken from him. Hades. Yes, but there must be another way. Elohim. That's right. Of course there can be another way. But he gritted his teeth as Hades was holding his wrist tightly, have a new life far from this world. Hades lets go and begins to cry. Elohim. I too wish to revive many of my friends who died for me, there are more than 10,000 of them. Hades was impressed but was still crying. Since I've been here, they've lost many of my friends. I haven't stopped saying goodbye to any of them, remembering how his friends, sons, and daughters died for him. But you must already know how this is. No matter that sooner or later you have to say goodbye to your friends and loved ones, I know it's very difficult, but you have to accept it. There will be times when you feel like you're losing your mind, and I know it hurts too much, I understand. However, we all must keep moving forward until we try to overcome that pain that we always carry with us. Hades remained silent, tears still streaming from his eyes, remembering the moments he had with the brunette, the happiest and most joyful moments they spent together. Yes, that's true, brother. He turns around and sees Zeus walking in the direction of him. Zeus. Issei was a tender and innocent boy, as well as a strong warrior. When he first came to Olympus, we told him it was better for him to stay with us so he wouldn't be tortured again, but I knew he wouldn't accept. That's why I began to love him like a son, and my little one grew stronger, became someone to admire. He went out onto the battlefield, and in the end, someone pierced him. Although he emerged from the emptiness of his heart, the world has the same nature. No matter where we are, we all have to fight and find a way to survive. They murdered me and took my son from me, but for me, he remained trapped in that house. It's the job of adults to guide our children and friends down the right path. Otherwise, we'll only see it repeat itself. That's why it's up to us to be aware and find a way to forget the past, even though it's difficult to do so. I know you, brother, won't let yourself be carried away by hatred, but by the sadness you carry in your heart. Zeus crouches down and hugs Hades too, so that he can vent his feelings. 3 days had passed since Elohim spoke with Hades about sending Issei to another world, a universe different from his own. There were no supernatural beings, only magical ones. There were different magical creatures, both good and bad, magic everywhere, and it was a perfect place for him, since he could have new adventures and new loves. Ryu's girls, or ex-girls, have been crying non-stop every day, having countless nightmares. Seraphil fell into a deep depression, and as a result, her program was put on hold until further notice. Sona just cried in the shower, regretting what she had done, since she too had hurt Issei deeply. She gave him stupid punishments, allowed other students and teachers to beat him up, and didn't check his grades properly because she thought he had cheated or copied from someone else. The academy's lawyers warned the director that if he didn't do a good job, he would be fired and barred from employment at other schools or academies. Sona was removed from the student council. The teachers reviewed Issei's work and grades and realized that he had never cheated or copied. He was the smartest student in the entire academy, surpassing Sona's intelligence. Although he corrected his notes, it was too late. Sabina knew that he would never return with pleas or tears. The damage they caused was great, and now they had to pay the consequences of their actions. Some students were expelled, others arrested, as some were bribed by Saji or the student council girls. Ryu, furious, would scream Issei's name with hatred at night, thinking that if Issei had never been born, none of this would be happening. But in reality, if Issei had never been born, everything would end very badly, and everyone would be enslaved by Rias and his lackeys. Women would be hex slaves, as would girls. Sona and her entourage were horny girls who only sought the penises of the Chaos Brigade members. Rias would grape Rias, Venelana, Grayfia, Lady Phoenix, Sitri and Agares to create a large brood. Lilith would leave with many who resisted, going to another world to live in peace, leaving the rest as hex slaves. Issei would be Euclid's bitch forever, becoming pregnant, but he would still grape her for many years, breaking her mind, her purity and her spirit. Izumi would be alive with Lilith. That's what would have happened if Issei hadn't been born. Issei now had Asia as her younger sister. She lost Issei because of her not being a good sister, and she had also killed Izumi because of her blindness of arrogance and hatred. Rias cried in her room, she didn't go out, she didn't eat or anything, she didn't want to talk to anyone. Now the clan, the Phoenix clan, Sitri, Agares lost all respect and admiration in the entire underworld. They were seen as true demons, arrogant, selfish among other things. The leaders searched for a way to bring Issei back to life, but nothing was possible. Azazel searched through books for a way to travel through time or revive someone from death, but still nothing. Furthermore, the power of the dragon god of time still exists, and if they travel to the past, nothing will change. Whoever travels will return to their own time. Michael was unwell. Ever since his sister read Ryu's heart, he had wanted to commit suicide because of what he had done. He was also disgusted by the Welsh dragon mark that wouldn't disappear from their bodies, obviously because Drake was teaching them a lesson about choosing wisely which path and person they wanted to take, since they could have chosen something better, but they wasted that opportunity. Some girls with Ryu's mark have been trying to commit suicide and try to be with Issei, but they believed they would go to Elysium like him, but in reality they would go to hell for the bad things they did. Hades, being in charge of that, had reserved torture chambers for them with names on them. Issei promised to take care of Asia. Asia was not to blame for anything, she let herself be guided by Ryu's words to her to say. New dragon territory. Lilith was seen with her daughters, Tannin, Tiamat, Thor, Poseidon, Mitsuda and Modahama, Ika, Hyoudou, Rachel, Melissa and Aimi, some of Issei's friends. Mitsuda. So they are your and Issei's daughters? Lilith. Yes, my father told me that Issei asked him to give them to me the day he died, but you know, now I can protect them like Issei protected and cared for me and everyone else. Tiamat. Yes, ha 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 ha, it makes me laugh to see Albion fleeing from Little Dawn. Yes, after Lilith took the sealed dragons away, she freed them from the sacred and created new bodies for them with twice their power. But they decided to be in chibi form, and poor Albion was being chased by Dawn. Albion. Ai. No. 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 No Alba, don't put makeup on me for your games. Alba. Haha, you don't have to run, Albion. I'm just going to put a dress on you and do your makeup. Don't run away. Albion. No. Drag, help me. Dryag was lying on a rock enjoying being free of the seal. Dryag. Nope, I can't, you saved yourself. Albion. Traitor. Albion ran from Alba so as not to be caught and used as a toy or doll. Dryag. Haha, it makes me laugh. But a shadow appears and he opens his eyes seeing Lumina showing a little girl's dress the size of a rag doll. Brag. Damn. Now both dragons were fleeing from both girls. Dryag. Help Tiamat. Tiamat. No, little dragon, you brought it on yourself. Albion. Run Drag run. Dryag. What do you think I'm doing? But they could not escape from both princesses and were captured to be used as toys for both of them since, well, they have very great dragon powers like Lilith. Now Dryag was there made up, his lips had a painful red lipstick, his claws were painted pink, a small crown on his head, eyelashes painted black, a red dress with flowers. Albion wore a white and black dress, a crown on her head, red painted lips, and eyelashes outlined or painted in black. Mitsuda. PFFF ha 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 they look ha ha ha. Very funny ha 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 ha. Albion and Dryag cried in a comical way because it was humiliating. Lilith only had a tender smile as she watched her daughters do that to Drag and Albion, who were once considered celestial dragons, but were now like toys to them. She saw the smiles and laughter of her little daughters playing with both dragons, using magic to create ice or crystal castles, the work of Lilith and Issei, since Issei liked ice magic. Human World Hyoudou Mansion, 8:30 p.m. In Issei's room, she was leaning against the wall next to her bed, crying because she was using magic that allowed her to see the news without turning on the TV. In breaking news, we are live with the mother of Issei and Ryu Hyoudou after it was revealed that they were responsible for the death of their sister Izumi. Tell us how you feel after learning that your own children were the ones who killed your own sister out of pure hatred. Mickey. I don't know what to say, everything happened so fast, sniff, I had no idea they did that, sniff. Just say what you have to say. Mickey. My children, they've done unforgivable things, but this is worse. They killed, sniff, their own sister just because they hated her, like they hated my son Issei. I just want to tell my son and daughter's friends that I'm so sorry. I'm sorry that because of my children, they lost Issei and Izumi, sniff, sniff, sniff. Issei. Mom. Sniff, mom. Mrs. Mickey, your crying won't do any good to bring your children back, just speak. Mickey. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, I had no idea he was suffering because of us, sniff, sniff, I had no idea Issei, forgive me son, forgive me Izumi. Issei. Mom, forgive me, forgive me. This is the news, Issei and Ryu Hyoudou are responsible for the death of Izumi Hyoudou, Issei Hyoudu's sister, who died a couple of days ago. Those two are despicable for doing that to their own sister. They have terrible parents. You curse death because you raised two murderous and lying people. Those were the comments that were for her and Ryu, as well as their mother. The day I learned that his father was fired from his job for being part of the torture of his son. Haha, that stupid old man brought it on himself. Yes, you're right. Issei had lost everything. Her respect, the love of her friends, her battle companion, all because of her arrogance. Now she and her family were paying the consequences. Dragon territory. All the dragons were flying above their new home. There was Tannin watching all the dragons fly, but he specifically noticed one dragon who was Issei's closest friend, and then a memory came to him from before the day of the battle against the Chaos Brigade. Flashback. The dragon whose name is Veldora. A dragon candidate for Celestial Dragon. His brother, Magna. When Issei died, he released the magic he possessed along with his memories, right? Veldora. Yes. Magna. I can't believe it, did he really die because of the alliance? Veldora. I think so. Magna. I can't believe it, Office was supposed to save him, he helped her with her feelings and emotions, so that she. Veldora. Yes, I hate this, even though we could have done something about it, even though I see people constantly fighting to save others, I couldn't do anything about it. I'm just an idiot who keeps getting saved over and over again. Suddenly, a huge wall appears in front of me. I know Issei must be watching us, but in me I just wish I knew if I could ever be something like Issei. So Volldora and her brother began to cry like the other dragons, but one called Carrion clenched his fists with swords. Carrion. Stop crying like babies. He called everyone's attention, and the two brothers who were crying looked at him. Don't ask yourself if you can be like him. I can't stand hearing all that nonsense. He said he believed in us and that we should be strong. What other damn answer do you want to hear? All animals return to the earth when they die, and no matter how much you cry, none of them are coming back. So stop crying, even if it hurts you to your very core. It doesn't matter if we're all weak or pathetic, we must keep going with our heads held high. Magna. But you're crying, we can all see it. Carrion appears and delivers a powerful blow to his stomach, knocking the wind out of him. Carrion. I'm not crying, you idiot. Magna falls to the ground and Carrion screams and runs, since he doesn't express emotions much, he runs in the direction of Volldora. Carrion. Come here, we need to train if we want revenge. Carrion, Volldora and Magna began to cry like everyone else because it was true. No matter how many tears they shed, he would never return because he was now in the Elysian fields playing and jumping from the clouds, being caught by his grandfather Juzo and his grandmother. End of flashback. Tannin. His funeral is coming up soon, there are only 3 days left. Underworld Lucifer's castle meeting room. Each leader of each faction could be seen as Indian. Underworld. Darling. Gregory. Hyoudou. Only those factions were present. Sirzechs. Well, Azazel, you have managed to find some way to bring him back. Azazel. Sighs, no, Sirzechs, it's impossible. I've read every book about bringing someone who died back to life, but nothing yet, not even a time machine or anything. The power of the dragon god of time could fix it, but Lilith also has that power, and she won't want us to travel to the past to fix our mistake. Michael. Lilith practically made it clear to us that we can't do anything on our own, she's right, we only care about the power of the celestial dragons, from the beginning, we were only interested in that to keep the alliance strong, but we only got 2 arrogant ones who sent to kill their own brothers, my sister is here, but she's not well, just like Irina. Behind him were Irina and Gabriel, their eyes almost lifeless after learning that Ryu only wanted them for their bodies and not for their love. They had wanted to commit suicide to try to get back with Issei, but Hades would not allow it. He would send them to purgatory for their actions. Odin. But after all, it was our fault that Issei is dead, and we believed 2 liars who only desired fame and luxury. My son left Asgard with his girlfriend. He won't be returning to Valhalla after what happened. He's decided to join the Black Alliance formed by Lilith. Apparently, it's made up of vampires, dragons, Olympians, and Hades. Their forces are a bit greater than ours, and if they're right about what they said the other day regarding Rizevim being killed, everyone saw it. I sent some of my Valkyries to see the seal of Trihexa, and she told me she found the body of the dragon of the apocalypse dead and Rizevim's entire army dead as well. There was no trace of any dead from Lilith's faction. They also used the world serpent in the war that broke out. Everyone was terrified because the world serpent was just as strong as Trihexa, but at the party Lilith said that she herself killed him, and they wondered who the world serpent killed. Odin. He also told me that Rizevim had not only freed Trihexa, but also the Kraken from the Olympian faction. Note. The Kraken is like the one from Clash of the Titans, only bigger and equally rivals Trihexa. Sirzechs. So the world serpent fought against the Kraken, killing it. This means that Lilith extracted all the power from the Kraken after killing it because she knew that we might come and take away her power to create weapons in case another enemy appeared. Shiva. I am honestly surprised that a 14-year-old boy has achieved so much being a human reincarnated as a demon. Indra. I didn't imagine that either. A Sirzechs soldier enters, somewhat agitated. Soldier. Lucifer Sama, let us know that Anubis, the god of Egypt, made an alliance with the Black faction or Black Alliance, confirmed by Lilith. Sirzechs. What? Sirzechs was annoyed because he was about to form an alliance with the Egyptian faction to be able to finish off Rizevim with more forces, but without any enemies yet, he wanted the alliance with Egypt. Odin. Everything is getting worse. Michelle. This is our punishment, isn't it? That's right, Michelle, this is your punishment, my children have disappointed me. Michael suddenly opened his eyes, seeing the biblical god Elohim in front of everyone. Elohim. I entrusted heaven and humanity to you to take care of them and, regardless of the power of others, not to be led astray, but I see that I was wrong. Michael. Father, we didn't. Elohim. Silence, Michael. You disappointed me greatly. You let a sweet boy with a big heart, a heart purer than any other, be despised. You even did it yourselves, mocking him for not having power. You don't know how much he suffered from the death of his sister, and on top of that, you mock his pain. Michael just lowered his head and began to cry because it was true. Gabriel also began to cry as well as Irina. Below him. You Gabriel, you cease to be the seraph of heaven as punishment and you will leave heaven. From now on your home is the underworld. Gabriel couldn't believe it. She never wanted this to happen. Now she would cease to be the seraph of heaven and become a demon, something she never wanted in her life, but she deserved it. This was her punishment. Gabriel spreads his wings and sees that they no longer had feathers, but were demonic, 4 wings to be more precious for their power. Below him. Irina, you will cease to be Michael's ace, and you will be half angel and half fawn. Irina spread her wings, one was white, but the other as black as night itself. Below him. This is the punishment for both of you for disappointing me. Issei would live happily with you if you had at least believed him, and not Ryu and Hyoudou. Searches. Wait. Elohim sees him, do you know how he is? Below him. Yes. I create a sphere of energy. Below him. This will show you how Issei is. I am withdrawing even though he is dead. I have already carried out his punishments. Goodbye forever. Below him disappears, leaving the faction leaders in the room. Searches. Call the girls and the Hyoudou family. 10 minutes later, all the girls and the Hyoudou family were there. Shiva, what is that wretch doing here? Points at Ryu. Ryu. I only came to see how the useless guy is doing in hell. He receives a strong blow from Seekvaira to his stomach, breaking all his ribs. Seekvaira. Shut up already, you idiot. Everything that's happening is your fault. Ryu spits blood and glares at Seekvaira, but Seekvaira returns a cold stare that terrifies him. Believe it or not, Issei did a lot for Seekvaira. He helped him regain his destructive power, becoming the most powerful demon in the Beal family. But how did Seekvaira repay Issei? By torturing him as well. Issei lied to Seekvaira with fake photos showing Issei raping Rias and her entourage while she slept. Every time he remembers that, he sees a gigantic dragon behind Issei, staring at him with crimson eyes that would frighten even the bravest. Searches. It's quite something. The sphere begins to shine with great intensity, and soon after, what happened when Issei died was seen. They saw everyone, all of Issei's friends who died in the Elysian fields, and even Issei's grandparents laughed and played with their grandson when he was an 8-year-old boy. The transmission was being shown by all the factions that hated Issei. The children watched their true hero laugh and play with his grandfather and his girlfriend and sister Izumi and Elena. Issei. Hahaha, come on Ichan, run. Izumi. I'm coming on Ichan, just wait. Elena. Haha, I'm going to beat them. Both. It's not nice to use the clouds. The parents covered their mouths just from seeing and hearing the voices of Issei and Izumi. Issei cried just the same when she saw her brother happy with them. Ryu was seething with hatred for Issei because of the luck he had in the Elysian fields. They could see Issei playing and laughing with everyone, they even heard Issei's words. It doesn't matter if they hated me for believing in Issei and Ryu, I can't hate them, I don't despise them or anything, it's just that I'm disappointed that Alan couldn't believe in me, but it doesn't matter anymore, One-chan, I won't leave your side. Hades and the others are making sure that they will never be able to bring me back to life, because now there's no way they can. Izumi. Yes, Ani-chan, I don't want them to revive you. You've done so much for them and they only repaid you with insults. Don't worry, Izumi Issei will never save the factions again. We'll take care of it. Now all that matters is that he's happy with you and the other girls who waited for him. Issei. Valerie, Elmenhold. Runs to them and hugs them, I missed you so much. Both. We miss you too, Issei, we miss you so much, Anada. Issei. I like being called that. Come on, hurry, there's a party, come on. The girls were jealous that Valerie and Elmenhold were lucky enough to go see him and that they were also his partners. More things happened until the day came when Hades went to see Issei. Hades. Issei, the day they will bury your body is getting closer. Issei. Wow, so fast. Hades. Yes, that's right. Issei. Well, how is Zeus Odu-san? The parents were heartbroken to hear that Zeus is like a father to Issei. Hades. Your father is fine, Issei, your uncles too, and your sisters as well. They want to come and see you. Issei. I see, that's what I want my sisters to come so I can see them one last time before the blue and red eclipse approaches. Hades. And they will, Issei, I promise you I see that night is approaching. Issei. Oh, I have to go now, goodbye Hades. Hades gives him a hug and sees how all the people and children gather near the cliff, and when the sun set a gigantic green flash shot out into the sky, making everyone disappear when the flash disappeared, shocking everyone. Hades. Goodbye Issei, be happy, one day our time to leave will come too, just wait a little while my friend. The recording ends and the girls are crying uncontrollably. Some, like Asia, Akeno, Irina, Gabriel and Ravel, leave the room crying. The others stay behind, being hugged by their parents or sisters, but someone had to ruin everything. Ryu. Why are you crying over a useless guy? He died because he was always weak. I was stronger than him. He was born weak and useless, and he died just as weak and useless. Rias launches a destructive attack that hits him in the back, causing him to crash into the wall. Rias. Shut up. Because of you and Issei I lost a person who truly loved me. Issei approached Rias and slapped her hard, even leaving marks from her nails that made blood come out of her cheek. Issei. Shut up. Ever since you and Sona arrived, you're to blame for all of this. You only came here to sense the power we had inside us. You never cared about anything but human power. You're the ones who changed us. Issei had a good point. It was her fault. The blame always lay with Rias and Sona because if they had never arrived, things would have been different from the vision Lilith had. Elisal Field's place far from Issei's home. Far away, Helios was talking to Hades about sending Issei to another dimension so that he could be happy and have new adventures there. Hades. What do you think? Helios. Sighs, well, that's fine. It will take some time, but the portal will have to be opened when the red and blue eclipse appears. When they form, they will give enough magic and energy to keep the portal open for 10 minutes, enough time for Issei and some of his friends and girls to go to that world. I don't trust the factions to ever find a way to resurrect him. Hades. If it's better this way, Helios, it will cause Lilith some pain. Helios. She will be able to visit him from time to time in that world until that world can adapt to Lilith. I will be able to stay in that world for as long as I wish. Hades. I see well, we need to make the preparations for his burial. End of part 3. Part 4 final. There were only 2 days left until the burial of Issei's body and 3 days until his departure from this world to go to another place where he will have to find his own adventures and new loves. Zeus and his brothers have decided to hold his burial in a place where he loved to spend time with them. It was a place where Zeus had buried many of his friends, a place that Issei also liked to go. The place where Issei always seemed to talk to the ghosts of Zeus's friends, and the place where Issei would put water on them or replace the roses with new and beautiful ones. The factions knew nothing about the burial or anything else, since after the alliance of the Olympians, dragons, vampires and Egyptians was broken, it was impossible to know what they were going to do. They weren't going to know anything because nobody talked to them. Lilith went to the human world to ask the morgue attendant at Kuoh Hospital to prepare Issei's body for burial, but they were seen by Issei, who had followed her since she arrived in the human world because she knew something was wrong with Lilith, since after Issei died, she had been acting strangely. So he decided to follow her. Issei. Are they going to bury Oni-chan? Lilith left the hospital with her daughters to go see a friend she had met many years ago. Lilith arrived at a house in the mountains. The house was made of stone, with a beautiful garden. The door was painted dark brown. The concrete was dark and the windows had light brown painted wood. There was a fireplace. The house had 2 floors, but who lived in it? Morgana, a sorceress and friend of Lilith, whose power rivaled that of the gods, whether Egyptian or Olympian. She is feared by many supernatural beings and is related to Arthur and LaFay Pendragon. She is also a friend of Issei, and since learning of his death, she has harbored a deep hatred for the Hyoudou brothers and their family, as well as for the Alliance and her own family. She could create portals to different worlds for a short period of time. Lilith was going to visit her for a reason. Lilith knocked 3 times on the door and it opened mysteriously, even though she wasn't spying on the girls, since they have Issei's genes, and he was never afraid of something like that, and neither would they be afraid of it. Lilith enters with the girls and they see Morgana coming down the stairs. Morgana. With a sweet laugh, it's been so long since I've seen you, Lilith. Tell me, who are these sweethearts you've brought with you? Lilith. Looking at her daughters, she is Alba and Lumina, my daughters and Issei's too. Morgana. Wow, so you've already given yourself to your boyfriend, huh? Lilith. I do not ask my father to create them as gifts for me and to take care of them as he did with me and the others. Morgana. I see, come on, I'll give you a cup of hot chocolate at 3 o'clock and some bread, you must be hungry. 5 minutes later the girls were drinking chocolate and eating bread while their mother and Morgana chatted in the kitchen. Morgana. So they want to send him to another world. Lilith. If the Alliance is to not try to find a way to bring him back to life, he has already done enough for them to only earn their contempt and hatred. Morgana. Well, that's not a bad idea. Where are they going to send it? Lilith. Well, that is the world to which we will send him and the others so that they can have new adventures and protect that world from the future threats that are about to awaken. Morgana. But I know you didn't just come for that, right? Lilith. I want to invite you to Issei's funeral, it's in 2 days, and also, if you can help us with the portal, you're good at creating portals. Morgana. Yes, but only for a short time. I can't keep a portal open for that long, but I'll see what I can do. Don't worry, I'll go to his funeral. He must be in Elysium, right? Lily. If that's right, he's in that place. I'll go visit him today so his daughters can see him one last time. Morgana. Don't worry, I think you'll be able to go see him from time to time. Lilith. Yes, I know, but I still don't want her to leave, but I have to, or else all her happiness will be gone forever. Morgana. I know, I love him like a brother too. I remember those moments we always had together when he helped me through the death of my husband and son. He helped me a lot, so what I have to do for him, well, we have to prepare everything for when the funeral is. Issei heard that, but she still wouldn't stand idly by. She would try to go to that place where her brother was, but it would be very hypocritical of her to try to fix the damage they caused. Underworld Lucifer's castle. Sirzechs was busy with paperwork as the Demon King, it was his duty. He was also sad. He remembered a certain chestnut-haired boy who had asked him to teach him about destruction magic and how to remove it from someone's body. He supposed it was to try to find a way to avoid dying from the magic that was slowly consuming him from within. Sirzechs. I'm so sorry, Issei, for not listening to you. He was lamenting. Milikas was also crying for Issei's death. He had a picture of him, but in the picture the brunette had a very sweet smile, and Milikas had a face of disgust for being near that pervert who called himself his brother. The magic circle opens, letting out Issei, who had a tired face. Sirzechs. Issei, what's happening? Issei. Sir Sirzechs, I discovered that Oni-chan is in the Elysian Fields in the realm of Hades. Sirzechs stood up from his throne and went to see if Issei was telling the truth. Sirzechs. Really? Issei. Yes, I saw Lilith leaving the hospital. The morgue attendant told me they're going to prepare Oni-chan's body for burial in 2 days. I followed Lilith to Morgana's house. Sirzechs was surprised. She told her she would help in some way and that she would go to visit Oni-chan at the Elysian Fields. Sirzechs. Well, I'll go and talk to Hades, thank you Issei. Sirzechs was accompanied by Grayfia, leaving Issei behind, but she wanted to see her brother, so she opened a magic circle and crossed it to reach the realm of Hades. Once there, she could see Sirzechs and Grayfia walking through the tunnel that led them to the place where Hades and his followers were. Hades was looking at the breach that leads to the Elysian Fields. Hades turns around because he sensed a very strong magic, realizing that it was Sirzechs and his wife. Sirzechs, it's a pleasure to see you Hades. Sirzechs sounded calm, but inside he was somewhat nervous. Hades. What is it you want, demon? Hades, therefore, had a hatred for Sirzechs and his people, as well as for the other races, except for those of his alliance. Sirzechs. We came to see Issei-kun. Hades didn't know how he found out that Issei was in the Elysian Fields, since he could be in the sky or somewhere else, but now he somehow knew that he was in that place. Hades. How do you know he's here? Sirzechs. Sighs, there's no point in saying Hades, please, may we see Issei-kun? Hades. And you have the nerve to call him that when before you only called him useless. Now you speak to him like nothing happened when he suffered because of him and others, I won't let you get away with it. Grayfia. Please Hades-sama, let us see Issei so we can fix our mistake. Hades. No, and as I understand it, you treated him badly. He just wanted a friend like you, but what did he get from you? Your hatred and contempt. You have no idea what he had to go through, the countless nightmares. One day he even tried to commit suicide to end his suffering, but he knew that if he did, there would be no one left to defend this world. Sirzechs. What are you talking about? Hades. Without Issei, both worlds would cease to exist and would be ruled by Rias and Trihiksa. This revelation shocked the three of them, realizing how important Issei was. Without him, Grayfia, Venelana, Rias, Lady Phoenix, Sitri and Agares, like Beal, would be Rias' incubators, forever his hex pets. Sirzechs now understood everything. Without Issei, both worlds would be destroyed. Now he understood why Issei was so important. Without him, Sona and her entourage, along with half of both worlds, the women would be the bitches of the Chaos Brigade soldiers, but the rest would still be alive with Lilith in another world. That's why Rias feared Issei. He feared him for being dangerous, and even as a reincarnated human, he was a threat to his future plans. Sirzechs. We had no idea, but please help us find a way to resurrect him. Hades got annoyed by that, so he yelled at them. Hades. First they treated him like trash. They didn't care whether he was dead or not. Now that the whole truth has come out that his brothers were liars, they want to resurrect him to fix all the damage. Don't be hypocrites. He deserves to be happy without you. He deserves to be far away from the people who led him to his death and took him to the battlefield, all to save someone who didn't even help him emotionally. Sirzechs and Grayfia knew that he was releasing all the pain he carried inside. Hades. He was such a sweet boy. Someone to admire for being a human who surpassed the limits of any other. He earned my respect and admiration, and I began to consider him my little brother. And he still is, whether he's alive or not, because he was the one who taught me that there are more things to value and cherish than just power. Hades continued arguing with Sirzechs and Grayfia while Issei slipped away and managed to enter the breach, which could lead her to the place where Issei was, in the Elysian Fields. Issei was wearing the same clothes, looking at a great and beautiful landscape that could make anyone cry or just be amazed by the beauty of the Elysian Fields. Issei started walking, but a child's shout caught her attention. She continued walking until she climbed a hill where everyone was playing or laughing on the other side. There were a lot of people in the fields, boys and girls playing, until Issei saw someone she didn't expect. Her grandfather in the Elysian Fields with his wife, but they looked a bit younger. Until she saw the other person she didn't expect to find in that place. There was Lilith watching everyone play, but she stood up and told the others that she was going somewhere, and Issei got scared because she assumed that she detected her, so she got up but bumped into someone behind her. She bumped into someone and saw Lilith with a serious and cold face. "Lilith. What are you doing here?" "Issei. I only came to try to talk to Oni-chan." "Lilith. You still talk to him like that after everything you did to him, saying you wished he hadn't been your Heleno like Izumi, but now you see how wrong you were to talk to him like that when you were only hurting yourself, just like Ryu, by going down a different path when you could have gone down a good path like the one Issei took, the path of light, but you chose the path of arrogance, lust, and evil. You preferred to steal the credits of someone who trained very hard to protect them. Tell me, why did you do it?" "Issei. Just for the whim of taking away what would one day be hers." "Lilith. I see, so they did it on a mere whim. But tell me, what would you do in their place? Wouldn't you suffer the same if you were in their position?" "Issei. You said at the party that you would make our lives impossible, post what we did to you, that's why you're here, right?" "Lilith. Yes, I said that, but it's best if you forget it. It's something I shouldn't do, or I'll only upset darling. At the time, I was upset, but now I realize something. Of course, there are detestable and arrogant people, but also good ones, referring first to the high-class demons and then to Issei. In both the supernatural and human worlds, we are all equal. But those two women taught you that power is everything. The elders instilled that thought in the children, you who never knew anything. What could you do about it? You were just a child. Issei hasn't suffered at all during all this time, has she?" Issei starts to cry and kneels on the floor in front of Issei. "Issei. That's not true, Lilith. When Ryu asked me to help him assassinate Izumi, I tried to refuse and wanted to take another path. But he forced me to go through with the plan, no matter what harm we would do to Issei. I just wanted to be everyone's hero. I wanted someone to admire me. Everything that happened was my fault, all the pain and suffering Issei endured that I had no idea about. Because of me, Issei is dead. Blame me." Issei stops screaming and starts crying harder. "You don't know how much I hate myself. Please, end my life." Lilith could only see her crying inconsolably and suffering. Lilith just crouches down. "Lilith. You knew I was different from everyone else, Issei." "Issei. What?" Lilith was shaking his hand. "Lilith. Maybe we're like this from birth, but I'm not. He helped me change and take care of the weak so they can become strong and take care of their families. Go now." He's about to leave. Lilith was walking towards the portal, but Issei stayed to see what she meant until she saw that everyone disappeared when that green flash shot into the sky. Issei just lowered her head sadly for not speaking to her brother. So she left the Elysian Fields as night fell on that place, illuminated by the great night and the full moon. One day for burial and funeral. Sitri territory, Sitri castle, 6:40 p.m. In Sitri territory, everything changed. After seeing Ryu's true colors, the Sitri family's reputation plummeted. Sona and her entourage never left their rooms, constantly weeping as they reminisced about what the brunette had done for them, how he'd helped them in the student council, and how they'd only pretended to be his friends out of pity, speaking ill of him behind his back for believing in a liar. Sona was no longer respected by any noble in her clan. Seraphil wept for Issei as well. His show had been cancelled, and everyone involved with it had been destroyed. Seraphil had also participated in Issei's torture, watching him suffer. She, too, bore the Welsh dragon mark on her right shoulder. When she had Hex with Ryu, she enjoyed it immensely, but her heart ached for choosing someone who only thought about Hex and saw girls as mere toys. Seraphil. "Forgive me, Issei, sniff, forgive me. Now you cry for him when he cried for the harm you did to him." Seraphil looks up and sees a younger version of herself. Seraphil. "Who are you?" "You know that very well, I'm your younger self. You know he could have given you everything you didn't want, the love of a man and to be loved just as you are, but you made the wrong choice in picking that pig. Why did you do it?" Seraphil. "And I thought Ryu was." Laugh. Her younger self slapped him. Just shut up. Every time I hear that name, it disgusts me. You could have had a family with Issei, you could have watched those children grow up and seen him slowly fade away, but no, I can't be angry with you because the damage you did is already done and there's no way to fix it. You'll always live with that memory of how you begged that pig for more. Goodbye forever. Her child version disappeared, but if she was right, she remembered those hex moments she had with Ryu, without realizing they were being watched by Issei, who suffered a blow to the heart at that moment. Mash Ryu smib when ho dshame mash dame tu shiman no mium forta ishi sholo mium fastas tu maz destrism. Why? He only used me to go with him, I hate them, I hate them. I hate them. I hate them. Serafol. Forgive me, Issei. Thus the demon queen, the Leviathan, lost everything. The affection of her people, the love of Issei, she lost everything. Pendragon Castle. Morgana. I won't do it. Arthur. You have the power to revive the dead. Please revive Issei so that Lefay will no longer suffer. Morgana got angry and launched an attack. Her family was also there, but they did nothing to help their son, since they also regretted it. Morgana. You hurt that boy Arthur too, you dishonored the Pendragon name. Arthur always protected and cared for the weak, but you're worse. You don't protect anyone, you only care for your sister. You swore to care for and protect her, but what happened? You indulged that arrogant man, you allowed her to sleep with him, and look, she's pregnant like all the others who slept with him. The Fae. Please, I just want to say Sama, please bring him back. The Fae was crying, even though it had only been a short time, and her belly was already noticeably swollen. Morgana only slaps him since she wouldn't be so cruel and murderous as to launch an attack on the Fae that would kill her son or offspring, so to speak. Morgana. You disgust me. I taught you many spells so you could do good, but you only used them to hurt the person who saved you and loved you just the way you were. He loved you, Lefay, but all you said to him was, I would never be with a perverted pig like you. Ryu-sama is more of a man than you. You only think about women. Now I understand why you're weak and didn't do anything to save Izumi. I hope you die. That way you'll do the world a favor. Those were your words, weren't they? The Fae. Maybe I told him, but… Morgana slaps him again. Morgana. Don't be a hypocrite. How do you think he felt when you said those words to him? He felt terrible. He trained since he was a child to surpass his limits, he broke bones, he shed blood and sweat to save you all, but you never thanked him. If he hadn't saved you during Shalba's attack, you'd be dead, or worse, a hex slave for the Chaos Brigade. And now you want me to bring him back as if nothing happened. No, I'll never do that. There's no way to bring him back, and he'll never forgive you for those words you said to him. When I saw him, he'd hurt all of you. He has a pure heart, but deep down, he still harbors resentment after everything you did to him. I have to go, and I hope your daughter doesn't do the same thing you did. Morgana opens a magic circle and leaves, leaving the Pendragon family behind. Lefay fell to the ground and began to cry like never before. Morgana was right in everything she said. Issei still held a little resentment towards them, and that was what was beginning to awaken something deep inside him. Arthur went to hug his sister. He hadn't kept the promise he'd made to his parents to take good care of Lefay, and now she was paying the price. Caliber barely let Arthur wield it anymore because the sword no longer allowed Arthur to be its wielder after what he'd done. He'd ceased to be worthy of it long ago, and there were only a few who were, one of them being Issei. His pure heart, his loyalty to his friends, and his refusal to give up that was why Caliber was choosing him as its new wielder. Dragon territory, home of Lilith. In Lilith's home were all of Issei's friends and some who were in love with him. Lilith was there, sitting on the sofa with her two daughters asleep beside her. She stroked their heads, but Lumina thought she was very much like Issei. She promised to send her future husband to another world so that he could live in peace. Lilith. Well, Hades, which world are you going to send him to? Hades. Well, I won't send him, but we've decided to send him to a world full of magic. According to Helios, there's a world larger than Earth. You can barely reach it, and your power level skyrockets to unprecedented heights. There are other races there, almost identical to ours. Dragons, Nekomatas, werewolves, beings that can transform into giant bears, the undead, humans with magic, witches, sorcerers, angels, demons, vampires. There are also titans in that world, guardians of it. In total, there are 29, including 6 dragons with immense power, surpassing Helios, and reaching the same level as the other 4. However, their technology isn't exactly advanced. They use ancient ships, but they're not fools. They've created magical weapons capable of destroying half an army or launching long-range attacks. There are around 80 kingdoms on a single continent, which is quite large. On another, 100. And on the next, around from 140 and finally 90, in total there are 410 human kingdoms, but the largest is one that has a great armada composed of 500 or 900 million soldiers, a great fleet of 5,000 ships or more, also airships, but these are different from those on Earth. They have more than 30,000 of them, and their forces are increasing more and more. But Suda. Don't you think it's dangerous to send him to that world? Hades. No, don't worry, each kingdom lives separately, they hardly ever make peace treaties or anything like that, but the largest kingdom, the magical beings of that place are dragons and vampires. Tannin. Why those two races? Hades. Well, that's because their birth rate is very high and they give birth to many dragon and vampire babies. That's why their strength is greater than other races. I know they are currently in conflict because they have killed many of their species or they have disappeared. Tannin. I see. Hades. But they don't need to worry, Issei will reincarnate in that world like some others. Lilith. What? You don't plan to take only Issei to that world? Hades. That's right, we've thought about sending him and others to that world so they can have new adventures. Besides, it's a gigantic world, it's the size of Jupiter or a little bigger. Lilith. I see, so they'll send whoever they want, right? Yes, it's true, Lilith. Lilith turns around and sees Issei's other partner, or rather almost partner. She was an angel from heaven, she had silver hair, blue eyes and a strange outfit. Aspect. Her name is Iris, an angel of heaven of a higher level than a seraph. She is known as the seraph of life or creation because of her great power. Lilith, what brings you here, Iris? Iris. Well, I've come to see my friends. Tannin, it's a pleasure to see you again, Iris. Iris. Me too, have you told them yet, Hades? Hades, I already told you, Iris. Lilith. Did she already know about sending him to that world? Hades. Well, she already knew of the existence of that world because she arrived from that world just a few minutes ago, that's why her power is greater than before. Tannin. Yes, at first glance she looks more powerful than before, but well, what will we do now? Azazel is looking for a way to bring Issei back to life. Valerie. That's impossible. Those books aren't the answer. I have the power to bring someone back to life, like Morgana, who also has that power, but he won't find anything. Besides, if they do, Issei will surely take his own life, so they don't use him as a weapon because of his great strength and power, or worse, force him to marry girls from the underworld. Morgana. If what Valerie says is true, Azazel is just wasting his time. Sirzechs just wants to see his sister happy with Issei. Modahama. That Sirzechs is such a shitty siskin, he only thinks about seeing his sister happy, that's why she's weak like his entourage. He thinks he can be with Issei when she still has Drake's mark. Speaking of Drake, where is he? Lilith. Well. Lumina and Alba's room. There were the two celestial dragons like rag dolls, since both princesses used magic to control both dragons or make them like dolls. Albion. More drag. Bryag. Yes, Albion, please. And they were still wearing doll dresses and Tiamat because she was rolling on the floor holding her stomach with laughter at the sight of them like that. Tiamat. Ha 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 ha, my stomach hurts. Ha 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 ha. Returning. Lilith. It's better that they don't know, but it's true, they still have Drake's mark. He's not going to remove the mark. He's going to leave it on them for the rest of their lives so they can see their sin. Valerie. Speaking of that, what about Valerie? Lilith. She is in the human world, in the Hyoudou mansion. She is a demon. Without Albion, she is only the descendant of Lucifer. Tannin. Ah, sigh, tomorrow is the day. Lilith. Yes, making a sad face and her eyes threaten to cry. Vitsuda. Hey, don't cry, approaches Lilith and hugs her, you know very well that he wouldn't like to see you cry, but rather that you would give that smile to everyone. You must be strong, Lilith. Lilith. Like one of those that strong? Modahama. That's what you say, but you've accomplished so much. You defeated Trahexa and Rizevim. You're the last heavenly dragon goddess and the strongest of them all. That's why he loves you, not for your power, but for who you are in your heart. And you know, being all together reminds me of that day at the bar where Issei sang to us all. Tannin. If it's true, I still remember that day. Flashback. Dragon Territory Dragon Bar. Many powerful dragons and other candidates for Dragon King could be seen. Issei and the others were at a table. Issei. Isn't there anything better than drinking with my friends? Tannin. You said it, kid. Vitsuda. Yes, but Issei, are you sure about what you're going to do in 2 days? You're going to a battlefield where we don't know if you'll come back. Issei. Hey, don't say that. Of course I'll come back. Manager. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as you know, today is the day when some will come here to sing, only those who put their name on the list, and the only one who has his name is Issei. Issei gets up from the table and goes directly to the stage where everyone applauded because he was their hero. Issei. Well, as you all know, I'm Issei Hyoudou, but you can just call me Issei. I composed this song especially for everyone. It's called Color of Hope. At the end of the song everyone started to applaud because it was a lovely song for everyone. Mitsuda. Oh whoa, I didn't know Issei sang so well. Motohama. She does sing well, you're lucky Lilith. Lilith. Shut up. Issei. Well, and this is I composed the song a long time ago for my sister. She and I made it a while ago for my grandfather, but now I want to sing it for her if she's watching me somewhere. It's called I Will Miss You. The male voice is Issei and the other is Izumi, but since you know she's dead, imagine she's singing it with him. The song was so sad that Issei couldn't bear it and fell to the ground crying, holding a necklace with Izumi's picture on it. He just took it and put it to his chest, crying even more. The others got up and went to hug him so he could take out what he was holding. The others were also crying, or some just had respect for him because of the beautiful song he composed for his sister and grandfather. But Izumi appears in her astral form in front of Issei, wearing white clothing, looking at him with a smile and tears. Izumi. Thank you, Ani-chan, thank you so much for that lovely song. We're waiting for you to join us. Goodbye, Ani-chan. She approaches Issei, kisses his forehead, and disappears as if nothing happened. Issei cried so much that he fell asleep in Lilith's arms. End of flashback. Tannin. Remembering those songs makes me want to cry. Mitsuda. If you're not the only one who wants to cry. The others seemed on the verge of tears, as remembering those two songs made them want to cry over what had happened. Hades. Okay, that's enough. We need to prepare. Tomorrow is the day of the funeral, and the next day is the red and blue eclipse, which gives us the opportunity to send them to that world. Lilith. Are the crystals already being created? Hades. If the aurora crystals are almost ready when the light from both eclipses hits the crystals, it will transmit a great amount of magic. Morgana and Helios will enter along with Elohim to create the portal. It will only take 14 minutes for the portal to be open and for those who will go to that world to enter. Lilith. Okay, there you go, be ready then. Everyone nods and leaves Lilith's house. She closes the door and looks at her daughters who got up, still sleepy. Alba. Mom, yawns, I'm sleepy. Lumina. Me too. Lilith smiles and picks up both girls, carrying Lumina in her arms and Alba being held by Lilith's wings until she takes them to her room. She opens the door and lays both girls down on the same bed. Her bed was large with pink sheets with dragon and heart figures, and above on the ceiling were plastic figures with blue and red eyes that glowed red and blue in the dark. In the room there were toys of dolls, princesses, crystal or ice castles. Lilith carefully lays both girls down on the bed and removes their clothes until they are left in their underwear, since that's how they sleep in their underwear, since it's the same thing Lilith did when she was with Issei. Both girls already had their underwear in pink or white with hearts. She covers both girls and kisses them on the foreheads, then Lara gets up and sees the two girls hugging each other as they love each other very much like all sisters. She glances to the side and sees both dragons in those dresses, smiles, and goes to them. She takes off their dresses and makeup and takes them to Tiamat so they can rest well. Lilith. Soon my girls will see their father become a strong man, I promise you. So she closes the door and turns off the light, leaving everything dark, but little by little it was illuminated by the moonlight, and in the window, right in the glow of the light, Issei appears in his spiritual form with his arms behind his back, looking at his two beautiful daughters with a smile. Issei. They are very cute when they sleep. He approaches and leaves them a letter in the crystal castle. Issei. The day is approaching, my girls, we'll see each other later. He approaches and kisses their foreheads, but both girls, still asleep, said something so sweet. Alba Lumina. Dad, I love you. Issei almost cried upon hearing such words, but he held back and stroked both girls' cheeks. Issei. I love you just as much as your mother, I love you 10,000 times more than her, goodbye my girls. Thus Issei disappears, even under the light of the full moon. Human World Hyoudou Mansion 2:30 AM. Issei's room. Issei was lying in her bed. Her mother hadn't been home long. Mickey had been fired from her job, just like her father, but they still had enough money and food to last for many years. Ryu was very upset every time he dreamed about Issei. He would scream with rage and tear up all the photos he had of him from childhood, blaming him for everything that was happening. But who was to blame? Ryu or Issei? Well, it's simple, Ryu, he was always to blame for his disgusting dreams and arrogance that would only lead him to dishonor and shame. Issei was in her dreams, but this one was very strange. Dream. Issei was walking through a place she didn't know. There was a strong smell of smoke and something rotten, nothing but a strong wind, dark clouds, and lightning appearing every moment. She stopped and saw black smoke swirl around her until she saw in front of her a large being with a robe and two full angel wings behind it, and it seemed to be staring at her. Issei. Who are you? I am the spirit that shows the alternate futures of human and supernatural lives like yours. Issei. Are you here to show me a future life of peace if we hadn't done anything to Issei? Spirit. No, because I will show you a different life where there will be no more future to show. Issei. But why not? Spirit. The one I will show you will be another life, you will succeed in ruining Issei's life just as you wanted. He revealed his face, and it was almost identical to Iris's, only malignant. Issei. And what will happen? Iris. I see a wind of fire coming. Where Issei was Kuoh, Japan, but it seemed different. All the clans of the underworld and the supernatural were there, but they were destroyed, fire everywhere, destroyed buildings, smoke coming out of burning houses and buildings. I see days without fun. Issei sees countless dead bodies on the ground, including her own family and friends, including children. I see a future made by you. He said, pointing his hand at Issei, who was backing away. I see a path and it's not for you. Issei steps back as an explosion erupts behind her, watching a building collapse. The future will be filled with darkness. Iris worked magic, making figures of children dancing before it all happened. There will be no hope or laughter, by disappearing children. Nothing will come true anymore and no dreams will be seen. He frightened Issei because of his proximity to her. This is for you, Issei Hyoudou. Now showing beyond a wide land with cracks visible. The future is dark. From the earth emerges a colossal evil dragon that Issei instantly recognized, as well as others that emerged from the earth and began to destroy the entire city, looking up at how the sky was destroyed. Issei. King Ghidorah, Bahamut, Desghidorah, and Zero. They're not real. They're just stories for little kids. Iris. They are too real, Issei, and your actions will allow their return. The future of both worlds and universes will be covered by an eternal blanket of destruction and the light of the red eclipse. In the sky, countless destroyed worlds could be seen, and the sun was black with a red ring at its corners. Issei. No, I never wanted this to happen. The four dragons circled around Issei, destroying cities and everything in their path. I didn't understand. I had no idea he was so important to everyone. Please, brother, forgive me. I never wanted this to happen. I'm sorry. End of dream. Issei woke up with tears in her eyes and the sunlight hit her face. Issei. The sun came out so fast, it doesn't seem like my dreams are very slow, time passes faster outside than inside. Issei got out of bed and changed, but she saw something shocking through the window. The sun was up, yes, but so was the moon, so he turned on the radio. Good morning, Kuoh. Today we just learned that tomorrow the biggest eclipse ever seen in human history will occur. It's a red and blue eclipse. As you can see, the moon is also up, and that's because the moon will turn blue and the sun red. The eclipse will last a few minutes before the sun returns to its original color and the moon goes back to its place, so get ready. And another piece of news. Today is Issei Hyoudou's funeral. We don't know the details of the burial, but we were told that his burial is today at 6:40 p.m. May Issei rest in peace. Issei heard her brother's name and began to cry for the harm he had caused her, but she still wanted to go. She already knew where they would go. She knew that she would visit Zeus many times, so she read in her diary that he really liked the Olympian faction cemetery and said that he wanted his burial there someday. Issei. I'll have to let the leaders know. Lilith's home. In Lilith's room she was bathing to get ready. On one side of her bed was the dress she was going to wear for the burial. In the bathroom, she was in the shower with her eyes closed and completely naked. Each drop of water seemed like raindrops and reminded her of the moment she met Issei at Kuoh Academy outside, where she saw him leaning against a tree, half asleep, and holding a necklace in his hand. That memory almost flooded her mind, but she wanted to be strong and try to forget the pain, but it was impossible to forget that boy who risked so much for her and everyone else. Princess's room. Alba and Lumina were waking up from their lovely dream. They both stretched their arms and yawned, still a little sleepy, but they already knew that today was the day they would bury their father's body. Both girls took off the only clothes they had on, revealing their naked bodies, but Lumina noticed a leaf in her crystal castle, so she went to the castle and took the leaf. Alba. What is that, Lumina? Alba approaches, looking at the sheet. Lumina saw a seal with the figure of a dragon, so she opens the sheet and sees that inside there was a note, so she takes it and begins to read it. Lumina. My dear girls, it is I, your father. I wrote this letter with my love for you as for your mother. I know that we may not see each other yet, but I will. I can see them happy, I can see them playing and laughing with their mother, their uncles, and grandparents. You don't know how much joy it gives me to see their mother happy. For a long time, she wanted to have 2 daughters with the person she loved, but she knew it would be almost impossible for me to see them grow up and see them start a family and have their own children. The reason I would never see them grow up is because I had cancer, and that was the reason I couldn't see them again. So I asked our grandfather Helios to create you with my love and their mothers. And from that love you were born, my princesses Alba and Lumina, the leaves that I loved so much. I wish I could be there, but maybe I can see you for a while. I want you to take care of your mother, be strong, don't let yourselves be carried away by power, protect the people you love, regardless of whether they have power or not, still love them with your soul. It doesn't matter what others say that person is not suitable for you because they don't have magic, because your heart is the one that chooses the person you will love for all eternity, like I love your mother. No matter what happens, I will always love them no matter where they are. Their mother, I, and everyone else are in their hearts. All our love, friendship, and happiness will stay with them forever. I hope to see them tomorrow. As love will come, my treasures, cherish it. With love, Daddy. The 2 princesses were crying tears of joy for their father. They promised to become strong in order to protect the weak. Alba Lumina. We promise you, Otu-san, that we will become stronger and protect Oka-san. The 2 princesses changed and left their room, but they didn't realize that she had left something else behind. A music box in the shape of him and his mother embracing. Human world home of Ika, Rachel Yudi, Melissa and Imi. They received a letter and a gift. A very cute little music box that they had seen in a souvenir shop. Ika's melody was this. Rachel's. Beauty. Melissa. And Imi. The booth said this. For my dear friends. If you are reading these letters it is because you have surely already seen the music boxes. I bought them the day before I left for the battlefield. I had a feeling that I would never return, and that is why I bought them for you. These music boxes remind me of the first day we met and became friends. All the good and bad times we went through are recorded in the melody of each music box. I know they cry for me, and I know that, but they must be strong and try not to let themselves be carried away by hatred or resentment. They were hardly to blame, but even so, I didn't hold any grudge against them. I love you girls like I love Lilith. I love you so much. I want to go to your houses and hug you and tell you how sorry I am, how much I regret not being able to be with you because of me. You are shedding tears for my death. Take care of your parents, siblings, because there will come a time when they will have to leave and will never return. You can't turn back time and try to spend more time with them because time will come for each of us. I love you girls with love. Issei, your human hero. The girls cried while hugging the music boxes and letters, but with a smile because he thought of them as his friends and he prepared some photos of them all together. Night was approaching and the eclipse was just around the corner. Olympic, faction cemetery. There you could see many people, many supernatural beings who were friends of Issei. Lilith was accompanied by her daughters and acquaintances, Zeus with his brothers, Tannin, and the other dragons were also there. There were around 400 people in that place, all of them walking. In the sky, a rain was approaching, but it was accompanied by lightning that was not from Lilith or anyone who could control the storms. Facing them were Fates, 10 in total, who belonged to Hades and carried the coffin containing Issei's body, all adorned. They planned to place his body in a boat he himself had made and push it down to a waterfall. But this wasn't just any waterfall. It was one where the bodies of the dead go to a specific place so that no one would find them and try to bring them back to life as they had intended to do with Issei. But that would come near the end. There weren't 400 of them, but more than 400, around 20,000 in that place. The others who had participated in the final battle were at home, preparing rituals for when night fell. They would launch white spheres, like suns, into the sky, floating directly upwards, just as Zeus or other factions do. But this was very special, as they had to say goodbye to their great hero and brother. The children had written very nice words for Issei and placed them on the spheres. Returning to the others. Everyone was already in their place, chairs arranged where everyone was wearing their black clothes, in front of them all was the coffin full of flowers, the door of the coffin was open, and there was the body of Issei with clothes from his battle against Poseidon as training. He was with his eyes closed, he had no blood since they removed it at the hospital, so that he would be ready, his hands crossed on his stomach with a photo of everyone. Lilith was there caressing Issei's cheek. She had a smile but with tears of sadness. Lilith. So powerful, so brave, so young to leave, you did so much for me and others, and it's only right that you rest now. I'll take care of everything now, love. Lilith crouches down and kisses Issei's forehead with great sadness. Beside her were her 2 daughters looking at their father, or rather, their father's body. Lilith began to cry more and more until she fell to the ground clutching her chest, and her 2 daughters went and hugged her, also crying with her. She was not the only one. Athena, Aphrodite, Artemis and Nyx were also crying for him, that boy who had earned their appreciation and admiration by being a human, just as Adam was when he faced Zeus. Alba. Are you okay, Oka-san? Lilith. Yes, my child, go and sit down, I'll take care of it now. The two princesses obey and go to sit next to their grandparents. Lilith goes up on stage and says a few words. Lilith. For so many years you tried to achieve your goal, to bring peace and have a family. That's what we all wanted. We wanted to bring peace so that no one would suffer anymore and he wouldn't break his back for people who only saw him as a mere human. But being human gave him so much. He proved to be stronger than anyone. Issei was the human who surpassed his own limits. He risked everything for someone who did nothing for him, only left him lying. He was dying, but that's what he wanted. He wanted to die as a human to be with his sister and be happy in the afterlife. Now rest forever, my love, rest in peace. I made this song for you. Lilith picks up a guitar and sits in the chair. Lilith. I named her Iconade. Everything's fine, I lied, I just kept quiet. I really want that. Stop that walking. Referring to when he put in a lot of effort during his training. I can see you moving quickly. It seems you won't stop now. He only watched you from behind. Observing his training and confrontations with enemies with management. You will leave, you will never return. You will take the flight today. I run without stopping, I want to catch you. I won't be able to achieve it anymore. I won't cry, I won't cry. Well, I long to tell you. Don't abandon me. I'll only go at dusk. Your flight fades away. I won't see you, I thought, trembling. My heart tries to understand it. I won't cry, because I long to tell you, don't abandon me. Remembering their talks in her room and when she slept, but now she felt alone without that sweet boy who took a risk for her. The festival ended today. Where I went by your side. I knew it would come. A moment like this. Using her powers, she saw the future and saw that he would die and tried to save him, but she couldn't. I can see you moving forward and you look so handsome. Louder than usual. Seeing that he grew up and was loved by her and everyone else. I only remembered your walk. Remembering all the walks at night. It doesn't plan to stop, time is passing. Taking me away without mercy. The path ahead is dark. Is it safe to continue alone? I can feel the light upon me. It will soon become extinct. I feel so alone. You will leave, you will never return. You've already taken the flight. Thinking that when he left, he was greeted by hugs from his friends and sister who had waited for him for years. That time, just like today. Suddenly it went dark. I won't cry, because I should have told you, don't abandon me. Lilith began to cry slowly. I won't cry, because I have to tell you. I should have, don't abandon me. Crying non-stop at that moment, remembering how much she suffered from not having him in her arms. Don't abandon me. Lilith fell to the ground crying uncontrollably, she put her hands to her eyes, the others were crying too, since it was a beautiful song that was made for Issei. Tannin approached and hugged her, and she just stayed there crying until he told her, you can cry on my shoulder, let all that pain out. Lilith couldn't hold back, and began to cry like never before in her life. Her two daughters also approached their mother and hugged her, and also began to cry. Then it was Motohama's turn. He went up on stage with a large wooden piano, keys and all. Lilith was there in her seat with her daughters on either side of her. Motohama. I composed this song for you, Issei. I hope you can hear it wherever you are and enjoy it because it contains all my sadness and admiration for you. I call it Nouveau Banish. When it was over, many were crying, others were applauding Motohama's talent. It was Mitsuda's turn. Mitsuda. Well, this song is called Shattered and I composed it for you, my friend. The song was a little sad, but that motivated many people with their song. Then Zeus stood up to finish and decided to say a few words. Issei, he was an ordinary boy like all the others, pleasant, admirable for being different and not letting himself be carried away by arrogance or power. When I met him, I thought he was someone who had only come for my daughter's hand, but that wasn't the case. He turned out to be very different. We began to see him as more than just a human. We began to see him as a member of my family, a member we needed. He taught us many things. Not to be selfish and to take care of others, to be friendly with other races. And in his reflection, he was almost identical to Adam, whom I fought a long time ago, and he taught me that humans can achieve many incredible things, like giving a god like me a fight. Issei began to see me as his father, a father he never had. He earned the love and appreciation of my brothers and daughters. From that day on, they swore to take care of him and train him so that he could fulfill his goal, but it seems he flew too high and almost made it, but he fell. He left and never came back. It was painful for me to lose my son. Zeus began to cry slowly. I know you asked me to be strong and not cry anymore, Issei, but not having you with us anymore, not having you by our side as the family we were before you left forever breaks my heart. Not seeing your face and hearing your laughter and jokes anymore. Zeus could not continue because he began to cry. Minutes passed, but someone else got ahead of him, and this person was Issei, who made a song with Issei a long time ago, and he never got to hear that song that Issei made for him. Issei. This song is called From My Heaven Always. The song was so beautiful that everyone applauded, and not only them, but also Issei in his spiritual form, who had seen everything and was crying for what his friends, loved ones and family were suffering because of his death. Time passed and now the moment was approaching when they would take Issei's body to the ship, where they would let the current of the waterfall do its work, but as always there are people who ruin everything. Everyone wore faces of hatred, seriousness, resentment, and Lilith was no exception. In front of them were all the faction leaders in black clothes, there was Rias' entourage, Sona, the aforementioned, the Hyoudou family, each and every person who heard Issei was there. Zeus. What are you doing here? Sirzechs. We only came to say goodbye to Zeus. You have no right to say his name. You never had the right to speak to him with such familiarity. Azazel. Zeus, we just want to say goodbye. We never feared that they. Hades. About what? About them just lying to you? Please don't be stupid and accept that you were also to blame. You let yourselves be swayed by the words of other people who never did anything. You listened to them because they possessed the power of very strong dragons. That's why you wanted the celestial dragons, and like ordinary dragons, you only want them for their power. Gabriel. That's not true, we didn't want the power of Tannin. Keep quiet, demon. You could have read my brother's heart, but you didn't. You gave yourself to a pig who did nothing for you, like your invalid. He took away that disease you had, but what did you give him in return? Invalid didn't know what to say because he had never given her anything in return, only tortured her like the others. He removed the illness she carried with a spell he himself created to remove curses and diseases. He did it while she was sleeping like everyone else, and she thought it was Ryu because he altered her memories so she would think it was Ryu who removed the illness. As a token of gratitude, she gave herself to Ryu, witnessed by Issei, who had lost yet another person he loved. That day, he heard the sound of Ryu thrusting into her, and she moaned like crazy for more. Her eyes slowly seemed to lose their life, but Lilith was the one who brought back that sparkle, just like all her friends. Tannin. Nothing, just torturing him. I wish he had never taken that disease from you so you would fall asleep and never wake up and go to purgatory where you should be for all the damage you did to Issei, just like other dragons you forced Issei to do just for fun. They suffered trauma and you know it, invalid. Invalid began to cry next to Gabriel because it was true. Michael. I won't allow you to speak to my sister like that. Lilith. You call that thing sister? She's a demon now, just like Lucifer was, and that's what she deserved. Lilith. Get out of this place. You don't deserve to be here. Office. You don't decide where we can be, Lilith. Lilith. I can tell you where and when you two idiots can be because I'm the one who's above all of you. The lightning bolt appeared and made a great crash that was heard everywhere. There was no rain, but there was lightning and thunder. Office could not challenge her sister because she was not at her level, and she knew it. She was weak, very weak. Lilith. You let him die when he saved you and gave his life, but you chose to save someone else who only wanted your body. They all continued arguing, but further on, a boy with messy blonde hair named Nicolo could be seen. He was a demon whom Issei had saved, and in return, as thanks, he gave him a delicious meal. From that day on, Issei told him that his food was the most delicious he had ever tasted, and that he could now open a restaurant and sell his food to make everyone happy. Nicolo cried that day because it was the first time anyone had liked his cooking. Where he was a slave, and no one had ever valued his talent except for Issei and his people. But when Issei died, he cried like never before. He considered Nicolo his older or younger brother. He loved him very much and didn't want him to die. He wanted Issei to see that he had accomplished what he had promised. Nicolo had a great hatred for the leaders who despised Issei for everything they did to him. Nicolo moved away from that place because he didn't want to hear the leaders' argument. He was in a basement where he was ordering wine and juice for the children. The underground door opens, revealing Issei and Asia. He never knew about them because they kept secrets from him so that he would never hate others or do anything else. Nicolo. What are you doing here? This isn't the bathroom. Issei. We didn't come here for that. Tell me, did you know Issei? Nicolo. You say I knew him? Of course I knew him, he was like a younger brother to me, whom I admired a lot, but he had cancer caused by 2 people. Issei went into shock because Rias was supposedly responsible for Issei's cancer, and if it wasn't her, then who was the other person? Asia. 2 people, but tell me who it was. Nicolo. Well, I was told it was someone who carried a dragon king, but I don't remember his name very well. But tell me, why are you interested in knowing? Asia. I remember there were only 3 dragon kings, Vitra was from Saji, Tiamat was from Issei, and Fafnir was mine. Nicolo went into shock, now he remembered the name of that dragon. The dragon's name is Fafnir. Its host was also responsible for altering the boy's cancer, causing his lifespan to decrease. With the Gremory girl, he could live up to 20 years, but with that dragon, it decreased to only 2 or 3 years. Nicolo. You tortured or used your power to torture someone, even a child. Issei knew what that meant and realized it immediately. Nicolo. That means you, pointing at Issei, are her sister, and you are Asia, pointing at Asia. And tell me, pointing at Issei, did you kill someone, a blonde girl? Asia already knew. She remembered that Issei had used her power to kill a blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl who had approached Issei and become his girlfriend. Lilith already knew about their relationship and accepted her as a harem sister, but one day she never returned. They found her body in the river, blood coming from her mouth, eyes half open, 5 stab wounds to the heart. Issei suffered greatly that day, and she was Nicolo's sister. Issei. Yes, I did that, but I never wanted that girl to get close to Issei. Asia. It doesn't wait. Issei. I called her one night and told her to stay away from Issei because he would never love someone like her, being a low-class demon. Asia. Stop Issei-san, stop. Issei. So I killed her, but I didn't know Issei would suffer so much because of it. Asia. Issei, stop. Issei. What do you want? Issei turns around and Canolo backs away. Nicolo. So you killed her. He grabs a full bottle of wine, but the sound of it clinking draws the girl's attention. You're the one who ended Issei's love and my sister's life. Nicolo raised his arm and was going to hit Issei on the head to end her life or knock her unconscious. Asia pushes Issei and she receives the blow to the head. Issei girl against the wall, Asia was unconscious and her head was mixed with the wine and her blood that began to fall and stain the floor. Asia fell to the ground. Issei recovered and, seeing her little sister on the ground with blood still flowing and her face stained with wine and her blood, approached. Nicolo was breathing a little heavily. Issei. Asia, hey wake up, Asia wake up. Nicolo. Damn it. Issei. Asia. Issei looks up and receives a big blow to the nose. But the others? They were still arguing when a sound caught their attention. It was the sound of someone falling to the ground. They turned their heads and saw Issei on the ground with blood coming out of her nose. Nicolo held Asia unconscious in his arms and had a knife in his right hand. Zeus. Nicolo, what happened to those two? Nicolo. These 2 stupid girls were responsible for Mayuri's death. Nicolo had a shadowy look directed at Issei and with a cold voice, due to the anger he felt, and there were Nicolo's parents and Mayuri, they were the 2 who ended the death of my sister and Issei's girlfriend. Zeus was in shock. He also loved Mayuri, and when Issei introduced her to him, he was happy to have another girl he truly loved. Nicolo. And this other one is also responsible for Issei's death, Asia Argento, who was the wielder of Fafnir, the Dragon King. She used her power to torture Issei even more. She launched attacks with her magic and power, but she also used holy water and something else. The holy water mixed with her power and entered Issei's blood, further exacerbating the cancer. Rias Gremory's power would have given him more time to live, but it diminished with simple contact with Rias' power. Those 2 were also the ones who killed Issei and my beloved sister. Issei. A beloved sister. Issei looks up and sees Nicolo and Mayuri's father, whose name was Black, someone very important. Nicolo. Please, father, take the knife and end the life of this damned woman. If you don't accept it, then I will kill them myself. Do you agree? Black didn't know what to say because he was sad and a little annoyed, and besides, his other sons and daughters were there too. Hineko was looking for Asia and Issei. Hineko. What's happening here? Quick, this is an emergency. Rias. What's wrong, Hineko? Everyone runs and sees Asia and Issei. Rias. It's Issei and Asia, what's going on, Nicolo? I was looking for them both, realizes what Nicolo was supposedly going to do. Hey, what are you going to do? Hey. Nicolo turns and puts the edge of his knife to Asia's neck. Nicolo. Don't move. All I'm going to do is avenge Issei Mayuri, so stay right there. Rias backs away, and everyone else does too, since they didn't want her to kill them. Issei. Stop it. Nicolo was clenching his teeth with anger at that moment, and upon hearing Issei's voice, he turned his eyes to look at her. Asia is different now. Nicolo. What does she mean to you? She took the hit for you. Issei looked at Nicolo in fear. Do you even care about her? Well, I cared about 2 other people too. My younger sister, Issei. A low-class demon and a reincarnated human. He was the only one who loved everything I cooked for him more than anyone else in the world. Everyone saw Nicolo and some of them crying, like his siblings. He was the only one who saved me from that horrible war out there. He and my sister taught me the joy of making people happy with the food I could prepare for them. Their names were Issei, Hyoudou and Mayuri. It's them you took away from me and everyone else. Issei screamed. Issei. I never meant to hurt her, that's the truth. Ryu was the one who convinced me to kill her because he told me she was just using Issei to be with someone else. That's why I killed her without thinking, but Ryu is the one to blame. He's the one who planned everything. Nicolo. I don't care who started it all. Nicolo brings his knife closer to Asia's neck, frightening Issei as well as her parents. Issei. Open your eyes. Ryu was the culprit. Are you a demon or not, Ryu? You can kill him, but let Asia go. Issei was shedding tears because she loved Asia and everyone looked at her with either hatred, sadness, or pity. Black. Nicolo, son, please give me that knife. Issei was startled because Black was a few meters away from her, come on. She extended her hand to take the knife. Nicolo initially hesitated to give it to her, but then handed her the knife. His father simply stared at the knife in his hands. He then began walking beside Issei, who remained silent and turned her eyes to Black, terrified of wanting to kill her or Asia. Everyone looked at him with fear, especially those from the Alliance, but not the Black one, the other one. Azazel, Michael, and the others looked at Black with fear because, despite what he did to Issei and Ryu, they still had some affection for Issei, since she showed remorse. Rias. Wait please, Mr. Black, could you please lower the knife? Black. Mayuri was very beautiful and brave. Rias. What? Black. When my daughter was born, I promised myself I would never see her suffer, so I always took care of my little one. I taught her everything she needed to survive in a world like this, and I taught her about love. She married the animals of the forest, that's how she brought food home, but I knew better than anyone, like Zeus, that she would want to travel the world and see everything else, until she found the love of her life, a reincarnated human who little by little earned my admiration and respect for everything he did. I accepted her love for Issei, so that she could be happy and have a happy life with a family that loved her as ours did. The love she felt for that boy was the greatest, like Lilith and the others who died for different reasons and swore to wait for Issei, no matter how much time passed. And my girl went out into the world, she met people, and in the end, someone ordered her killed just because she rejected him and only wanted her for her body to then discard her. The world isn't all roses. The same things happen in both worlds, and many try to find another path and live a good life. Lara, to find that person who wins her love, he gives the knife to his wife and leaves it on the table. They took me away. Mayuri, but for me, she should be with that boy who was our hero, brother, son, and friend. That's why we must create a new world without suffering or pain. That's why we must take good care of our children. Otherwise, we will only lament seeing the same tragedy. That's why it's up to us now to be aware and help fix the damage done by the Demon Council. Nicolo's mother, named Mia, speaks to him. Mia. Nicolo, honey, please let Asia go. Your sister wouldn't be very happy if you did that to avenge her death like Issei's. Nicolo didn't want to do it, but the image of his sister when she was born and when she fell in love with Issei came to mind. Nicolo went down to Asia and he was grabbed by Mitsuda and Motohama. Asia was grabbed by Mia and Black. Black. Thank you, my dear. Please help him with the wound. Mia. Yes. Rias approaches Issei and sees her wound. Rias. Are you hurt? Black. Issei, she turns around as if laughing, are you okay, Mija? Issei. Does that mean, she started to cry, you really don't hate him? But a girl with long blonde hair takes the knife from the table and runs to stab Issei in the head, but the knife stops just centimeters away from her. Issei sees that it was Kaya, Mayuri's younger sister, who met Issei and showed her what the love between two people is, and she loved Issei like an older brother. Kaya had a face that begged for revenge, tears were coming out of her eyes, she was clenching her teeth trying to kill her, but Rias stopped her hand so that she would not kill her. Issei. Kaya. Black. Kaya. Black catches his daughter and hugs her so that she doesn't go and kill her like Mia, who was also there and was holding her. Kaya. You damned woman, you killed her. Murderer. I thought you were different. Monster. Rias and the others leave and the guests clear a path for them to depart. Kaya. Why? Why are you taking away the people I loved? Kaya cried non-stop and her brothers go and hug her and soon she ends up crying hugging her parents. His brothers cried non-stop, just like his parents, over the death of Issei, like Mayuri. Nicolo saw his parents crying for their daughter. Nicolo. Forgive me, Mayuri, forgive me for what I was going to do. Don't worry, Ani-chan, it's okay. Nicolo hears a sweet voice that he instantly recognizes and gets up quickly and looks around, but sees someone who was near a cliff. She had a dress as white as snow, short golden hair, her hair was loose, she had beautiful purple eyes. Nicolo ran quickly, followed by his parents and siblings, who thought he was going to take his own life by jumping into the void or something like that, since it was a drop of more than 100 meters and there was water below. But they stopped because they saw something that made them think they were in a dream or nightmare. Their lips were trembling, their hands too. Nicolo was standing before the spirit of his sister Mayuri, and beside him was that boy he admired and considered his younger brother. That's right, there was Issei, wearing white clothes like a kimono. Both of them smiled as they looked at Nicolo. The others saw the two ghosts and were so shocked they began to cry. The faction leaders were also surprised, but Azazel, seeing that everyone was looking at the two spirits, sent an insect like a bee to extract a blood sample from Issei to analyze it and see if he could revive him. But for that, he first needed to analyze the blood to see if he could find a way to revive him. Nicolo approached slowly until he knelt down. Nicolo? Sister Issei, is that you? Nicolo put his hand on Mayuri's cheek and felt that he was really touching her. Mayuri. You've grown so much, Ani-chan, and you're still the same crybaby you always were. Nicolo listened to his sister's sweet words and hugged her like he hugged Issei by the legs. Nicolo. Forgive me, Mayuri. I couldn't protect you. I promised to take care of you like Issei, and it was all just empty words. I couldn't keep my promise to become stronger and protect you all. I'm just incompetent. Please forgive me, please forgive me. Issei. Calm down, Nicolo, it wasn't your fault. Even though you haven't gotten any stronger, we still love and care for you. You're strong, don't say you're weak. You fulfilled your dream of being a great cook and making everyone happy. Mayuri. Despite what you were about to do, I still love you, brother. Black. Daughter. Mayuri turns around and sees his parents and siblings crying. Mayuri. Yes, it's me. The family runs and hugs Mayuri, crying with joy like everyone else. Issei breaks away from the hug and sees Zeus as the others who were like family to him. Zeus. Issei, son, is that really you? Zeus was afraid that he might just be an illusion, but Issei's touch on him was not. Issei. It's me, Otu-san, I missed you. Issei's real parents felt bad that he was only crying because he had ruined everything and hadn't paid more attention to his son. Zeus wasted no time and hugged Issei, crying with all the pain he felt from not seeing him for so long. Lilith was also crying tears of joy as she found the scene endearing. Alba. Mom, is he my? Lilith. Yes, my little one, he is your father. Alba and Lumina run with happiness upon meeting their father. Issei sees both girls run towards him, Zeus releases Issei so he can hug his daughters. Issei crouches down and opens his arms to receive his daughters. Alba. Lumina. Father. The two girls ended up falling into their father's arms, who simply hugged them and stroked their hair. Issei. They are very cute and they are identical to their mother. Issei sees his great love approaching slowly. Issei. You did a great job taking care of them without me, thank you for that song, love, I loved it so much. Lilith embraced her love, her great love, along with her daughters. Lilith. I miss you so much. Lilith couldn't stop crying because in the Elysian fields she was unable to embrace him. Alba. I finally get to know you, Otu-san. The Hyoudou parents were shocked to learn that they were now grandparents, but they knew that the girls would never see them as grandparents, but as strangers. The Gremory and Sitri girls felt a great pain in their hearts upon seeing the two girls who had similar characteristics to Issei and Lilith, since one seemed the spitting image of Lilith and the other that of Issei. Irina was the most affected because she rejected Issei in the worst possible way. Irina. I wish it had been her, how could I have been so stupid to choose Ryu instead of him? Valerie was the same since she could have a family of little dragons, or well, half dragons and half humans, but very cute, like Alba and Lumina. Issei. You're beautiful, Lumina, just like your mother and me. Lumina smiled with joy and hugged her father even tighter. Lilith pressed her forehead against Issei's and he stared intently into her eyes. Issei. You look very beautiful with those eyes, love. Lilith. You too, how are the others? Issei. They're fine, but they're waiting for us. Lilith. I don't understand. Issei. I have to get back before nightfall. Lilith. Is that why? Issei. That's right, love, he sees Lilith sadly lower her gaze as she says goodbye, you don't have to be sad, remember that we'll see each other tomorrow. Alba. Father, are you leaving? Issei. Yes, my baby, I have to go, your other moms are waiting for me. Alba. Do I have other moms? Issei. That's right, but they're waiting for me. Tomorrow they want to see you and see what you're like, my baby, so don't worry and take this. He puts a necklace on her which had the figure of a heart being surrounded by two dragons joining their foreheads. Issei. It's for you, my little girl, and for you, my precious little girl. Lumina approaches, and he gives her a bracelet which was made of precious stones of emerald and gold color, as well as white and blue. Lumina. Thank you, father. Issei. You're welcome. Issei gets up and hugs his two daughters and his future wife one last time, he hugs his father, brothers, sisters, friends and girlfriends. Issei begins walking towards the cliff to see the beautiful landscape that only offers peace and tranquility. Issei. It's time, Mayuri, they're waiting for us. Mayuri's family sees her and kisses her on the forehead. Black. I love you very much, daughter, take good care of yourself. Mia. We'll see each other someday, love. Her brother said goodbye to her with a hug or kisses on her cheeks and forehead. Nicolo hugged his sister like never before and let her go to be by Issei's side. Issei. Are you ready? Mayuri. Yes, it's time to go. They both watched as the sun slowly began to set. Everyone watched as things began to crumble and turn into sparkles from their feet. Issei. Take good care of yourselves, we'll see each other again someday, we love you all very much and thank you for everything you did. Carrion. No. Thanks to you, Issei-sama, you taught us that the stronger we become, the more we will achieve our goals. We were able to fulfill our dreams and we managed to fulfill yours of bringing peace to both worlds. Now it's your turn to rest in peace because you deserve it for everything you did for both worlds. Issei. Thank you Carrion, thank you my friend. Issei and Mayuri ended up becoming sparkles that began to rise into the skies and disappear into the dark night that was coming. The dragon bows in the same place where Issei disappeared with Mayuri. Dragon. Thank you for everything Issei-sama, so please rest in peace and thank you for everything. Dragons. Rest in peace. Everyone bowed and said the same thing as a sign of respect except for the others in the alliance. When everyone gets up, Lilith approaches Sirzechs and says to him. Lilith. Go away, you don't deserve to be here. Sirzechs just sighed sadly, but he had no other choice, so he took everyone with him, including his sister who was crying, because Issei was now happy with Lilith and they had 2 daughters, well, she didn't give herself to Issei, but she will in the future. 1 hour later. They were all on the banks of the great river, they were all standing there, in one part of the castle of Olympus, you could see an entrance that many could go to, since it was a route where children could go into the water, it was a route 15 meters long and 5 meters wide. There you could see a boat with flower decorations and there was Issei's body covered by a transparent white blanket. He had his dagger in his hands, which was his most important weapon, his hands on his stomach. Zeus was there and gave the order to release the boat. The boat began to move on its own, leaving the route and continuing further towards the waterfall. Everyone turns to look at Zeus and he simply moves his lightning spear, giving an order. One of his soldiers took an arrow coated in a liquid that ignited upon the slightest contact with fire. The archer pointed directly at the sky, released the arrow, and it shot out, revealing a tiny orange light that began to fall for over 300 meters until it reached the boat, hitting it right near where Issei was standing. The boat immediately caught fire. Issei's body was slowly being consumed by the flames of the fire. Other flaming arrows fell on about 10 or more boats, which contained the bodies of the girls who loved Issei. The boats were on fire and Issei's was already nearing the end. Zeus lashed out with his spear, making it resound everywhere. The boat reached the end but seemed to float. From there, large amounts of blue or red magical sparkles emerged and went upwards into the great night where the stars and the moon itself could be seen. They all released the white spheres, which floated up to a great height. Lilith was there on the hill where Issei and Mayuri disappeared. Lilith began to sing a song that was somewhat sad. A mortal song. From far, far away, all those of the alliance watched the spheres rise into the sky. Sirzechs. It seems this is our punishment. The next day. That day was the same day the red and blue eclipse was going to occur. There were only 7 hours left until the eclipse. Gremory Manor. They were all at the table having breakfast like a family since Rias was there too. Rias. Tell me, girls, what are your plans for when the eclipse happens? Rias. Don't you think it's stupid to do things just because of a supposed eclipse that nobody cares about? Everyone hates Rias. Series. Keep silence. Rias. Or what would you do, you damn bitch? You and your studio group should have been my hex bitches, but everything went to shit because of that damn dragon who defended a useless who. Rias was shot out by Rias' destruction attack. Rias. Shut up, you damn bastard. We're suffering because of you. Rias gets up, annoyed. Rias. Now you blame me when you were entirely to blame from the beginning. You came to our house, you changed our lives just because we were bearers of dragons with great powers. Sirzechs. Shut up already. Rias. You shut up, I was supposed to be the one they should have, I was powerful, I was the one who should be on top, not a stupid human like him. Sirzechs uses his speed to grab Rias by the neck and squeezes his grip very tightly. Sirzechs. Listen to me carefully, you damned piece of trash. The one who should have been at the top here was Issei, but because of your studies, arrogant and disgusting dreams, you ended up being the weakest and the most disgusting being, just because you were envious of him. Because of your miserable fault, he is dead. You killed your own Helena and Issei's girlfriend, so you better shut up if you don't want me to take you to purgatory myself for the rest of your disgusting life. He released Ryu, but not before delivering a powerful blow to his private parts that caused them to explode from the force of the impact. Ryu clutched his privates, crying in pain, and then stood up and ran away in fear to Sirzechs. Issei got up from the table and put the chair that had been thrown to the side back in place. Issei left the place, leaving everyone there very sad and regretful. Grigory Azazel's office 3:40 p.m. Azazel was putting the blood sample that the bee missed, although it was more like a mini robot that extracted it, being a tube of a syringe. Azazel put the blood into another metal tube which sucked out the blood until nothing remained. The blood began to be analyzed by Azazel's large supercomputer, and if it came back positive, Issei could be revived. On Azazel's table there was a bluish sphere which shows a hologram. If the sphere glows green it is positive, and if it glows black, it means it cannot be done. Azazel. I just hope that I can find a way to bring him back to life to fix everything and get the girls back with that boy. Azazel continued with his work, only this time analyzing the artificial sacred gears. The analysis would take approximately 3 hours and 10 minutes, just before the eclipse formed. Kingdom of Hades 6:20 p.m. Hades saw something in front of him. It was rocks on top of each other forming a kind of sphere, but in reality some rocks were floating by magic, and these had strange writings on each rock. Portal. That was the portal that would take Issei and company to a new world where they would have new adventures. The portal was built by their Grim Reapers, vampires, dragons, Olympians, and Egyptians. Hades. The portal is almost finished. Below him. I am glad for that, now we are sure that they will be able to go to that world. Hades. It only takes a few minutes for the eclipse to form and give energy to the portal, and that will give you enough time to go to that world. Below him. Their souls are now ready to go to that world. Hades. If they are ready. So they plan to send them to another world so we don't try to bring them back to life. Hades. That's right, Issei, and that's something you shouldn't care about. Issei. Why not? He's my brother. Hades approached her and threw a friendly attack at her, and without Tiamat she was nothing and received the attack. Hades. You lost the right to call him brother a long time ago. Do you have any idea how much he suffered? Do you have any idea how many times he cried because of the way you and your family treated him? Issei did not respond. Hades. I cried for more than 7 years, I suffered for 7 damned years all the blows, mockery, humiliations, torture and all because of you, you didn't know how much I suffered, and you only made a part of me resent you. Issei. What? Hades. What you hear is that he holds a grudge against them. He may have a pure soul, but he still harbors some resentment towards them, and if I were in his place, I would take revenge for everything they may have done to me, just as they did to him. Issei began to cry. Hades. Why are you crying? He cried more for the deaths of Izumi and her girls, and even more for Mary's, all because of you. Hades turns around and his followers were arriving when they saw Issei, and they immediately wanted to go and kill her, but she grabs Hades by the foot and he just turns away. Issei. You know the world of Adismata. No matter how much I look at it, it's a very enormous world, much bigger than this one, and a follower grabs Issei and drags her away. I told Issei that in that world there was magic like this, that there were very large kingdoms, that someday we could go there if we discovered a way to get there, but I forgot that little childhood dream a long time ago, ever since Rias and Sona arrived, ever since I became arrogant with stupid dreams. Every single one of my thoughts has been filled with hatred. But he was different from Issei. He was different from what we all thought. He always had a big dream. You can't send him to another world because this is his homeworld. Hades remained silent, unable to say anything. Hades. Now I want you to listen to me, I want you to get out of here, because Issei should be happy in another world, so that no one bothers him. Hades leaves Issei and she runs off, but not to go home, but to warn the faction leaders. Below him. You know she's going to warn them, right? Hades. Yes, but the eclipse is coming soon. In the sky the eclipse was slowly beginning to form, covering the moon in blue and the sun in red. Issei arrived home and began writing letters to Sirzechs, Michael, Auden, and Azazel, so that they would know what Hades and the Black Alliance were about to do. Lucifer's Castle Underworld 6:40 p.m. Sirzechs was reviewing the papers when a magic circle appeared beside him and a letter emerged from it. Open the letter and read the contents. Sirzechs, it's me, Issei. Hades, Lilith, Zeus, Elohim, Anubis, and the Black Alliance have created a portal to summon Issei to another world, so we can't find a way to bring him back and ruin his peace. We have to do something. The portal will open when the eclipse forms and he receives the eclipse's energy, giving him the ability to go to that world. Please call the others and we must stop Hades before it's too late. When I finished reading the letter, I knew that if I didn't do something, they had no chance of bringing Issei back to life, so I called Grayfia, her parents, and her sister, along with her entourage like Serafol and the others. Gregory Azazel's office 6:50 p.m. There were 10 minutes left until the eclipse and the results of the analysis were about to be finished. Azazel was checking the artificial sacred gear when the sphere on the table began to flash green. Azazel. Well, now we have the possibility of bringing Issei to the sphere changed to black but then to red and was blinking and reacting strangely until it stopped at a mixed black and red color. A report of the analysis appears as a hologram. Hyoudou Issei. Blood sample. Analyzed. Age. 14 years. Weight. That of a 10-year-old child. Family. Hyoudou. Warning. Hyoudou Issei blood sample analyzed. Direct descendant of the Purgatory Dragon and the final Judgment Dragon. Z. Azazel. This can't be real. Azazel recoils in fear upon seeing who he was descended from, and especially the last one. Enemu enters, but upon seeing Azazel and noticing that the hologram was gone, he heads towards Azazel. Enemu. Azazel, what's wrong? Azazel. We must go after Issei. Enemu. That's what I was going to tell you. Issei informed us all that Hades and the Black Alliance want to send Issei to another world. When Azazel said that, she was shocked and it only increased her fear. Azazel. We must leave quickly, we must prevent Issei from going to that world before it's too late. Enemu. Azazel, what you have here didn't scare you, but something else. The magic circle appears in Azazel's ear as Sirzechs. Azazel, can you hear me? We have to go and prevent Issei from being sent to another world. Azazel. If it has to be done, I just found out about something that could put the inhabitants of that world at risk. What is it, Azazel? You sound scared. Azazel. Issei is a descendant of a dragon. That's impossible, Issei didn't have dragon power. Azazel. I just analyzed the blood, we need to go quickly before it's too late. Azazel, tell me what's going on. Dragon gave his power to Issei DM quickly before. Azazel. Zero. Issei is a descendant of Zero, the dragon of final judgment, the one who killed all the celestial dragon gods in Helios. Sirzechs and Enemu were in shock and terrified. That's not true. Tell me you're lying, Azazel. Azazel. You think I'm lying? Maybe he's a fallen angel, but I'm telling the truth. That brat is Zero's son. We must stop him before it's too late. Azazel cuts off communication and goes with Enemu. Azazel. We need to leave quickly. Call some of the fallen to accompany us. Enemu. But Azazel, we can't do it. I don't think it's true. Azazel. Listen, if we're late, Zero's power will be in Issei's body and will bring destruction to the entire universe. Olympic faction. In the cemetery where the tomb of the rest of Issei's body that survived the fire was located, he was buried, but the earth began to open until from the cracks emerged a giant dragon figure that roared to the sky, but its roar was hated by the entire supernatural world. Gregory. Azazel and Enemu heard the roar and were terrified. Enemu. Tell me that's not Azazel. If so, he's looking for Issei. Quick, we have to go before it's too late. Azazel opens the door and leaves. The figure of this dragon began to fly through the skies. All the animals fled upon seeing that dragon figure pass by like a shadow. The figure roared again as if it were calling someone. But the others. Sirzechs and all those who received Issei's message arrived at an exact point to reach the realm of Hades, used a large magic circle, and left as quickly as possible. The large dragon figure Hiba, accompanied by 3 other figures that were more medium-sized than the largest one, the 4 figures were heading to the Kingdom of Hades. Kingdom of Hades. Everyone arrived in the realm of Hades, but it was too late. The eclipse had already been completed. The sun was completely red, the moon blue. When both lights from both celestial bodies reached the realm of Hades, they gave energy to the portal. All the writings it contained shone blue, and the rays began to connect with the magic stones that were there. Morgana, Hades, Lilith, Helios, and Elohim cast magic on the magic rocks, increasing the power of the portal and causing a blue ring to open, thus opening the portal. Behind them all were Issei and company, ready to go to that world where they would begin a new life. Hades. The portal is ready, Issei. Good luck. Sirzechs and the others ran through the corridors until they reached the place where the portal was, but they saw that the portal was already open. Sirzechs. No Issei, don't cross the portal. Hades sees Sirzechs and the others running to prevent Issei from crossing the rift. Hades snaps his fingers and columns of bones appear blocking the way. Sirzechs. No Issei, please don't cross it. Issei ignored them and started walking up the steps. His 2 daughters went and hugged him. Issei. Take care of your mother, okay? Alba. See O2-san. Lumina. Don't worry, O2-san, take care of yourself. Lilith. Have new adventures, then we'll come to visit you. Issei. I hope so. Issei hugs his girlfriend with all his love. They separate and kiss on the lips, in full view of everyone. They separate with a threat of saliva. Issei. Take care of everyone without my love. Lilith. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Mitsuda. Take care, friend. Motohama. Have a good trip. Everyone. Have a new adventure, Issei. Thank you, my friend son brother. Issei. Thank you and goodbye to everyone. Issei and his sister Izumi hold hands. Sirzechs and the others manage to break the bone columns, but they saw the 4 dragon figures arrive and enter the bodies of their descendants. Sirzechs. We arrived late. They all ran anyway to prevent him from crossing the dimensional portal. Issei. Ready for a new adventure, Oni-chan. Sirzechs. Issei, stop. Izumi. Yes, Oni-chan. They both saw the portal and fearlessly crossed it. Everyone else also crossed the portal until the eclipse ended, the light changed, and the portal stopped working, closing completely. Issei. Oni-chan. Landed at Istama. On a small island far from a great kingdom, a red and blue light fell upon it. On the island, red, black, blue, and gold lights began to merge, forming a small being. The lights disappeared, revealing a 2-year-old baby with black and white hair, blood-red eyes, and 9 black horns. The baby appeared to be floating, but it was surrounded by magic crystals that enveloped the baby like an urn. In the kingdom. The witch seemed to be calm, but she sensed the presence of a being of great power, one who brought fear and destruction thousands of years ago. The witch removed her blanket and she appeared to be missing an eye due to a wound that looked like a claw wound. Zero's son has arrived. Special. Special Mitsuda and Motohama's gift. Mitsuda, Issei's best friend, was at home. After Issei arrived in this new world, he was left alone. He lived alone. His parents and sister had died long ago, and for that reason, he pretended to be a pervert to hide his true face, which was one of sadness, pain, and loneliness. When he was alone, he cried incessantly from the pain he contained. First, it was his parents, and now it was his best friend, whom he loved like a brother. Issei had told him, as he had Motohama, about the supernatural. They both possessed sacred gears, which were like armors of great power. Mitsuda had entered his room but noticed something. There was a letter on his bed. He picked up the letter, and it read. For my best friend. He opens it and sees that it said something inside. Mitsuda, thank you for being my friend for so many years, my friend. You don't know how happy I was to have you as my friend, even though I was a pervert. I still loved you just the way you were, like a true friend. I know that one day I will leave forever, that's why I prepared this letter for you. Our friendship spanned so many years, filled with adventures and friendships that gradually emerged. Even though I didn't have a sacred gear or any kind of power, you all appreciated me just as I was, and that's why I'm grateful to you. I am so grateful that you and the others were my friends, because from the beginning I thought I would be left alone and that you would believe my brothers. But I see that's not the case, because you don't let yourselves be deceived by people who are only interested in power and arrogance, which would never lead you down a good path. Perhaps you didn't tell me about your family, and I'm truly sorry Mitsuda. I went to visit your family in the Champs-Élysées, and they are happy there and waiting for you, so that you can all be together again. But because of your friendship and the affection you had for me, I give you this gift that you will never lose again. I asked Valerie and Helios for help with this gift. I hope you can enjoy it and have fun like never before in your life. You might cry when you see this gift, but it will be worth it for our friendship, so enjoy your life my friend, and when the time comes you can come with me so we can all be together. With love and friendship, your friend. Issei Ouroboros. Mitsuda. Gift what gift? The door opens slowly so that he doesn't turn around to look, 3 shadows enter the house, 2 adults and a small one. Mitsuda. What kind of gift should I prepare for myself? Little brother. Mitsuda's eyes open so wide at those tender words from a girl who looked about 7 years old. He looks down and sees someone who made him shed countless tears. Her little sister, named Lucy, 7 years old with black hair, was downstairs wearing a white dress. Mitsuda. Lucy, is that really you? Are you really my little sister? Mitsuda can't stop crying from the pain and fear that it was just an illusion. Lucy hugs Mitsuda and he could feel that warm hug on his abdomen. Lucy. It's me, little brother, it's Lucy. Mitsuda was breathing heavily and had tears in his eyes. Mitsuda. Lucy. He tightly hugs his sister who died a long time ago, and that is why he hugs her crying with happiness. Lucy also hugs him with happiness at being back in the arms of her older brother, whom she loves and treasures with all her heart. Mitsuda. You don't know how much I missed you, please forgive me, if I had gone with you you would never have died that day. Lucy. Calm down, Ani-chan, it wasn't your fault, it's all over now. We're not going to get a hug, son. Mitsuda recognizes the voice and sees that it was none other than his parents who died in an explosion. Elsa, that was her mother's name. Eric, his father's name. Mitsuda stops hugging his sister and goes towards his parents, his legs trembling greatly from the pain he felt, as it was a very great gift that would hurt anyone, like never seeing those people who died again, and now they are back, so that he can be happy with them and have a second chance. Elsa approaches her son, puts her hand on his cheek and begins to caress him, still with the joys of this. Elsa. You've grown so much, my treasure. Mitsuda clenched his teeth and hugged his mother with all his might. His father also joined in the hug. Eric. We forgive you, son, for leaving you alone all this time. Mitsuda. You don't know, sniff, how much I missed you, sniff, I missed you so much, sniff, please don't leave me alone again, not again. Eric. Never, son, we won't do it again, I promise you. They remained like this until Mitsuda turned his head, and there on top of a piece of furniture was the photo of him and Issei along with their other friends. Mitsuda. Thank you, Issei, thank you. At night Mitsuda was having dinner with his family. He had received a call from Motohama, who also received his gift, being his younger sister and younger brother, who died because of a rogue demon who sacrificed themselves to help their brother. Mitsuda could hear his sister's laughter and he loved that, he loved hearing her laughter again and her words like those of his parents. Mitsuda. You knew that one day you would leave and never return, and you prepared this for us. Thank you so much, Issei. Someday I would return that favor and gift. When everyone finished dinner, they received a visit from Motohama and his family, as well as their other friends. They had all been reunited with the people they had lost and were now back to life. They all chatted about various things, from their time in Elysium to what Issei had told them about his adventures, but Mitsuda decided to go upstairs to the second floor. Once there, he entered his room and saw some musical instruments, so he picked one up and decided not to sing a song he had prepared to sing at the funeral. He had composed the song himself, filled with the pain of losing Issei, his best friend, to whom he had confessed his grief and sadness, explaining why he had hidden his true self. I love this Trollhunter song, which is my favorite series. I hope you liked it too. At the end of the song I heard some crying and I could see my friends and parents. Lucy runs and hugs her brother, then everyone else understood what happened at that moment when Issei died, being weak and not being able to help him when he needed him most, but despite that he knew that Issei would have told him that it wasn't his fault, and that despite not being so strong he was strong in his heart and that it wasn't his fault or anything. Motohama. Thank you, Issei, I'll never forget this gift. Melissa. You're the best friend we've ever had. Aimi. I'll come see you and we can be together, I won't let them take you away from us again. Aika. Always regardless of the pain. Beauty. The things we go through are the place. Rachel. We will always be. Beauty Rachel Aika Aimi Mitsuda Motohama. You're friends until the end of time, we love you Issei, have a new life. A very beautiful gift for your friends. Above that house stood Lilith with a smile. Lilith. What would you say to me if you were here, Mila? Be strong and keep going, Lilith. Lilith heard a voice and saw the image of her friend who died thousands of years ago. Her name was Mila and she was almost identical to Lilith, only with black hair. Mecha. Be strong, keep the promise you made to him. Don't worry, I'll always be watching you from up here, Lilith. We're all watching you. Chapter 3. World DxD Hades' realm time. After sending Issei to the new world, everyone was in shock after what they had done. They believed they had doomed that world by sending someone who was the son of the most dangerous dragon of all time. Sirzechs. What have you done? Hades. What was necessary, demon? He deserved to be far away from you. Wouldn't you believe that Azazel extracted some of Issei's blood while you were all arguing at the funeral? Azazel. You noticed. Hades. I always notice. Michael. Open the portal again, Hades. We must go for Issei before he destroys that world. Lilith. It can't be done. Ajuka. Why not? Lilith. The portal can no longer be opened, not without the red and blue eclipse, but that only happens every 3,000 years. The leaders became furious. Sirzechs. Open the portal or we will declare you enemies of the supernatural. Lilith, now with an unseen speed, had Sirzechs by the neck, struggling to break free from the night dragon's grip. It was useless. She was so powerful that any attempt to escape was futile. Lilith. Listen to me, you stupid demon. You're not worthy to threaten us. You can't possibly defeat Rizevim or anyone else on your own. You're a coward. We're the ones who fix the broken dishes you shatter. Now it's your turn. Dare to lay a finger on my daughters or anyone in my family and you'll regret it. Lilith released Sirzechs, who was gasping for breath when she delivered a powerful kick that sent him crashing into the wall, causing blood to flow from his head. Seeing that they couldn't do anything, the leaders decided to withdraw. But Lilith lied to them, saying that the portal opened every 3,000 years. She could control the light of the eclipse and go to that world whenever she wished. Lilith looked at the portal and performed some Majora's Mask techniques with dragon-like touches. Hades. Hey Lilith, did you send the 10 Dragon Balls with Issei? Lilith. Yes, I sent the powers of my brothers and father, along with Trihix's, to where he is. Hades. Shouldn't we be worried? Lilith. No, don't worry, he'll know what to do with the Dragon Balls. Besides, the others are still children in that world. They're barely newborns, except for Issei's grandparents and a few others. At Ismata World Human Kingdom Elmer in that kingdom, there were countless houses, more than 30 million or more. It covered a vast area of over 800 kilometers, and there was also a large castle in the city. The castle was very beautiful but also large, with magic cannons and other things. It was night in that world, so some lights were still on. Inside the castle, a woman was being attended to by the kingdom's doctors. The queen, Eleanor, 39 years old, with silver hair and beautiful blue eyes, was about to give birth to her daughter, whom they would name Aisha. King Edward, 44 years old, was outside, but he seemed very nervous. He didn't want anything bad to happen to his queen or his daughter. His brothers were with him. Alan, hey, calm down Edward. Nothing's going to happen to Eleanor, relax. Edward. How can you expect me not to be calm? Aren't you going to be a father too? Alan. Yes, but remember, it was after a ritual so my wife wouldn't feel pain, but the place is quite far away to take your wife there. Edward. I know that, but I wouldn't want to be alone. Alan put his hand on his shoulder. Alan. Just pray that she's okay. Edward nodded, somewhat frightened. The queen was very scared of the pain she would feel, but it was normal. She was giving birth to the future queen of Elmer. Doctor. My queen, I need you to push now. It hurts it hurts so much Doctor. My queen, don't worry, we're with you, so push now. Doctor. I see its head. Why. It was the cry of a newborn baby. Eleanor was breathing a little heavily, catching her breath, and she saw in the doctor's arms a baby covered by a blanket. The little girl had short hair, but it was silver like the queen's. Doctor. She's very beautiful, my queen. Here you are. Eleanor reached out and took the baby. Eleanor was crying with happiness. Doctor. I let the king know that the princess has been born. The doctor left and informed Edward. He entered the room and saw her, his wife, and their baby. Eleanor saw his wife enter. Eleanor. My love, she's so beautiful, our little Aisha is beautiful. The king approached his wife and saw the sleeping baby. He found it very tender to see his daughter like that. He reached out and stroked her cheek. Instinctively, the baby giggled a little at her father's caresses. Edward. You are so beautiful, my child. I promise I will always take care of you like your own mother. And so the royal family now had the future queen of Elmer, and she would have to learn her duties, but all in due time. It was at that moment that, out of nowhere, more lights and candles went out. The doctors, using their magic, went to see what was happening. The king and his wife saw something amiss on the farthest island. Lightning was striking, and crystals were visible around the island, as if preventing anything passing through the water from crossing. The lights returned, but the candles were blue, giving the room and beyond a great glow. The hallways were illuminated by candles radiating a blue fire. Everyone went to see what was happening, eventually noticing the island, which seemed to be absorbing something from the entire kingdom, as many lights could be seen heading towards it. Edward. Something is happening. The lights went out and the candles returned to their original color. No one understood what was happening, but the king knew that something very important was slowly approaching, and he had to know. The next day. All was peace and tranquility in the kingdom of Elmer. All the inhabitants of the kingdom were heading to one place. Outside the castle, because King Edward was going to present the future queen of Elmer. Inside the castle, the king and queen were ready to present the kingdom's princess to everyone. Edward decided to go out first. Edward. People of Elmer, today you will meet my daughter, the future queen of Elmer and your sovereign. Princess Aisha. Eleanor left her room and walked towards the balcony where her husband was. She showed everyone her daughter, who was awake and watching all the inhabitants of the kingdom. They all shouted with excitement at the sight of the princess, who was very pretty to the children, and every one of them thought. I want to marry the princess. That was the thought on every child's mind. The girls were amazed to see the princess, who was prettier than they were. The king was happy to have his daughter and promised to find her a good husband who would be king of the entire kingdom. Afterward, all the inhabitants of the kingdom went home to continue with what they were doing. From his balcony, the king watched the children laughing and playing. That was what he wanted for his daughter. For her to play and laugh with different children from across the kingdom. But the rules of royalty dictated that the princess should not play with commoners or leave the castle. The guards didn't want the princess to remain locked inside the castle forever, and for that reason, they built special secret passageways leading from her room to the entrance of the wall, which was 20 meters high. It was equipped with formidable weaponry, including magic bows, cannons that fired beams of light, fireballs, and projectiles like magical bullets. Guards were stationed at all times, keeping watch from above. The gate in the wall was made of steel and weighed 20 tons. It was held up by very thick ropes that couldn't be broken, but they could also be replaced with ropes like those used in a prison cell, but only 1 foot thick. The king was speaking with one of his messengers. Messengers? My king, the elders of the court are searching for ideal princes for your daughter. Edward? What do those elders think they are? My daughter must choose her betrothed. I know she's a princess, but it's not fair that they're doing this now, just after she was born yesterday. Messenger? I know, my lord. I'm not happy about what they're doing to the princess either, but I can't do anything, my king. I'm just a messenger. Edward? Thank you. You may leave now. The messenger leaves, leaving the king in the throne room pondering a solution. But the only solution was a power struggle. These are the traditions. When someone, say, strikes another person or something, it's settled with power struggles and other means. But in betrothals, it's a power struggle. They have to attack each other until one falls, regardless of the damage inflicted. But there was no one who could fight for the princess's hand. Until the elders give their word, the king can do nothing but wait. 5 years later. 5 years have passed, and now the princess was 5 years old, her hair was short and silver, she wore clothes for going to the countryside, and she had a sweet smile. This is the princess. She already knew how to read and write, and she had something her parents didn't have, but it was good. She was very skilled with magic, and she loved the animals of the forest. In the mornings, she was awakened by the songs of the birds that came to her room. She was fascinated by the beauty of the creatures of the kingdom, but she wanted more. She wanted to meet all the animals from every corner of the planet. She read in books about the existence of many species of animals that inhabited and walked the planet, and about the primordial creatures, which are beings of great size and power, capable of destroying a kingdom on their own. These creatures are known as the Titans. There are over 49 Titans, and 7 are powerful dragons. More and more are being chosen to become Titans, but these beings were in another part of the planet because humans, vampires, dragons, and other beings were in conflict. These beings don't get along, although sometimes beings from other realms have appeared in the kingdom and been captured. However, these beings bear the mark of betrayal, and having betrayed their race, they are killed by the kingdom's soldiers. Issei loves collecting magical stones. A wizard often visits her on her balcony, giving her a large number of magical stones and beautiful gems like diamonds, among other things. The princess gives this wizard something very valuable. Aurora crystals. These are very rare indestructible crystals. There is no way to destroy them. They also grant enhanced powers and can heal anything, such as wounds, or regenerate lost limbs like arms, legs, or eyes. That's why they are so valuable. The princess has a large number of them, which she found outside the castle while playing. In the sand, she found a large number of aurora crystals and took them up to her room so her parents wouldn't take them away or do something else with them. Despite being a child, she studies these crystals to learn their origin and where they come from, hoping to find the source of their energy and healing powers. Issei would leave the castle through the secret passages built for her by the guards. She would go out at midday and at night to explore the city. When she saw a candy shop, she would buy the sweets she wanted and pay the owner with a bag of 20 gold coins. The owner, very grateful for so much gold, gave the princess even more sweets. Because she was so kind to others, she had won the affection of the townspeople, who prepared her favorite treats when she secretly left the castle. But now she was reading a book that spoke of dragons, the strongest creatures in the kingdom, and others. The ones that caught her attention were 4 dragons. The first was a golden dragon with 3 heads, 2 bat-like wings, and 2 long tails with spikes at the tips. The second was almost like the first, but black and looked malevolent. The next was a giant dragon with a very long tail and 4 large long wings, a somewhat small head, but with terrifying teeth. The last one was larger than the others, with a single head adorned with 13 horns, an extremely long tail, and 2 colossal wings, so long that with a simple flap of their wings, it resembled a hurricane. This dragon had a large body, with big, strong legs for powerful leaps. It could also have 2 long, strong arms with sharp long claws that, with a single movement, could split a large rock or even a tower in half. The first dragon, whose name is King Ghidorah. The dragon of death, the slayer of titans and devourer of gods, a hydra that fell from the stars, was a feared dragon in the world of Adismata. He stood around 150 meters tall and killed 2 titans. The other, similar to Ghidorah, is known as Desghidorah. Larger and stronger than Ghidorah, this dragon can create hurricanes and tornadoes of greater magnitude than Ghidorah. He can fire destructive gravity beams that are crimson red. This dragon doesn't have such long necks, but they are very hard and impossible to cut. His scales, like the hardest metal, are like armor that covers him and prevents him from suffering great damage from various attacks. This dragon stands around 159 meters tall, making him larger than Ghidorah. The other is Bahamut, the dragon god of death and darkness. This dragon is feared by his race for being the largest of all. His power is like that of the Titans, and he killed 3 Titans single-handedly in just 6 days by absorbing their powers. He faced Ghidorah and Desghidorah but was defeated in battle, finding himself outmatched in power and aggression. These 2 dragons were extremely aggressive, especially Desghidorah, whose fragmented mind made him a horrific and impossible to fight being, having killed 5 Titans. This dragon measures 150 meters. The last and strongest of all, Zero, the evil celestial dragon, the guardian of purgatory, the dragon of final judgment, the black death, and the avatar of destruction, is known by these names for being a dragon of great power and size. He was formerly an ordinary dragon, but one day he was proclaimed a celestial dragon. Celestial dragons are dragons of great power that rival the Titans, and if they defeat 1 or 2, they are chosen to become one of the Titans, but very few have succeeded. Zero fell in love with a human who was the princess of the kingdom where Elmer now is. The former King Solomon hated dragons, and upon learning that his daughter Ariel was the bride of a dragon, he ordered her and Zero to be killed. Ariel became pregnant by Zero, giving birth to a black-haired girl named Sarah. One of the dragons took her to be cared for while they dealt with the chaos that had erupted. Unfortunately, the king, not caring whether Ariel was his daughter or not, pierced her with a poisoned spear, saying, "You are not my daughter, but a traitorous boar. I hope you rot in hell for this sin." But they had only brought about Armageddon themselves. Zero, consumed by rage and resentment, transformed into a malevolent dragon, a celestial evil dragon superior to the Titans. Zero murdered the king and his soldiers and then attacked the entire kingdom, massacring all the inhabitants and leaving only a few survivors, instilling in them a terror for having provoked such a powerful dragon. Zero met Ghidorah, Bahamut, and Desghidorah. The 3 dragons confronted Zero, believing they would defeat him, but they were wrong. Zero, possessing immense power, humiliated these dragons, demonstrating his great strength to all. Zero single-handedly killed 20 Titans. Previously, there were over 100 Titans, but the number was reduced to 60. The reason for this reduction was that afterward, Zero impregnated another human woman who was against humanity and sided with the dragons. The woman gave birth to a boy with brown hair and hazel eyes, whom they named Issei, Zero's prince. As the prince, he received the same powers as, and even greater than, his father's, and was also able to acquire the powers and abilities of the other 3 dragons, who also impregnated human women, who gave birth to daughters. Zero sent his son to a different world, Atismata, just like the others who sent their daughters to the same world. Zero and the other 3 dragons faced the Titans, killing many of them and stealing their powers, thus increasing their own size and power. Zero, being the largest, stood around 190 meters tall, making him the largest dragon of all, but his son would one day surpass him if he awakened his hidden power. Zero and the other 3 went to another dimension with their wives, leaving no trace. But legend says that one day Zero's son will return to his world to claim the throne of the Titans and dragons. However, if anyone dares to awaken the Titans, they will only bring destruction, because a new war will erupt across the entire world, a war in which only one will be proclaimed the alpha of all Titans and dragons, standing above all other races. Aisha found Zero's son more interesting. There was an image of Zero in his human form and a drawing of his baby, depicting him, his wife, and their brown-haired son, who had a smile and beautiful hazel eyes. Aisha stroked the drawing of the baby, and for some reason, her cheeks turned slightly red. "Aisha, I wish you were real so I could at least show everyone that dragons aren't evil." Aisha looked out the window at the island more than 80 kilometers away. The island was 900 meters long, but she noticed something about it that others couldn't. Hundreds of aurora crystals, as well as others of different colors, that looked like black and red spikes in the water around the island, as if they were protecting it or something. "Aisha, what's happening on that island?" "Throne room. Edward. They've already chosen a prince as my daughter's betrothed, haven't they?" He was speaking to his messenger. "Messenger? If, as the letter says, the princess is already betrothed to Prince Ilsus of the Kingdom of Clehem. The Kingdom of Clehem is a large kingdom, boasting a vast army of 500,000 soldiers, a fleet of 5,000 warships, and an air force of 20,000 airships. The Kingdom of Elmer was 3 times larger than Clehem, but its magic was immense, surpassing that of any other kingdom. They had won 30 wars against evil creatures and the undead, making them the most powerful kingdom in existence. Edward had no other choice for his daughter. "Edward. Very well, I accept Prince Ilsus's engagement to my daughter, Aisha." Elmer City Pisso. At the pier, many children were playing and swimming. "Boy. Hey. Jump." The boy was on top of the pier and wanted to jump. "Boy 3. Yes, here I come." The boy jumped and landed like a cannonball. The others shouted with joy, but the boy who had jumped saw something in the depths of the water, something that shone and seemed to be rising. He went to that spot and, descending to a depth of 13 meters underwater, realized it was an aurora crystal. But it looked as black as a rock. The crystal began to rise, so the boy grabbed onto it and in a matter of seconds, the crystal shot out of the water. Luckily, it didn't hurt anyone or anything. The children were shocked, as it wasn't normal to see black aurora crystals, and they also gave off a malevolent aura. The children touched it and felt something else within the crystals. They saw the figure of a huge three-headed dragon roaring at the sky. They wanted to touch it again, but some soldiers arrived. "Soldiers. Stop. Get out of the water. It's not safe." The children obeyed and left. Once they were quite far away, they began to sing and do other things, but something caught their attention. Ahead, there was something shining with a golden color, so they all ran towards it. When they arrived, they were greatly surprised to see that it was enormous gold nuggets, like balls and crystals of gold. The children thought these things would be heavy, but to their surprise, when they picked them up, they weighed nothing. This seemed very strange to them. But then they saw more gems, like crystals, stuck in the ground, and they had come from the water. They realized something. Underwater, there were a large number of very valuable gems. But what surprised them even more was that they had come from the island, which was quite far away, yet they could still see something happening. It seemed as if the island was trembling or something like that, because they could see rock peaks that were there beginning to collapse, falling to the ground and shattering into pieces. The island. On the island, something seemed wrong. Everything began to tremble, causing rock pillars and peaks to collapse and shatter. But inside a cave within a mountain, large quantities of aurora crystals and others were glowing, illuminating the entire cave. Inside a crystal urn, the figure of a child, about 6 years old, could be seen. He had 2 dragon wings and 4 horns. The child appeared to be asleep, but beside him, 12 crystal spikes rose from the ground and fired a beam of blue and red light at the urn, where the child lay. Chapter 4 Part 1. The XD World. 5 months have passed since Issei, or rather his spiritual form, left his world for another dimension to which he now belongs forever. Things haven't gone so well, to say the least. The alliance of fallen angels, demons, yokai and Nordics fared poorly. The people of their factions were crying out for a true hero. Without him, there was no pillar. Everything related to Rai was destroyed. The money from his show was returned to the people of the underworld and others who liked his show, but now, seeing his true face, they no longer liked it. The girls fell into depression and sought out the bearer of the dragon to remove their mark, but to their great surprise, the sealed dragons had gone with Issei and the others to that dimension to prevent them from being forced to remove the mark, since the only one who could do that was Issei, as he had a great connection with the sealed dragons. Azazel was creating a dimensional machine. It would take time, and only those in the alliance knew about the machine and their plan to go after Issei and seal his powers, so he couldn't do anything wrong in that world, or so they believed. Lilith didn't know about the machine, nor did anyone else in the Black Alliance. Azazel still had Issei's blood so that when the machine was ready, it could search for the dimension where he was trapped. The machine might be ready in another 4 months for testing, or perhaps it would be finished in 9 months, making a total of a year. There were others helping with this, namely Great Red and Office. Although they were no match for Issei or Lilith, they helped Ajuka with a seal even more powerful than the one that bound Trihexa. This seal was impossible to break, but they didn't know that Issei, with the years he had spent in that world, had been feeding on the evil and purity of all the inhabitants and living beings, becoming stronger and stronger despite being dormant. Like the others, Issei would take a while to wake up from his dream. They obtained some Trihexa, which was his almost destroyed body, and with it, they created a clone with the power of Great Red and Office to help them with Issei if he resists. Sirzechs was hardly treated as a Mao anymore. Instead, the people of the underworld insulted him rudely and shouted at him, throwing tomatoes and other things at his castle, so that his burden would be removed and a new Mao would be appointed, but there were no vacancies for the position. Those in the Black Alliance made a decision that would change everything completely. They revealed themselves to the human world completely. At first, humans were afraid, but later, when Lilith and the others who had protected the planet from evils like the Chaos Brigade revealed their true nature, they calmed down. The Black Alliance was revived in a positive way, helping humans in every way, with technology, hospitals, and magic. Humans learned the language of the supernatural beings, and it became their own language. They no longer polluted anything, neither water nor land. Garbage was sent to Tartarus where it was consumed by its flames. Human weapons improved considerably. Nuclear bombs had the force of 4 nuclear warheads, only to be used in emergencies, or if another threat arose. They would then have weapons for themselves, not depending so much on the Black Alliance. The Black Alliance should do something for them since they had protected them, and now they should return the favor. The leaders had no choice but to reveal themselves, but they weren't exactly welcomed with open arms. The humans knew what they had done to Issei and hated them, but now, knowing Issei was in another world, pleased them. They were also building a multidimensional machine to travel to that world someday, but they would have to be careful. They were creating artifacts to travel from there to their world, using black rings with blue gems that were teleportation devices. Lilith was helping them with a machine, using the portal they had created. It was out of power, but it could still function with human technology. Issei and Lilith's daughters were going to school. The children were amazed by the beauty of both girls, who were princesses of Lilith, considered almost a queen or goddess by humans. The children talked to the girls, and they became friends with them. They learned to live among humans. Well, they awakened the sacred gears of children and humans all over the world. Half had sacred gears, and the other half had none, since they were human. The biblical god Elohim couldn't create more, and despite having great power, he couldn't make enough for all the humans on the planet. Elohim and Helios had finally gone to rest in peace. Their mission was done. Sending Issei to another world to be happy was their main objective, and now that it was done, they were in a better place where no one could bother them. World Athismat. Kingdom of Elmer Island. Something strange was happening on the island of that kingdom. Aurora crystals floated around what appeared to be a glass urn. Inside was a child who appeared to be 7 or 9 years old, with dragon wings, a black tail, and horns on his head. Around the crystal urn were other crystal spikes that contained colored spheres, which were none other than the powers of each celestial dragon god that Zero killed along with Ghidorah and the other two with their powers. The Stillo. Inside the castle, Aisha was eating with her parents. The maids were helping the princess cut her meat since she could barely cut even a very small piece. Her parents were eating something else, but Edward seemed somewhat nervous about telling his daughter about his engagement. Eleanor. Honey, what's wrong? Edward. Sighs, well, what I'm going to say is about your future, Aisha, my daughter. The girl sees her father. Edward. The messenger told me that the elders of the court have decreed that you will marry Prince Ilsus when you turn 15. Aisha was in shock. Despite being a child, she knew that prince and didn't want to marry him because he was arrogant, somewhat lustful, and a little selfish. He had great amounts of power, being someone who came from a kingdom with a high level of magic. Aisha. I don't want to. Edward looked at his daughter sadly. Edward. I know you don't want to marry him, but there's no choice. The court orders it, and it must be done, otherwise there will be consequences, my love. There can only be one way to break your engagement, and that's through combat, but there's no one who can help you. Aisha. Her eyes were covered by her hair. I have no appetite anymore, I'll go to my room. Aisha left, saddened by her parents' plight, as they disliked seeing her like this. She had always dreamed of marrying someone who truly loved her. She had been dreaming of a giant 3-headed black dragon that always approached her, wanting her to pet it, which she did. The maids were also saddened for the princess, but what could they do? No one dared speak against the court of elders, for they were powerful. No one could stand against them except for a certain boy who slept on a distant island. From that distance, a great deal of dust could be seen rising from the countless collapses of large rocks and other debris. Aisha. I only want to marry the one who truly loves me, not for the power or the empire of my kingdom. A tremor shook the entire castle. Aisha, very frightened, went to the balcony since it was made of a material that prevented it from being destroyed. From there, Aisha saw people leaving their houses. She heard things, rocks falling, but they weren't from the kingdom. Looking further, she saw that it was the island. A huge layer of dust was raised because on that island there had been something else large, a huge column of rock, but now it was gone, and that was the cause of the tremor. The birds flew through the sky, frightened by what had happened. Aisha's parents entered the room and saw their daughter safely on the balcony. They went and hugged her, but when they saw the large column of dust rising, they knew that something was wrong on that island because nothing that was happening was normal. Isla. The island had changed. The crystal peak seemed to be protecting the island even more because there were now twice as many crystals in the water around the island, and on this island the child inside the urn seemed to be waking up. The crystal of the urn had cracks, meaning that he was about to wake up from his dream. 10 years later. The kingdom of Elmer was peaceful and all, airships flew above the city, but the women and girls of the kingdom were happy and blushing, but why? Well, because today was the princess's birthday and the arrival of Prince Ilsus, her fiancé, who would arrive in the kingdom of Elmer in 30 minutes with his royal soldiers and his parents. Girl. Hey, is it true that Prince Ilsus is coming to the kingdom? DIRL superscript 2. If it's true, I heard it, he's the princess's fiancé. Girl. I'm so jealous of the princess. Castillo. Inside the castle, all the guards were more attentive than usual. The maids were setting the royal table, a table that was 10 meters long where more than 20 people could sit. They had all kinds of dishes and utensils ready for the meal, and they had also made a 5-tier cake for the princess, a cake with pink and white frosting. Inside this cake, there was chocolate, something the princess liked, and it also had grey chocolate, like the princess's hair. Speaking of the princess, she was in her room, a pretty girl with soft white skin, a sweet and tender girl with silver hair and blue eyes like a diamond. She was combing her hair. This was Princess Issei, already 15 years old, but she looked 13 because of her slow growth. Issei. My hair is like a silver thread, it has grown long enough to reach my waist. Princess's appearance. She was the most beautiful girl in the kingdom. All the men had fallen in love with the princess because of how beautiful she was. Issei. Today is a great day. The princess took off her clothes and got into a shower that was near her room. The princess's body wasn't very developed. It was like Asia's or Kaneko's. She was sweet to the other people in the castle, even though she was very clever and good with magic. She was enjoying the shower water, feeling the water droplets hit her body like rain. Issei. The prince will come to the kingdom today. After a few minutes she finished bathing to change her clothes and put on a dress that her mother had prepared for her. The maids came in to fix her hair so she would look more presentable. The trumpets began to sound, and all the inhabitants of the kingdom saw a large troop of soldiers mounted on Pegasi approaching from the sky, along with 4 chariots drawn by 10 Pegasi. These chariots stopped on the landing strip and all the citizens shouted with excitement and joy. From the first chariot emerged the king and queen. The queen, named Mitsuki, was 40 years old with blonde hair. The king, also blonde, was 48 years old. His name was Haro. Behind them came a blonde man with yellow eyes, almost slanted, as was his natural color. He was around 24 years old, and this was Prince Ilsus, the future king of Clehem and future sovereign of the kingdom of Elmer. King Edward and his wife were outside watching their guests get out of the carriages. The other 3 carriages carry the little princes and princesses, 5 boys and 3 girls around 10 and 9 years old, but also the generals of their army's troops. Edward and his wife decide it's best to go and greet them. Edward, it's a pleasure to see you, King Haro. Haro, the pleasure is all mine, Edward. It's been a long time since we last spoke. Mitsuki. Hello Eleanor, you look beautiful as always. Eleanor. Thanks, you're still beautiful too, even after the last time we met. Mitsuki. Yes, that's true, but tell me, where is your daughter? Eleanor. She's getting ready to come down in a little while. She'll be with us. Everyone enters the palace. Dock. In the kingdom's docks there were countless ships about 15 meters long. There were the castle guards helping with the declarations, as well as bringing in food and other things. The largest of all measured 40 meters long and 6 meters high. There were around 30 ships where the other guests or relatives of King Edward and Queen Eleanor would be, but someone else, an unexpected guest, would appear soon to cause fear when he awoke. Castillo. In the castle everyone was at the large royal table and were already eating what was there. The children were eating decently and they were drooling when they saw the cake that was for Issei to celebrate her birthday. Edward. Tell me, Ilsus, is it true that you've learned a lot about magic? Ilsa stops looking at her wine and looks at Edward. Ilsus. If it's true, I trained since I was a child to protect the kingdom and now it's my turn to take care of your daughter no matter what. I swear I will protect her. Edward. I don't know if I did the right thing. Suddenly footsteps are heard until everyone sees someone who is looking at them in an almost serious but calm manner. Issei. I am Issei, the princess of the kingdom of Elmer. Clothes she was wearing and her hair. Part 2. The atmosphere. In the castle was peaceful, but the princess was not. She was lost in thought, preoccupied with an eclipse that would occur that very day, an eclipse that only happens every 300 years. It was set to occur before noon, precisely the time when everyone would be heading to the ships to begin the celebration of Issei's engagement and party. Eleanor. Daughter, what's wrong? You haven't eaten much. Issei reacts, yes, I'm sorry mother. I was just thinking about the eclipse that's about to happen. Edward. Yes, the eclipse that only occurs every 300 years. My great-grandparents told me they saw it happen during their honeymoon, a truly beautiful eclipse in all its splendor. That's why you were born on the date it will occur. Issei. I see. Haro. Changing the subject, we will form an alliance with the other human kingdoms. Edward. An alliance. Why? Haro. In recent years, we've detected beings from other kingdoms in our cities and forests, and they know full well that their access to our realms is forbidden. Edward. I see. But Haro, what do the other kings think about this, besides those on the council? Haro. Well, wipes his mouth with a handkerchief, they've approved the alliance. In some kingdoms, alliances are formed through commitments and all that, but in my son's case, it wasn't like that. We've chosen your daughter as the ideal queen for my son, who will take my throne. Ilsus and Issei are the most powerful kings, but they still need to get to know each other to become an ideal couple. Edward. That's right. But Aisha was sad. She wanted to marry someone who truly loved her, not for her body, because that was all men thought when they saw her. But now she would have to marry Ilsis. Perhaps some people saw him as respectable and all, but his true nature was that he was selfish, arrogant, self-absorbed, and indifferent to the people of his kingdom. He cared about his own life more than anyone else, not even his parents. He only desired power, the power to rule Elmer. But that would be impossible for now, since the wedding preparations still had to be made, and so that was still to come. Pharaoh. Well, changing the subject, why don't we get ready to go for a boat ride? The other guests will be arriving any minute. Edward. Yes, that's right. Everyone finished eating and went to get ready. The maids and butlers helped carry everything to the ship where Edward and Eleanor's entire family would be. All the inhabitants of the kingdom greeted Aisha and the king and queen, as well as those from the other kingdom. The men gazed lovingly at the princess and the girls enchantedly at the prince. Around 300 guests arrived at the dock. Everyone began boarding the ships to get started. Edward, along with his wife and daughter, went to the largest ship, as did Harrow and his wife, and Ilsis. There were soldiers on board in case anything happened, so they had to be there just in case. Everything was proceeding normally. Edward. Listen, everyone. Everyone turns to look at him. I want to thank you all for coming here for the birthday of my daughter Aisha, the future queen of Elmer, my greatest treasure, as is my wife Eleanor. Happy birthday, daughter. Everyone. Happy birthday, Princess Aisha. Everyone began celebrating Aisha's party. The servants cut the cake into pieces to distribute to all the guests, including the young children. Wine, liquor, and other drinks were served to the adults, and orange or apple juice to the children, as they were not yet of legal drinking age. Aisha was somewhat pensive. She had a bad feeling about something that would happen that very day, but someone interrupted her thoughts. Ilsis. Excuse me, are you alright? Aisha. Yes, I'm fine. Ilsis. I'm glad. Wouldn't you like to dance? Aisha watched as the others, whether princesses or other couples, began to dance, so she sadly agreed. Everyone applauded, seeing that Aisha was taking a step toward progress in her relationship with Ilsis, but she was only doing it because he asked her to, not of her own free will. Far away, more than 38 kilometers away, in a place devoid of life, something gigantic with golden scales, 2 long tails tipped with spikes, 2 enormous bat-like wings, and 3 heads opened its eyes, which were red and gold color. Elsewhere, to the west of the kingdom and where everyone else was, the same thing happened, but the scales were black and it had around 8 eyes, 4 on each side. It was larger than the other. Finally, another one awoke to the north of the city. This dragon was black, with a single head, a long tail, and around 6 large long wings. It opened its eyes and then began to raise its head, making the earth and its scales thunder. Returning. Everyone continued laughing and everything else. The dance had ended, but Aisha was at the end of the ship looking south. She would see the gem that was on her necklace. The gem was beautiful, but something strange began to happen. The gem began to shine with a very intense blue color until she heard a scream. Captain. We're going to pass close to Neater Island. Neater Island, an island everyone could see in the distance, was filled with aurora crystals and other crystals, and had spikes in the water to prevent any ship from stopping there. There were a few rock pillars that still stood after the recent tremors. Everyone watched the island closely and noticed that it seemed a bit larger than before. Previously, it was 100 meters long, but now it was 400 meters long and held a great amount of power. Many didn't know why there was such power in a place that had been deactivated and no one could enter the island because those who entered never returned alive. But now that they saw it, it was shocking to see how the island seemed to be protecting something that prevented them from seeing it. But Aisha, looking from the bow of the ship, saw vibrations in the water where the crystals were. Each one seemed to be reacting in some strange way. Some crystals began to glow and others began to float. The soldiers took up positions in case something happened, but nothing did until Aisha saw something even more incredible. The sunlight began to turn red, very red. Everyone looked up at the sky, witnessing the sun's reddening due to an eclipse unlike anything they had ever seen. The clouds turned black, the sky became blood red, and black and white lightning struck in different places. The crystals stopped glowing blue and turned red, but they began to vibrate intensely, causing everyone to cover their ears. The captain decided to turn the ship around and get away from the island as quickly as possible because he sensed something else was about to happen. Clouds began to gather above the island, creating an eye like that of a hurricane, but this one was immense. Lightning flashed incessantly. The children hid behind their parents, afraid of the lightning. Aisha stood beside her parents, witnessing this phenomenon that had never occurred before on the planet. The crystals stopped shining, but suddenly they glowed again, this time more intensely than before, until they went out with a sound like a crack or the roar of a cannon. The powerful shockwave, along with an electromagnetic pulse, expanded to a radius of more than 40 kilometers. The ships were not pulled in by the strong current. Everyone watched as the crystals in the water began to shatter one by one until nothing remained, revealing the island, but somewhat lifeless. The two rock pillars fell to the ground and crumbled into pieces. The shards of crystal began to float upwards, heading towards the sky where the eye of the hurricane was, forming a sphere of pure crystal. No one understood what was happening, but they knew something else was about to occur. All the lightning bolts began to converge where the crystals were. Everything calmed down, or so they thought. A huge beam of red, white, and black lightning, laced with crystals, crashed down on the island, creating a massive explosion about 900 meters high. The quarter of the island vanished, but the other half remained almost intact, though engulfed in flames. All the guests were terrified that it might be an attack or something worse. But something else caught their attention. In the distance, they could see tropical storms moving at high speed from 3 directions. North, east, and west. They all heard growls, like those of a creature or something else, coming from the island. This was confirmed when they saw that right where the lightning had struck, there was a pile of rock and crystal, like a mini mountain. Earth began to crumble, and small, shattered crystals fell, seemingly propelled by something moving from within the mountain. But what they saw next froze their blood and filled them with terror. The mountain was destroyed by something gigantic. Huge chunks of rock, swirling with fire or dust, began to rain down everywhere. The mages created force fields around the ships to prevent collateral damage. From that mountain of exploding dust emerged 4 gigantic dragon wings, and yes, it was an enormous 3-headed black dragon with terrifying features. The dragon appeared to be around 230 meters tall, with 2 long, strong tails. Some parts of the dragon were dark red. Its body was large and strong, and it seemed to be armored with scales and crystal. On its back were crystal and bone beaks, giving it an even more frightening appearance. It had 5 rows of sharp teeth in terrifying shapes. This is how the heads, necks, and everything else looked, but you can imagine the body. It's like King Ghidorah's, but its body is larger and its necks aren't as long, though its tails are. Its powerful legs were designed for great leaps or lifting heavy or large objects. It had 6 toes on each foot with long claws. Each head had a red gem, and it also had 2 horns where the gems were located. Everyone was terrified to see a dragon of such size and power in the human realm. The dragon began to descend from the sky until it was flying about 50 meters above the water before touching or entering it. The dragon seemed completely unconcerned about the others being protected by the force field. Being such a large dragon with enormous wings, it brought with it a powerful gust of wind that swept away trees and rocks. It was so powerful that it even cracked the shields, like the ones in the movie Godzilla. King of the monsters, but much stronger. The dragon landed far from the city, where there was a bay that was uninhabited and deserted. The dragon stopped there to survey the area. The dragon's heads merged into a single head, and its tails also merged into one, becoming longer and stronger. The dragon looked in 3 directions and let out a roar, a kind of summons. From the 3 directions, 3 roars echoed, seemingly in response to its call. From those 3 directions, 3 massive objects engulfed in flames crashed down in front of the dragon, creating a large crater. Columns of crystal and rock rose up to prevent the water from reaching them, but they created a huge wave that nearly engulfed the largest ship, where they were all aboard. Thanks to their shields and the fact that the ship was stationary because they had dropped the anchor in case of an emergency, they were safe. They all watched as the dragon, formerly with 3 heads, now with only 1, approached the 3 objects. The 3 dragons, each about 190 meters tall, stood in the crater until a black dragon with 6 wings and a rather terrifying appearance appeared. She approached it and ended up joining their snouts as if they were kissing. Izumi Ani-chan. The dragons roared or growled as if communicating with each other. The largest one did the same with the other 2. Everyone on the ship was shocked to see such dragons, but Aisha knew that these dragons were pairs because if they weren't, they wouldn't be joining their trunks or licking each other. Aisha looked at the dragons in amazement and, with her magic, analyzed their powers, which were astounding because they were on the same level as the most powerful titans that existed in her world. With these 4, they could destroy the entire kingdom, or perhaps all the kingdoms. Everyone watched as the largest dragon roared at the other 3, who then spread their wings and flew directly north. The dragons began to fly at great speed, passing over mountains until they disappeared into the dark clouds. The largest dragon spread its wings and flew away as well, but not before stopping and roaring at the sky, extending its wings and displaying its enormous eyes, which frightened many. Finally, it flew off in the same direction as the other 3, but its wings pierced the largest mountain, creating an avalanche until it completely disappeared from everyone's sight. The eclipse ended, revealing a great layer of dust rising into the sky as if from an explosion. 30 minutes later everyone had returned to the kingdom, and the inhabitants were talking about the dragons they had seen. The 4 dragons had flown over the city but hadn't attacked it or anything, which made the king doubt his beliefs because dragons are evil beings, that's what his grandfather had told him before he died. But the king got to work and sent many soldiers to search for those dragons. 1,000 soldiers left in airships with magical propulsion and some went on foot, like on horseback, to look for tracks or anything. But what they did know was that those dragons were very far from the kingdom. Over 3,000 kilometers away, at the very edge of Elmer's kingdom, there was nothing but destruction. A city lay in ruins, a Category 9 hurricane raged above it, but countless tornadoes swirled at its edge, seemingly protecting the ruined realm. Powerful lightning flashed everywhere, but it was also shielded by a massive, slowly rotating tornado, a powerful one, like Kong's on Skull Island, which protected the island like a cloud layer. On a mountain, vast quantities of aurora and malevolent crystals ceased their glow, and someone fell from a crystal urn. It was a girl, about 8 years old, with black hair and red eyes. She made her way to the end of the cave and watched as the lightning vanished completely. She understood only one thing. Ani-chan, you're back, she's back. The girl ran into the cave and reached the back, seeing 2 glass urns. Father. Mother. Big brother is back. Big brother is home. The girl spoke to the people inside the urns, but who were they? Well, simply put, they were Issei's real parents, his other stepmother Ariel, and the one in the middle was Zero, the dragon of Judgment Day. Zero. Son, you've come home. Special. Lilith Ouroboros special. Lilith narrates. You know, I thought being the most powerful celestial dragon goddess among my siblings would be wonderful, that I would lack nothing, that nothing bad would happen, that I could be happy with my father and my brothers, but it wasn't like that. I felt like something was missing, I felt an emptiness in my heart. I watched the other 3 dragon gods fight for the title and prove who was the strongest of all until they arrived. King Ghidorah, Bahamut, Desghidorah, and Zero, the most powerful dragons in all the universes that were created. Note. Zero is much more powerful than Xeno-sama, the dragon god of wishes, and of course Sinbad. I'm not exaggerating, but he is very powerful since he comes from a world full of ancient magic that he absorbed, and he also became stronger with each dimension he destroyed. He destroyed around 900 dimensions, including universes, but his own, the one he comes from, is the most powerful. They claimed to be the dragon gods of darkness in the universe and said they wanted to take over the entire world, but we denied it. We faced those 4 dragons, but one by one they fell before the power of these beings of darkness. My father was killed by Zero, who was greater than my father. He was the true and only dragon god of destruction, the avatar of oblivion and emptiness. There was no one who could defeat him, and when I thought it was the end for me, he took his human form and in his arms, he had a newborn baby. He simply told me, I let you live so you can learn the lesson of not underestimating others and believing you are the strongest beings in the dimensions. Find a suitable family for my son. His name is Issei, the prince of the dark dragons. His power is beyond imagination. Being half dragon and half human, he is far more powerful than I am. Protect him, Lilith Ouroboros. Those were his words before the other 3 dragons sent their children to other parts of the planet where they used their powers to alter time and bring everything to the present era. They had the power to manipulate time, matter, and space. When they finished their mission, they left by crossing through a red dimensional portal until they disappeared. I changed the memories of all the supernatural beings, making them believe that Zero was killed along with the other 3, so they believed that the biblical god transformed them into sacred gears. They have been searching for years for the wielders of those 4 dragons to kill them, believing they could be like them and want to destroy the entire world. I sent the little boy to a family who might be able to care for him as their own son, but I was wrong, he suffered a great hell. I thought humans were different. I thought that family could love him even without him awakening his true hidden power, like his sister Izumi Hyoudou's. The family that mistreated them both simply for not having a sacred gear, as if those stupid powers were valuable when they had before their eyes of being capable of destroying the entire world with just a snap of his fingers, but he was a child and his powers were sealed. As the years passed, I witnessed the suffering and pain Issei endured with those humans who weren't his biological parents, until I saw how his sister, the daughter of Bahamut, was killed by a rogue demon sent by his brothers to end their lives. But Izumi was the one who sacrificed herself, and Issei, for a moment, managed to awaken his hidden power, but he didn't remember what he did. Issei suffered greatly. Losing his younger sister, whom he loved with all his heart, was too much for someone like him. He entered Kuoh Academy, where those damned Ryu and Issei started lying to everyone, claiming that Issei was a rapist, a pervert, and a traitor who sold information to rival schools. For a moment, I thought they wouldn't believe their words, but I was wrong. They believed the lies of those 2 who thought they were good people when they were the worst scum in the world. For a moment, for some reason, I felt I had to do something for Issei, even though he was the son of a dragon who killed my father, but my heart ached to see how he was beaten and humiliated by the Kendo girls and others. They threw rocks at him, wrote words on his seat, played very mean pranks on him, and mocked Izumi's death. That's when I realized he started to feel hatred towards them, hatred towards the Hyoudou brothers for everything that's happening, which is their fault. Issei entered the supernatural realm and became a pawn of that damned Gremory family, who only made his life worse. Abuse, torture, and mockery were all he received in the supernatural world, until one day he found me. He and I began a friendship that slowly blossomed into love. His friends Mitsuda, Motohama, Aika, Yudi, Rachel, and Melissa knew about the supernatural and became my friends too. The new friendship and strength grew in secret from the factions. The Olympus faction, vampires, dragons, and the Hades faction, which created the Black faction. Our forces grew, and we defeated many Rias soldiers, even their largest bases, to weaken them and end this war, separating Issei from those people. He did so much for them, shedding blood, tears, and sweat countless times to save them, but those stupid miserable wretches took credit for it, as if they had done something right when they were nothing but fools. Cowards who carried dragons that should have been Issei and Izumi's, being princes of beings of great power, just like Hierarchy. Our love between Issei and me was very powerful, more powerful than any other, until he told me he had cancer, all because of that damned Gremory. I tried to create a body for him, but he only wished to live in peace as a human, and that one day we would meet again in the afterlife, in Elysium, where all those who lost their lives awaited him, some of them his friends and siblings. Elohim awaited him there because Issei lost the resentment he felt towards them and had a pure heart, even brighter than the sun or a shining star, something Elohim treasures. The battle came to save my sister. I was busy helping my allies when I sensed something was wrong, so I rushed to where my darling was, but when I arrived, she was already dying. Rias created a very powerful poison that, even if I tried to remove it, was useless because it destroys the body's cells, even the heart, making it impossible to cure. I took darling to our favorite place where she died and could pass away peacefully. The days passed until the funeral, where the factions weren't received as they deserved because it was their own fault. None of this would be happening if they hadn't believed the lies of those two, and as punishment, I took Dryag and Albion away from them, along with Vitra and Fafnir, because dragons like them belong elsewhere. Hades told us about creating a dimensional machine to take him to another world, but not just any world, rather to his true home where Zero and the other dragons lived, as well as Issei's true mother and his still living sister. Issei, you left me gifts I'll never forget. My little princesses, Alba and Lumina, who carried Issei's genes, even though we never shared each other's virginity. Even so, I was happy with them both. They had my powers, as well as their fathers, being half good and half evil dragons. We sent darling home so he could be happy and have another adventure and new loves, but I had no idea that I would feel empty again without him. We revealed ourselves to all humans and the truth about the Hyoudou brothers. I gave a great punishment to those who beat darling, including the Kendo girls, showing them countless nightmares and visions of how he was happy and they would only be his shadow. Technology from around the world merging with magic. But now I only wish to be with you darling. Lilith's End. Lilith was in her room until she saw a guitar that Issei had bought her, so she picked it up, sat down in a chair, and began to play the guitar, singing a song she had composed herself called, I Confess That I Miss You So Much. When I finished singing, I couldn't take it anymore and fell to the ground crying because I didn't have him in my arms, hear his laughter, feel his caresses, his kisses, everything, I lost everything, all because of them. Lilith created a clone of Ryu, and in her anger destroyed it. Lilith. You will die someday, Ryu Hyoudou. You will die by my hand for taking away what I love most in this world. Lilith's revenge was greater than anyone else's, but Ryu would suffer his infinite punishment. Special End. That song made me cry when I heard it. I lost my uncle years ago and cried so much. I know he's probably watching over me wherever he is, but someday maybe I'll go to heaven or hell, but at least I'd like to see him just once and hug him and tell him how much I miss him and be able to go wherever he goes with what I did, finally being able to see him and feeling at peace after telling him everything. Chapter 4 Part 3. The Plan of the Factions and the Prince of Darkness. The XD. Underworld Meeting Room. Everyone from the Alliance could be seen, and it was all about one topic. Searches. Well, as you know, Azazel is secretly creating the dimensional machine from the Black Alliance. Lilith mustn't know about this, so it must be kept secret. Office and Great Red are creating clones of Trahexa with the powers that were still in his bones. We already have 30 copies of Trahexa ready, all with the same powers, and if they fuse, they could give the celestial dragon gods a fight, even Lilith and Helios. Auden. Do you think they can give the brat a fight? Searches. That's most likely it, that's why I asked Ajuka to create a very powerful seal, so that when he's weak, we can seal his powers and erase his memory to bring him home. Isaka, I don't know if this will work Sirzechs. Remember that he has Lilith's protection, and the others, if they sense her power here, will realize what we've done. Searches. Don't worry, after that we'll use Issei to tell him that they want to kill him, and with his power I'll eliminate them, just like those two girls. It refers to Lumina Yalba. Michael. Don't you think you're going too far by killing them? I know they were the ones who sent Issei to another world, but it's not their fault. It's ours for what we did. The Black Alliance has 3 times as many soldiers as we do, and they have the support of the humans. The sky is falling, their system is about to collapse, very few people go to the Vatican, and they're ceasing to pray to the Father. Seraphol. Yes, but please bring Issei with us so we can apologize and maybe start a family like everyone else. Searches. If my sister hasn't stopped crying, that's why we're bringing Issei here so everything can be fixed. If we apologize and tell him what's happening, he'll surely forgive us and everything will be like before. Oh boy, it won't work even if they erase his memory, he has other copies. The door bursts open. Azazel. The machine is finished, it just needs the final touches. We already have 50 copies of Trihexa, with that it can defeat Helios and Lilith, along with the celestial dragon gods. With that we can defeat Issei. Searches. It's not enough, he creates more copies of them just like the others. Azazel. But you know very well how she'll react when she realizes we cloned them. Searches. Well, she'll understand that if we want Issei back by force, she'll understand. The meeting continued as before, even though Azazel had finished the machine, but they still needed to test it, and they needed things from Issei, such as sweat, blood, semen, or clothing belonging to him, so that the machine could locate his position. Adastama world. 2 hours passed since the dragon and the other 3 appeared in the kingdom of Elmer, right in the bay where they joined together and flew away from the kingdom completely. Since then, King Edward and King Hero sent their soldiers to look for them, while they attended a meeting with the other kings from other places, being human. Edward. As you saw, those dragons appeared in human territory, which is like a declaration of war or King Edward. Edward. It's possible this dragon has been here for a long time because it came from an island that had been uninhabited for years and no one had gone there, plus the dragon gave off a dark power like the other 3. Are you trying to tell us that the dragon that appeared is the son of Edward? Zeros. That's most likely it. That dragon had a symbol on its chest identical to Zero's, which tells us that he's his son. That's crazy. Zero's son is dead. It's true, the king who previously ruled the Black City killed his own daughter, just like Zero's son. But that doesn't explain why they have the same aura and presence. It suggests that if he is his son, the other 3 might be descendants of those 3 dragons that appeared and fought against the Titans. So Edward, have they found that dragon? Edward. No, it seems they left the kingdom and went back to their territory. We sent many soldiers to look for them, but they haven't found anything. Alright, remember you have the authority to destroy those dragons if they ever set foot in a kingdom again, whether it's yours or ours. The meeting is adjourned, Edward. See you soon. The meeting ended, and the crystals that displayed each kingdom's symbol disappeared. The soldiers arrived with the same result. Nothing. It seemed that the dragon, along with the other 3, had vanished, and that pleased him, since he didn't want anything bad to happen to his people, so now his priority was his family. Aisha was in her room using a memory spell showing the dragon when it came out of the chair, and when it joined the other one it had 6 wings. Something about that giant dragon seemed familiar to her, so when she brought out the image of Zero, she saw that on Zero's chest there was a symbol almost like an eye, and this one that appeared also had the same symbol, so she assumed that it was his son or something like that. Her doorbell rang, so her spell and other things disappeared, and she let the person in, Ilsis being the one who knocked. Aisha. What can I do for you, Prince Ilsis? Ilsis. Please don't call me that, we'll be husband and wife soon. Aisha. If someone doesn't dare to stop it and fight for my hand. Ilsis. That's true, but nobody compares to me. Aisha. I don't know, but tell me, what can I do for you? Ilsis. I came to give you this. From his pocket he took out a necklace with an aurora gem, blue like the seawater, a very beautiful gem. Ilsis. I came to give you the icon. She was referring to putting it on. Aisha nods her head and Ilsis stands behind her and moves her hair aside. Ilsis. It suits you. Aisha. That's a very nice gift from you. Ilsis. Thank you, I have to go. Have a nice night. Ilsis left Aisha's room, but she removed her necklace and placed it on her table. Since it was night, she wasn't going to waste time in her room. She went to the wall where her mirror hung and removed it to pull a lever, which had been installed by the guards. A secret passageway appeared, leading her outside the castle, right into the forest. She was wearing her pajamas, so there wouldn't be a problem. She entered the tunnel and headed outside the castle, unaware that something else was waiting in the same place she was about to go. Aisha leaves the wall and goes into the forest, walking more than 500 meters beyond the castle, until she stops near a spring of clear water. She could see the servants and some animals going to drink water, so she leans against a tree. Issei. I will never get tired of being here. At the castle, Edward headed to his daughter's room to speak with her. The soldiers opened the door, but Edward didn't see his daughter anywhere. He asked the guards if they had let her out, but they said no. They added that they had allowed the king to see her memories, and if they hadn't let her out at all, he continued searching. When he saw the tunnel, he asked the guards if they knew where it led, but they said no, because they hadn't built it and knew nothing about it, except for a few others. Edward. Call in 200 hideouts. The soldiers run out calling many of their comrades to go to the princess's room, being seen by Hyoudou, his wife, Issei and Eleanor. Eleanor. Edward, what's wrong? Edward. Issei left through a secret tunnel. Eleanor. What? Edward. Come quickly, we must find my daughter. They all entered the tunnel carrying torches. Hyoudou and his wife, along with Issei, were also accompanied by guards to help in the search. But this. She was still leaning against the tree, but suddenly she felt something shining. She took a red gem out of her pocket, which began to slowly flash a bright red. Issei heard a crackling sound and turned around to look. Issei stopped and the gem shone a little more intensely and blinked a little faster than before. She turned around and it began to shine slowly, so she turned back to the same direction as before, and it began to blink more and more, so she thought it was guiding her to something, so she started walking in the direction it indicated. With Edward. He and his soldiers had just emerged from the tunnel and realized that it had led them to the outskirts of the castle, right outside the wall. Edward sent one group to go one way and another to another, and a large group would go with him. They went to the north where Issei and another guest would be. With Issei. She kept walking but stopped because the gem was blinking many times every second, so she assumed she was already there, but all that was in front of her was an immense rock, about 13 or 19 meters or even more in height. Issei had been visiting the same place before, but she had never seen a rock like this, and it was so long and gigantic. Issei approached the rock and saw that a small fragment of what appeared to be a gem was missing. She brought the gem close to the missing piece, and it was sucked in and stuck to the missing spot, making it the perfect piece. But what she saw next left her stunned. With Edward. Edward. Daughter. Where are you? Eleanor. Daughter. Bards. Princess. Issei was listening to the screams and was about to leave when she heard something crash behind her, so she turned around and realized that the rock seemed to be moving, and then. A large red eye appeared and he realized that it was not a rock but a dragon, and it was the same one when the moonlight hit it and revealed its great terrifying appearance. Issei saw those red eyes that conveyed loneliness, sadness, hatred. Issei stepped back and saw that the dragon's head was rising and beginning to approach her. The dragon began to observe her for a while, but then opened its jaws and pulled some beautiful blue flowers from some bushes, which Issei took with some fear. Edward. Daughter. Edward ran to his daughter and launched an attack at the dragon, which seemed to have no effect. The guards began to attack the dragon, but it started to rise, revealing its imposing size. But now something strange happened because it was now much larger, measuring 360 meters in height, making it a titan. Everyone retreated in fear, and the dragon roared to the sky. Its roar was so powerful that it made everyone cover their ears, and every child in the kingdom ran away in fear, while others went outside to watch the great dragon roar and spread its imposing wings to the sky. The dragon lowered his gaze, seeing Issei looking somewhat frightened, but then he moved away and flew off at great speed, disappearing into the dark clouds of the night, followed by the guards. Issei looked at her bunch of flowers, and it made her blush. 10 minutes later, Issei received a punishment from her father. She could no longer go out through the tunnels. She didn't seem to care because what mattered to her now was knowing what that dragon was, since she thought it would kill her, but it didn't. That dragon was identical to Zero, and he realized that he was his son because of what he was. Issei. The Prince of Darkness. Our kingdom. Inside that kingdom, the girl felt her brother's presence grow stronger and stronger than before. Hyani-chan, you're getting stronger than before. I look forward to our fight to show our parents who's the strongest of the three of us. Chapter 5. After Issei was punished by her parents, she was in her room trying to sleep, but in her dream, images of that same dragon that had appeared came to her, but this one looked much larger, about 500 meters tall, staring at her with its fiery eyes. Behind it, its wings were spread, but they were larger and longer, reaching 1100 meters in length. On either side were other dragons, the primordial dragons known as dragon titans, which are usually 350 meters tall, but this one was much larger. The other dragons and titans bowed before this enormous dragon with respect for its great and terrifying presence and power. In the sky, the sun could be seen in blood red, and further ahead of where they were, there was an enormous army of beings with angel wings, raven wings, demon wings, others in airships and dragons, there being 130 of these, but there were also 11 other different and terrifying dragons. Aisha estimated that it was an army of more than 30 million of those beings approaching them, but where she was there were dragons, angels, demons, nekomatas, semi-humans, titans, vampires, humans and of course that enormous dragon, but then another 6 dragons appeared, 360 meters tall. The giant dragon roared with fury, but its roar was so powerful that it could be heard all over the planet. Huge hordes of evil and good dragons went at full speed to attack and behind them came the other races, but then everything went black. Aisha heard roars and explosions until she heard the roar of another dragon. Seeing this on a huge mountain, she saw it shoot a purple beam into the sky, from which emerged a fearsome and colossal dragon, much larger than the other, measuring 600 meters tall. Both dragons roared with rage and charged at each other. Only one would survive, the other would perish. But then Aisha hears a terrifying voice. I have returned to my home, and now it is time for me to proclaim the kingdom that belongs to me. Good and bad dragons will live in peace with you in the future. Aisha of Elmer. Then the same red eyes she had seen in the forest appeared, startling her awake. Aisha noticed the sun shining on her face, so she put her hand up and saw a beautiful white dress lying before her. She guessed the maids had left it there while she slept. Aisha. That's right, today we're going to visit the kingdom of Eldia. Aisha took a bath and then changed her clothes, but while she was in the bathroom, she touched her chest right where her heart was, remembering what happened last night and how that dragon stared at her and gave her a small bouquet of flowers, which were impossible to find because they are not found during the day, but they are born at night and are very beautiful. But when she came out she realized that the flowers were not dead, but were alive for some reason, and she assumed it was because of the dragon's magic from being in contact with him. Aisha put on the clothes that were in her room and went out, but when she passed by the window, she saw 29 horses with armor and others, but they were different. Aisha. Dad hired the Iron Knights. The Iron Knights, or warriors, are young and old who have been fighting against beings of great power such as trolls, dragons, 10-winged angels, demons, and other beings, and have always won. They live in the realm of warriors, a realm where humans live with magic so they can become iron soldiers and serve the kings of the entire planet. Aisha. Well, I need to know why you're here. Aisha slipped through the corridors where there were no guards, which was unusual because they were always in the corridors, but today there was no one, so she went more easily to the throne room, and there she found all the guards, her parents on their thrones, and the 29 knights, including women. Edward. Thank you for coming, gentlemen. These were the warriors who were in the throne room kneeling before the king and Queen Eleanor. Warrior 1. Why have you asked us to come, my king? Edward. The reason you are here is because yesterday a dragon appeared in the human kingdom, specifically on the island of my kingdom. I need you to find that dragon and 3 others that are accompanying it. That is why I requested your presence. Warrior 1, I understand, sir. Edward. I also need half of you to be our bodyguards when we go to the kingdom of Eldia, so we'll be safe if anything happens. Warrior 1. Yes, my king. Thus, half of them would be the king and queen's bodyguards, but Aisha would hear the following. Warrior 3. My king, if I may ask, what do you want us to do when we find those dragons? Edward. They have the authorization to end their lives. The warriors were shocked to hear that, especially Aisha, who thought it was unfair. Warrior 3. But my king, from what I understand and have heard, those dragons just appeared and left. Honestly, I don't think they have any intentions. If they did, don't you think they should have attacked the kingdom when they appeared? Edward. Yes, but we can't take any risks when they attack the city. Find that dragon and take them out. The soldiers did as their king asked. Half went to look for the dragon, and the rest stayed to escort the king and his family. King Hero would go with them in case something happened on the journey, or if they needed reinforcements for a possible battle, but Aisha did not agree with eliminating the dragon, just for appearing in human territory. She felt that this dragon was investigating something, just like the other 3. Aisha was outside the castle with her parents watching the carriage that would take them to the kingdom of Eldia, a 5-hour journey. Aisha was carrying a book of magic and dragon history to distract herself. The warriors had set out in search of the dragon to put an end to this cause, but they would only encounter the worst. Aisha had only one thought in mind. I want to meet you, Prince of Darkness, Son of Zero, future Titan Slayer and perhaps future Titan of Jui, just don't cause any trouble. The carriage began to move, taking Aisha's parents to the kingdom, but in that same dark kingdom, or in other corners beyond the entire world, one could see a kingdom much larger than any other. Everything was desolate, or so it seemed. Hundreds of millions of ruined and abandoned buildings, rocks and earth everywhere. The sky was dark, and only the evils of that world dwelled there, the dark beings of every race in that place. And one of them stood up and looked away. So you're back, huh? Issei. Brother. Advance. We can't do anything. You have made a mistake, father. He doesn't want to destroy us. Bacane, I think my magic eye is broken. Not working. It's not working because I'm seeing a monstrous power of 300,000. Until next time. Special Juzo Hyoudou. Juzo Hyoudou, a 70-year-old man, still young at heart, kept something a secret about his grandson. He didn't belong to the world of DxD, but to another. He found out years ago, right after Issei's arrival in his world. He encountered Lilith, the celestial dragon goddess, who told Juzo everything about the supernatural, the factions, and the sacred gears. She also revealed that Issei belonged to another world, one much larger than Earth or the planets in his solar system. At first, Juzo didn't believe her, but then those who were watching over Issei arrived. Evil dragons that surpassed the celestial dragons combined. These dragons protected the baby at all costs, and upon seeing Juzo, they asked him to take care of Issei as best he could because they would soon return for the prince. As the years passed, Juzo searched for information about Issei's world of origin until he stumbled upon something incredible. Ancient writings spoke of a being who sought only the absolute destruction of the multiverses and megaverses. This being was feared for its immense power and its army. They didn't reveal its name out of fear, but they also said that 15 beings would rise up, and these beings would be known as the Jinn. This surprised Juzo because it said that these 15 would be capable of destroying this evil once and for all, and their powers would be unimaginable. As time passed, Juzo felt watched, and there were even times when he felt that Issei was at risk of being killed because of his hidden power. When Issei turned 6 years old, Juzo was in the living room of his house. Juzo? Well, Grandpa's leaving now, Juzo said with a happy face, making Issei laugh a few times. Issei. Are you coming home early today, Grandpa? Juzo. I don't know. Grandpa has a lot of work to do, but I'll come back as soon as I can. Juzo said goodbye to his grandchildren and left in search of more information, unaware that his destiny had come to an end and his time was up. Juzo went to an ancient temple where they spoke of Issei's father and his enemy. He read that Issei's original mother was not an ordinary human, but a goddess who reincarnated as a human. Issei was a hybrid between a dragon and a goddess, which was truly powerful. This goddess was one of the angel goddesses, who are very powerful and considered supreme deities like the Titans, but Issei showed no sign of being an angel or anything like that. But before he could leave, he was intercepted by 5 subjects who were carrying very strange swords. Juzo. I suppose you are from my grandson's world, aren't you? Grandson, are you talking to that abomination, grandson? Haha, humans are very stupid and more than one could ruin my master's plans. Juzo. So you're his messengers, aren't you? Yes, he sent us to kill you, and don't tell that cursed son of Zero his true origin and who his parents really are. Juzo. Don't speak of him like that, you know very well that my grandson is part of that prophecy and what is about to happen in the future when he awakens his true power. Yes, if he is a rider of the I don't care, my master will kill him and destroy all universes and dimensions, nothing will be able to live, no one will live to tell the tale. Juzo fought against them for several minutes, but due to exhaustion he could barely continue, and his age made it much easier for them. Their leader took advantage of this opportunity and stabbed him in the stomach with a dagger, also cutting off the hand where he was holding something. You see, a mere human is nothing against us. That bastard's brothers await his return to kill him with their own hands. You will not live to see my master kill that fool along with his parents. They leave, but Juzo pulls out a dagger and throws it. The leader turns around and the dagger pierces his left eye, causing him to scream in pain. But a portal appears and takes them away before he can do anything else. Juzo was bleeding profusely. He couldn't do anything. His time was running out. The only thing he could do was take a photo of himself, his family, and Issei out of his pocket. Juzo. I say, I know that you will be someone very powerful. It was fun being your grandfather, but my time has come to an end. You must be strong no matter the challenge. I know you will be a celestial dragon titan god, the strongest of all. Live and save us all. Juzo died from blood loss and injuries. People entering the area saw Juzo's body and quickly called an ambulance and the police. Several minutes later, the police and ambulance arrived and discovered that the body was Juzo's. They quickly called his daughter, who, upon hearing the news, dropped the phone and burst into tears. She had only seen Issei through the window playing with his siblings and friends before Rias and Sona arrived. The day of the funeral arrived and all of Juzo's friends, acquaintances and family were there. The men carried Juzo's coffin and where they were supposed to bury him, there were some soldiers because Juzo had previously been a soldier and his fights were useless against beings from another world who were better trained than him. When they placed the coffin in the hole, the soldiers fired 3 shots into the air and others began to bury the coffin. Issei. Mom, why are they burying Grandpa? Issei watched as the coffin was buried and his mother and father just watched. Mickey. Issei. If they do that, Grandpa won't be able to go to work. Mickey. Ice. Mickey couldn't bear it anymore. Seeing her son suffer because his grandfather would no longer be with him forever hurt her so much that she covered her mouth and picked up Issei. Issei. Grandpa said he had a lot of work. A friend of Juzo's was wearing black clothes and a cap like a military man, only black. He couldn't bear to hear Issei begging them to stop. In addition to the pain they felt, don't bury him. Others who had their weapons had trembling hands because they couldn't bear this, and there was another one who was Issei's guardian, whose eyes were covered. Grandpa. Oh. Grandpa. Minutes passed and everyone left. The coffin was completely buried, its tombstone already made. In memory of Juzo Hyoudou. From 1949-2019. Cherish what you love most because there will be no time to go back to the future. It is destiny that chooses who can continue in this world and who cannot. I will miss you, my little grandson. Those were the words on the tombstone. There was that man with one knee on the floor and the other knee supporting him as he looked at the letters. You were a great man, Juzo. You could have worked alongside me to see how the prince grew up and take him to his world so that he could take the throne that belongs to him, but I think it won't be possible. Behind him was a woman of about 29 years of age wearing armor. Sir, we must return, the prince will be fine. Yes, it's just that it still makes me uncomfortable that something happened to him, especially since he was the closest person to the prince because he was his grandfather and my best friend. I just hope he manages to reunite with his beloved. The man started to put on his hat but said a few words beforehand. Damn, it started to rain. No sir, it's not raining. The man raises his eyes slightly. Of course. Well, it turns out that tears started to flow from her left eye. I understand, it's time to go. Thus they both leave, leaving Juzo's tomb to return to their world and let the prince walk his own path. Next chapter. The first meeting between the Prince of Darkness and the Princess of Elmer. Hence Dragon God. The Awakening of the Dark Dragon. Family Reunion 2 parts. The Visit to the Kingdom of Elmer 3 parts. Love between the dragon and the princess 2 parts. Meeting with the future fairy king. The giant friend and demon. The prophecy. Battle against Henry 3 parts. Suspicions 2 parts. The truth is revealed 2 parts. Henry's wish to revive all the ancient races 3 parts. The seal of emptiness 4 parts. Battle at Elmer 2 parts. Henry's power 3 parts. The third princess of darkness appears. The final battle 2 parts. Broken engagement. Those are the upcoming chapters of the first season. Chapter 6. Elmer Forest. In the forest of the Kingdom of Elmer, the group of knights could be seen preparing to defeat the dragon. Currently, the power level of the knights was 60,000 and higher. The knights were so focused on finding the dragon that they didn't know that something was following them for some time. It was a small, hooded shadow. Aisha and her family were 10 minutes away from arriving in the Kingdom of Eldia to make a peace treaty in order to have more soldiers to defeat the dragons and gain more allies in the kingdom and thus end the war. Aisha saw everything through the car window. The fields, the people farming, and other things. But she was looking at the sky and she swore she saw a colossal shape like a 3-headed dragon flying above it all. But when she looked closely, it was gone and she thought it was just her imagination. But it wasn't because behind the car came the shadow, but now it was the size of a little girl. Aisha sat down again and took out of her bag a book that was the one that talked about Zero and the Titans. Edward. Why don't you read another book? Aisha. Dad, I love it when you give me books that you like, but I love these kinds of books, especially if they talk about the Titans and the Dragon of Doomsday. Edward. Aisha, when we get back home you'll have to give me back that book. You need to fill your head with good things, not old stories. Aisha. Even though they are simple old stories, they help a lot in case an enemy appears or a Titan awakens. And you think this is just a story for little children? I'm not going to give you back a book that my great-grandmother gave me. Aisha kept reading everything about Zero, which her father noticed and wanted to do something about, but he couldn't. It was normal that his daughter almost hated him now that a dragon over 300 meters tall had appeared at night in the kingdom right in front of her, and now he was overprotective. He now had Aisha in his royal air, with 5 women. Aisha hears the laughter of some children, so she looks out and sees a group of children playing in a lagoon, which means they have already arrived in the kingdom of Eldia. Eldia was the third most powerful nation with a large army and high power levels. The girl who was following them turned around and disappeared into the clouds. Edward, Eleanor, and their daughter got out of the carriage and started walking towards the wall. When they were close to the wall, the guards opened it and let them in. Their soldiers also passed through and headed towards the city to go to the castle. The city was large, twice as large as the city of Tokyo in Kuoh, but Elmer's was 10 times larger. Technology in Eldia was a bit more advanced. There were already airships using magic or core stones, and there were trains that would be the future for the kingdom. From afar, it could be seen that they were also making new advances in weapons and other things. The castle was a little far away, but at least she would like to see the city and other things. Aisha saw the children playing and others reading history books or books about titans and dragons. Aisha, for the moment, did not like her father's idea of wanting to annihilate the dragon very much. Changing scenes. The soldiers were searching the forest for the dragon so they could destroy it. Night 2. Hey, are you sure the dragon was last seen here? Night 3. Of course, Armin, even if we don't want to, we must fulfill our mission. Armin. Yes, but annihilating a dragon whose power is unknown, and we don't even know what kind of dragon we're facing, whether it's friendly or not. Sir. That doesn't matter. Armin, of course it matters, Sasha. That dragon might still be young because, according to rumors, it left the island. That means it was already here, but it woke up and doesn't know this place, which is why it's wandering around here. Leader. Advance, I detect something 400 meters away. They all rode faster to see what it was about, without thinking that it was something worse. When they arrived they saw nothing but felt heavy footsteps as if something enormous was approaching, and they turned around only to see a colossal demon or monster 50 meters tall with multiple heads. Night 5. Hey Akane, what's that? Akane. It is a demon called Yandere. They are extremely powerful demons that even their own race fears, but they are supposed to have been sealed away for over 5,000 years. Night 8. It doesn't matter, we have to fight or he'll go to the city. Rising tornado. The tornado, but actually a magic attack, hit the demon, but he only got angry and shot a purple beam from his mouth, which made everyone jump into the sky to attack from the air, leaving the horses to escape. Akane. Attacks like that don't affect him, but he has a weakness. We must attack his core. Night 10. Where is your core? Akane. It's right on his chest, it's a gem. If we destroy it, we can kill him. Night 9. Well, take this. Cosmic ray. A beam shot from his spear and struck the beast, who roared in pain and lashed out with his tail, but he managed to dodge it. Everyone got down and began to surround him. Night 6. Sphere bomb. The sphere shoots out of the girl's sword and hits one of the demon's heads. The others attacked with different magical attacks, causing great damage to the demon who did his best to flee or kill them. Akane. I see, it's my turn. Star Destroyer. The beam of light shoots out of a sphere that was there and hits the monster's head, causing it to fall, but barely managed to get back up. Then, a huge black beam falls on top of the demon and destroys the gem, which makes the demon instantly disappear. Nobody knew where that beam came from, but something fell from the sky at top speed like a cannonball, raising a whirlwind of dust. Night. This magical power is immense. Night 10. There can't be something with that level of power. A short girl who had an earring that looked like a three-pronged saw with small gems moved. Akane, I think my magic eye is broken. Akane. It's not working. It doesn't work because I can see a monstrous power of 300,000. The hooded figure looks up to see them, and in his dark gaze, his eyes glow crimson red. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.